Basketball scientist. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. The celebrities are not living a happy life. Under extremely unfavorable circumstances, Killian's adjustment reversed the score and boosted the morale of the Hawks players. The trust between players and coaches sometimes needs this kind of famous game to maintain. As early as the Lakers, it was because Killian was able to constantly use his own adjustments to lead the Lakers, who were of average strength, to win games and get out of the negative environment brought about by Tom Janovich's resignation, that he won Kobe's trust. And in the Hawks, the team can show its unique strength in the league at the moment. Killian's contribution is definitely not just selecting players and building a team, but also the league's first-class level in on-the-spot operations. On the other hand, the Celtics fell behind the Hawks when Ray Allen was in great form, hitting 6 3-pointers in the first half and scoring 25 points. The team's head coach Rivers is to blame. The team had different degrees of advantages in the two games against the Hawks this season. If they couldn't win a single game, it would be a shame. I'm afraid that Rivers, who created the worst record in the history of the Celtics last season, will face some crisis of confidence. At the beginning of the third quarter, the Hawks adjusted the team's defense, letting Paul match Ray Allen and Joe Johnson to control Rondo. When O'Neal moved to the elbow area to attack, Dio followed him, and Garnett stayed under the basket to complete the rim protection work. Killian's adjustment was mainly to continue the team's correct defensive strategy in the second half of the second quarter, fully magnifying the two problems of Rondo and Perkins' weak shooting ability. Joe Johnson let Rondo hold the ball outside the penalty area, but as long as the opponent broke into the penalty area, he would be surrounded by Joe Johnson and Garnett. Perkins was often missed by the Hawks' defense. If he really caught the opportunity, he would foul and send him to the free throw line. Rondo was targeted at this point, and the Celtics offense could only rely on the single fight of the big three. But it must be said that Pierce plus Ray Allen, who was in great form, could suppress the best defense in the league with just simple cooperation. Garnett retreated to the basket to protect the frame, which meant that Pierce could use his excellent three-threat skills to suppress Battier outside the restricted area. Under the control of O'Neal and Ray Allen on the Hawks' defensive resources, Pierce frequently scored singles and helped the team narrow the gap. In the first half, Ray Allen fired from the outside to stop the bleeding of the team. In the second half, Pierce turned on the single mode. The Celtics, led by the two stars, slowed down the pace of the Hawks. Killian was also a little helpless. His tactics could limit the opponent to the greatest extent, but there was always a balance between tactics and stars. Sometimes, tactics could limit the dead stars. Sometimes, when the stars got a good touch, they could not be defended no matter what, which was also a common thing. However, the Celtics were indeed tough in this game. The two outside stars had a good touch, which helped the green shirts, whose tactics were suppressed, to continue to survive, and the difference between the two sides was always controlled at around 5 points. The Hawks could not widen the score gap, and the Celtics could not reverse the game. After 3 quarters, the Hawks led by 4 points, 87-83, and the outcome of the game was still uncertain. The main players of both teams played almost the entire third quarter. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Killian withdrew the main players to give them more rest time. Rivers was merciless to the main players, and Ray Allen and O'Neal continued to play to help the team narrow the gap. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Ray Allen used O'Neal's off-ball screen to hit a long two-pointer on the line. 85-87. In this game, Ray Allen made 8 of 14 shots from the outside, with amazing accuracy. His hot hand was the key to the Celtics' ability to keep the score close. Just now, Killian was a little desperate when he saw that the trajectory of the ball was very straight. Fortunately, it was a long two-pointer, and Killian was relieved. The Hawks attacked, Barrier held the ball, and played against Tyronn Lue, constantly dribbling to find the rhythm of breakthrough, and several breakthrough attempts were blocked by the coach. Coach Bass also had something to say. "I was defending Iverson in the finals. You are just a substitute for the Hawks. What level are you, barrier? You want to break through me? You don't have the ability, right? Barrier's handling of this ball was indeed Iverson-like. He held the ball for too long, which hindered his teammates' attack. Base forced a shot without getting rid of the defense, and big baby Glenn Davis protected the rebound. The Celtics attacked in a positional battle. The pick and roll of Ray Allen and O'Neal tied down the defense of 3 Hawks. Gentleman Ray made a straight pass to Glenn Davis, who entered the penalty area. Big baby received the ball and made a layup. The Birdman, who returned to defend, gave him a nail on the board block. The Celtics attack was not over yet. O'Neal grabbed the basketball that was hit by Anderson and immediately jumped for a layup, but was blocked by Anderson, who jumped again. Looking back, Barrier and Base played a pick and roll offense. Puerto Rico cut into the basket and passed the ball to Anderson. Anderson, who was in an excited period, jumped up directly and bombed the basket. He was thrown by the big baby and almost fell to the ground with a posture of losing balance. Although Anderson took enough protection when landing and was not injured too seriously, it was inevitable that he would feel pain after falling from the height reached by the Birdman after jumping with all his strength. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Glenn Davis's useless action aroused the dissatisfaction of the entire Hawks team. Not only did all the players on the court surround the big baby fiercely to ask for an explanation, but even Garnett, Paul and others on the bench all rushed into the court. "I'll fucking beat you to death, you bastard." Garnett, who rushed up from the bench, was the most courageous. He ran up from the back and punched Davis hard in the face. Bang! Glenn Davis, who was caught off guard, was hit by this heavy punch and immediately leaned back. "What are you doing?" On the Celtics side, Perkins was protecting Davis. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward and rushed over to hold down Garnett. In the future, Perkins will also be a bad guy in the league, but facing the notorious old predecessor Garnett, he will always be a little shy and dare to do some protective suppression. Garnett was not polite. He pulled Perkins' hand away at once, pushed his hand directly on Perkins' neck, and pushed the other party away with one force. Perkins was a little annoyed and immediately pounced on the other party. However, Garnett, who got the advantage, began to fight guerrilla warfare, wandering around privately and not letting Perkins get close. Beep 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 beep. The referee's whistle blew hurriedly, and the staff on the scene controlled the chaotic scene together. Glenn Davis, who was hit by Garnett's straight punch, sat on the ground and cried. It was not known whether it was because he was punched or because he regretted his impulsive behavior just now. In fact, in the Celtics, Perkins mostly plays a role of a bad guy, while Glenn Davis is relatively soft and rarely does dirty moves. Davis may just be impulsive, but as the initiator of the violent incident and the malicious foul just now is indeed very dangerous, the referee still whistled him for a second-degree malicious foul and sent him off the court directly. Big Baby himself was still a little aggrieved and was still thinking about the referee's explanation that he was just excited for a moment, but in the end, Pierce hugged his neck and forcibly dragged him into the player tunnel. Garnett's action just now was also very big, and he might face additional penalties after the game, but considering his superstar status, the referee showed mercy to him and only gave him a first-degree malicious foul, allowing him to stay on the court. After the team doctor's examination, Anderson confirmed that he was not seriously injured and returned to the court. The Hawks lineup has also become Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett, and Anderson. This is the most passionate time for everyone, so who cares about saving strength? The Celtics also replaced their main lineup. The Hawks had already replaced their main players. If they didn't keep up, the game would be very dangerous once the score difference widened. The Celtics first executed the technical foul free throw, and Ray Allen hit it accurately. Then Paul and Paul executed free throws respectively, and made 3 of 4 free throws. 86:90. The Celtics attacked. Pierce, who had the best physical fitness among the big three, led the Celtics offense. He used the rhythm change and the advantage of confrontation in the elbow area to shake off Battier's defense and made a backward jump shot. Bang! The cold black hand ruthlessly blocked Pierce's jump shot. This was not over yet. Garnett grabbed the basketball that he had blocked and directly pushed for a fast break counterattack. Pierce wanted to foul, but couldn't pull Garnett. He could only watch the Wolf King go straight to the Celtics basket and completed a reverse dunk. 86:92. Garnett, who has turned 31, rarely does this kind of fancy dunks this season, mostly some split dunks, but after the violent incident just now, Garnett has a premonition that he may be suspended, so there is no need to hold back in this game. Seeing that the momentum of the game was taken away by the Hawks, Ray Allen again used his 9th three-pointer of the game to renew the Celtics' life. At this time, the camera was aimed at Kellyanne, and it can be clearly seen that Kellyanne's mouth shape was MLGBWC. To be honest, Kellyanne was really a little broken by Ray Allen today. 9 out of 15 shots, 60% three-point shooting rate. Who can tolerate it? Before the camera moved away from Kellyanne's face, there was another wave on the court. Garnett suddenly fell to the ground, and Perkins looked down at him with his eyes wide open. Fortunately, this round, the conflict did not escalate. The referee went to the sidelines to watch the video. Garnett and Perkins exchanged trash talk. I don't know if Garnett said your wife tastes like donuts. Perkins suddenly became furious and pushed Garnett. Perkins was called for a flagrant foul. Garnett executed the technical foul free throw and made it accurately. The ball was still in the Hawks' possession. Paul held the ball and played a pick and roll with Anderson. He called on Perkins and suddenly dribbled in and out, then accelerated, as if he wanted to break through on the right. Perkins moved to the right and blocked Paul's path. Paul then dribbled behind his back, passed the ball to his left hand, and swayed his body to the left. His left shoulder shook, and then he broke through Perkins' defense from the left and made a low hand layup. 89:95. After being defeated on the court, Perkins' emotional problems became more serious. In the next round, as soon as Perkins served the ball, Paul fouled Perkins and sent him to the free throw line. Kimmy is targeting Perkins now. If Rivers doesn't replace him, the situation will become more and more unfavorable. McBride said with some fear. I have never seen a coach like Kellyanne, who really seizes the opponent's emotional problems and repeatedly provokes him, and he must be afraid that Perkins will be sent off the court. Perkins missed 2 free throws. Garnett grabbed the rebound, and O'Neal Jr. fouled him, causing a dead ball. Rivers replaced Perkins with Posey and changed the lineup to 1 big and 4 small. Rivers' adjustment was actually timely, but the disadvantage of the team's lack of depth in the lineup began to be exposed. The team's inside line can only use O'Neal Jr., Perkins, Glenn Davis, Pollard, and Scalabrine. The White Mamba is just a mascot. When it's critical, he will be on the court to give away points. Pollard is the same. It's okay against other opponents, but the opponent in front is the Hawks. With O'Neal Jr.'s help, Glenn Davis can be used, but now he has been sent off. Perkins has emotional problems again, and the team's inside line has a vacuum. O'Neal was no match for Garnett and Anderson, who were both strong in front court rebounding. The Hawks completely controlled the rebounds. The famous Japanese center Takanori Akaji once said, "The one who dominates the basket can dominate the whole court." This sentence was confirmed in this game. Although Ray Allen hit his 10th three-pointer in the subsequent game and scored 43 points in the whole game, although Pierce also performed well in this game, but in the absence of the basket, the outstanding performance of the two Giants on the outside could not change the result of the game. The final score was fixed at 109:119. The Celtics lost by 10 points at home and were double killed by the Hawks this season. After the game, Kellyanne, as the head coach of the visiting team, was the first to accept the media interview. This is the second violent incident in the second game between the Hawks and the Celtics this season. We also want to hear what you think. Is the reason for the gunpowder smell on the court? The reporter asked Kellyanne. I don't like the saying it takes two to tango. I think we should trace the root of everything. We can review the video to find out who is responsible. Glenn Davis made an extremely dangerous foul on Anderson. This action could cause Anderson to be seriously injured in serious cases. In this case, I don't think there is anything wrong with a player standing up for his comrade. Glenn Davis is a rookie this season. Judging from his performance in the past half season, he doesn't seem to have a similar resume, so I'm willing to believe that he was impulsive, but he needs to pay the price for his actions. Kellyanne said firmly. But Garnett's straight punch on Glenn was also very bad. The league does not advocate fighting violence with violence. Boston's local media emphasized again. Personally, I don't like the phrase fight violence with violence. I believe more in the first to provoke is the meanest, so people who take the initiative to provoke trouble should face more severe punishment. This is my point of view. If Kilograms is suspended in the next game, will it have a big impact on the Hawks' next lineup? Excuse me? Can I ask you, if you were invited to have tea with the FBI, as soon as you left the press conference room, would it have any impact on your family? Kellyanne asked back, it hasn't happened yet, why do you put a stamp on this matter? Kellyanne's toughness exceeded the imagination of the reporters. It felt like he even wanted to shirk all responsibility for Garnett. The reporters' next questions also became softer. No one wanted to be confronted by Kellyanne like this. The next day, the game between the Hawks and the Celtics attracted widespread attention and discussion. The top team, stars, injuries, fighting, and mutual spraying. This game almost gathered all the eye-catching element. Stars, celebrities, and fans all expressed their opinions on this. As the top powerhouse in the NBA, the Celtics have the most legends, but in the United States, this kind of celebrity culture is not as close as that maintained by European football teams. For example, Jerry West is a genuine Lakers legend, but he was able to go to the Clippers as a consultant. In football, can you imagine a former top 5 Real Madrid player going to Atletico Madrid as head coach, or a Manchester United legend going to Manchester City as general manager? However, if you don't start from the perspective of relationships, but only look at the benefits, some celebrities are still willing to support the team. The reason is simple. Although the salary of NBA players is much higher than that of ordinary people, many black people are also famous for their extravagance. At this age, their financial situation may not be as good as that of current players. Some people can only coach in high school teams and earn a salary that is barely considered middle class. To please the parent team and have the opportunity to participate in more official activities in the future is always an extra potential benefit. So, the Celtics legends started to attack from all sides. They ignored Glenn Davis's actions and did not dare to provoke Garnett's fans. They specifically attacked Kellyanne's post-match guideline of the first to provoke is the cheapest. If he hits you, tell the teacher. The teacher will handle it impartially. It takes two to tango. If a dog bites you, do you have to bite it back? If a vicious dog bites a person, of course the person should not bite it back. The person should pick up a stick and beat the vicious dog to death. Chapter 277 Chain transaction. With the support of many famous players, the Celtics have the upper hand in the media war, but in the fighting between fans, the Hawks have the upper hand without any objection. The team defeated the Celtics twice in the first 2 games of the season, which is the biggest confidence of the Hawks fans. In competitive sports, winning is the hard truth. If you can't win on the court, it's useless to say anything. When public opinion stirred up a wave, the league also announced the punishment of the 2 teams. Glenn Davis was punished by the league with a 3-game suspension and a fine of $15,000 for his dangerous actions in the game. You know, after the player is sentenced to a suspension, he will get 3 games less salary. This time, Glenn Davis lost a total of nearly $40,000. For a player with a second-round pick contract, this is a huge economic loss. Garnett's punishment was more severe. He first punched Glenn Davis in the game, and then got into a fight with Perkins. He was involved in the 2 consecutive conflicts, so the punishment was naturally more severe. The league imposed a 4-game suspension and a $20,000 fine on him. The Hawks' regular season record was far ahead, 26-7, 3 wins ahead of the Celtics and Spurs behind them. Their excellent results can easily end the suspense of the regular season championship this season. Suspending Garnett for a few games and slightly suppressing the Hawks' results is not necessarily a bad thing for the league. Kellyanne did not have much objection to this result. It is not a bad thing to give Garnett more time in the regular season games, and it also saves him from finding reasons for rest. The Hawks have a healthy lineup structure. Both Bass and Anderson have the strength to temporarily start. On the bench, veteran PJ Brown can also contribute his own strength, but Kellyanne still has the confidence to deal with Garnett's absence. On January 4th, the Hawks played against the Bucks at home. Even without Garnett, they still won the game. In the first half of the season after Jianlian joined the Bucks, he averaged 8.9 points and 5.7 rebounds per game, and his shooting percentage was only 43%. Both his output and efficiency were somewhat disappointing to the team's expectations of him. He is not like Durant. Although he is inefficient, his visible strong hitting ability makes the Supersonics willing to invest in him. Inside the team, Villanova, who was robbed of his starting position by him, is obviously not convinced, and he also showed a more efficient performance in his substitute appearance time. If Jianlian can't get back in the next game, whether he can keep his starting position in the future may be a big question mark. In Garnett's absence, Poole took on more offensive tasks in the game, and also showed an excellent state. He played very well, scoring 24 points, 13 assists, 5 rebounds, 1 steal and 3 turnovers, leading the Hawks to a 114-101 victory over the Bucks. 27-7. Killian made Anderson the starting player, but his performance was not as amazing as the last game. He only scored 8 points, 8 rebounds and 1 block. Dio's shooting ability is not stable. He and Anderson can't create space for each other, and fail to complement each other well. Fortunately, the overall strength of the Bucks is average, and did not cause too much trouble to the Hawks. On January 6th, the Hawks continued to play at home against the Cleveland Cavaliers led by the Little Emperor James. The two teams are old rivals. In the first round of the season, the Hawks won easily, but that was when Garnett could play, and the Cavaliers had just completed a big trade and the lineup was not in place. In this game, facing the Hawks without Garnett, the Cavaliers got revenge. Mike Brown resolutely implemented the strategy of defense first throughout the game, and made good defensive rotations, while focusing on Poole. The defensive system built with James plus Ben Wallace has a very fast defense rate. Without Garnett's restraint in the interior, they can unscrupulously expand their defense to target shooting Poole and Joe Johnson, and the effect is obvious. Although the Cavaliers' own offensive efficiency is not high, and they basically attack around James alone, this season's Little Emperor really has the strength to carry the team's offense alone. His repeated attacks make the Hawks' defense very uncomfortable. Poole is a player who is good at playing key balls, but when the team is in a disadvantageous situation, he is not good at completing the attack continuously, and it is even more difficult to face the Cavaliers' targeted defense. This may be Poole's biggest weakness as a future superstar. 90-97. The Hawks lost to the Cavaliers at home, and suffered their 8th loss of the season. 27-8. On January 8th, after a day of rest, the Hawks lost to the 76ers, who ranked 10th in the East, 96-99 on the road, which was an upset. 27-9. In the second season, after sending Iverson away, the 76ers had gathered a bunch of young talents, but they still lacked a backbone player. At the same time, because the selected core player Iguodala had average scoring ability, Cheeks created a set of defense counter-attack tactics for the team. The team's tactics were completely defense to lead offense, through Iguodala, Gerald Wallace, and Thaddeus Young constantly pressuring the defense to create opponent mistakes and create counter-attack opportunities. If there was Garnett, an offensive point in the interior, who could press the defense, it would be relatively easy for the Hawks to control this 76ers team. Once Garnett was absent, the Hawks' offense would drift more on the outside, and the restriction on the 76ers defense would be a bit scratching the itch. The Hawks' offense was blocked, and the 76ers were a team that was good at fast break counterattacks. Through continuous counterattacks, they widened the gap with the Hawks and maintained their lead until the end. On January 9th, the Hawks, who returned to their home court, beat the Wizards and avoided a 3-game losing streak. After years of unscientific training to improve his personal strength, Arena's knees finally couldn't bear his training load, and he suffered a serious injury and was out for the season. Without Arenas, the Wizards' strength has been greatly reduced. Although the team insisted on not giving up under the leadership of Butler and Jameson, and even played more reasonably without Arenas, it is an indisputable fact that the team is not strong enough. compared with the Cavaliers' frontline combination of James plus Ben Wallace and the 76ers frontline group of Iguodala, Gerald Wallace, and Thaddeus Young. The Wizards' Butler plus Jamison's frontline athletic ability is obviously worse, and the defensive strength they can put on Paul is also much worse, which also gives Paul more room to play and can attack more efficiently after the pick and roll. Paul's resurrection revived the offense of the entire Hawks team. In essence, this is a team that is better at offense than defense. Once they suppress their opponents, it is relatively easy to win. In the end, 6 Hawks players scored in double figures, and they won a hearty victory with a score of 124-106. 28-9. In the 4 games in which Garnett was absent, the Hawks won 2 and lost 2, which was within Kellyan's expectations. Paul's statistics in these 4 games were pretty good, but objectively speaking, his overall performance was not outstanding, especially when the team was in a disadvantageous situation. Not long after the Hawks played against the Wizards, Yahoo Sports reporter Woj suddenly announced a deal in which the Grizzlies sent away the team leader Paul Gasol in exchange for the Lakers' Kwame Brown, Pachulia, Maxiel, 2 first-round picks in 2008 and 2010, and the right to swap the first-round pick in 2009. After the trade was announced, the entire league was in shock. Only Lakers fans were telling each other on major forums, "Gasol is here, Los Angeles is peaceful. Gasol is here, and we have the championship." Although Gasol has only been to the All-Stars once in his career, his strength is definitely a well-known figure in the NBA. In 2005 and 2006, he led the Grizzlies to the playoffs alone for 2 consecutive seasons, and was also the only single strong point for the Grizzlies in most games. Many times, the reason why he can't be in the All-Stars is very simple. The West has gathered 3 forwards, Duncan, Garnett, and Nowitzki. McGrady and Stoudemire also sway to the forward position from time to time to participate in the selection, plus Marion, who has an excellent record in the team. It's not that he is not strong enough, but that the opponent is Gundam. Almost immediately, Spurs head coach Popovich accepted an interview and expressed his dissatisfaction. "This is not a trade, this is robbery." The Lakers exchanged a few coins for a $100 bill. "This is a joke. I don't understand why the Grizzlies made this deal, but if Buford wastes the team's assets like this, then only one of us can stay in the Spurs." Popovich's anger was evident. "I think the league really needs to set up a department to check these seemingly fishy deals." Popovich even bluntly questioned whether there was any secret operation behind the deal, which shows how worried he is about the cooperation between the Lakers and Gasol. In the triangle offense system, Gasol can act as the axis on the offensive end, can coordinate, pass the ball, and activate the team's offense. His weakness is that he is more afraid of some teams' tough and layered defense, to put it bluntly, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and the Lakers have Kobe to contain him. Gasol can play hard under the basket and share Kobe's offensive pressure. It's not just a reinforcement of the lineup, but also a match made in heaven. Let's look at the Lakers lineup after the trade. Fisher, Kobe, Ariza, Radmanovic, Odom, Gasol. This Lakers team already has the strength to compete with any team. In addition to Popovich, there are some other voices in the league that question the deal, and the loudest voice is the Mavericks owner Cuban. Huo Kingshu also asked Kellyan about his opinion on the deal as soon as possible. In comparison, Kellyan is much more truthful. "It is undeniable that this is an incomprehensible deal. From my perspective, it is even difficult to evaluate what equivalent return the Grizzlies got from the deal. But to be fair, the impact of this deal on the Eastern Conference teams is slightly smaller. Or, the person who needs to worry more about this deal is Popovich. I'm more concerned about the opponent of the Celtics. If the historical process is followed, the Lakers can rush into the finals. But since the opponent of the finals changed from the Spurs to the Suns last season, Kellyan no longer completely refers to the historical process to make judgments, but considers the strength of each team more, and makes his own judgments. At present, the Suns did not make a self-destructive trade of Marion for O'Neal, and they still have top-level strength. The Spurs have been swept by the Lakers in history, and Ginobili's injury is an important reason. If he can stay healthy, many things are still unknown. Kellyan, This little butterfly flapped his wings and changed some of the league's processes, but at the same time, some things are still deflected in the original direction. On January 10th, the Hawks received a trade offer. The Grizzlies called and proposed to trade the Grizzlies' Prigeny and Gasol signing rights with Spanish guard Navarro. Gasol spent a considerable period of his growth period in Memphis. It can be said that in addition to Kellyan, the Grizzlies management knows Gasol's potential best in the league. Since the team has entered the reconstruction period, it may be a good idea to train Gasol and Millsap as the core of the team's interior reorganization. Kumi, what do you think? Kellyan had previously pursued Shannon Brown of the Chicago Bulls, and it can be seen that he should have a certain pursuit of improving the team's backcourt impact. David Navarro, nicknamed Bomb, has both the offensive desire of an American guard and the passing, control and shooting of a European guard, which seems to be quite in line with Kellyan's needs. Navarro is willing to go to the Grizzlies, partly because of Gasol. Now that the Grizzlies have sent Gasol away, he may not want to stay in the NBA, so why keep such a player? Considering that the Hawks have a strong inside line, Gasol may not get much playing time even if he joins. In order not to delay the development of the players, Kellyan does not rule out sending him away. The premise is to get a more suitable bargaining chip, at least a draft pick, right? At the same time, under Kellyan's signal, the Bulls were also pulled into the transaction by the Hawks. In addition to Shannon Brown, Sefolosha was also on Kellyan's target list. The Hawks were willing to pay some bargaining chips in this transaction to get a Swiss Army knife. If you have the 13th pick and don't know who to choose, just choose a shooting guard and you will most likely not go wrong. Since 1996, excellent shooting guards have emerged in this position, including Kobe, Lavine, Booker, Mitchell, Harrow, etc. Sefolosha can't compare with these names who get the maximum salary and even enter the league history, but he is also a qualified lottery show. For most of his career, he can occupy the starting position of a team as a defensive stalwart, and has reached the finals with the Thunder. That season, Harden won the best sixth man, and the starting shooting guard was none other than Sefolosha. During the finals, his defense also caused a lot of trouble for Wade. But it was also in that finals that Durant couldn't defend James at all. Sefolosha was often forced to resist James, who was much heavier than himself, and was eaten alive by the opponent. No matter how strong a defender is, he has his own type of defense. Leonard is invincible in defending forwards, and the small guards with flexible switching footwork can't keep up. Duncan can defend 98% of the inside line, but he is repeatedly defeated by Stoudemire's face-to-face singles, and Antetokounmpo's assist defensibility and coverage range are the best in history, but it is difficult for him to always defend big centers. Similarly, Sefolosha can defend Kobe and Wade, and you ask him to defend James, that's a joke. Kellyan is eager to recruit talents for Sefolosha, and the Bulls' asking price for him is a mid-first round. Obviously, whether it is the Hawks, the Grizzlies, or the Lakers' first round pick in the Grizzlies' hands, they can only continue to pull in a fourth team to make a deal. Oh my, another big deal. Chapter 278, 4 teams and 9 players trade. In the trade with the Lakers, the Grizzlies got 3 inside players, Maxiell, Kwame Brown, and Pat Chillier, to balance the contract, as well as 2 first-round picks in 2008 and 2010 and the right to swap the first round in 2009 in return. But in fact, for the Grizzlies, the only truly valuable assets are the 2 first-round picks and the third-year blue-collar inside Maxiell. Kwame Brown and Pat Chillier are not in the Grizzlies' long-term plan. However, your poison is my honey. Kwame Brown, who has height, strength, top defense, and rebounding, has never lacked a market in the league. The Grizzlies are willing to put him in the trade, and the Raptors immediately joined the trade. After introducing Lewis, the Raptors formed the league's softest forward combination of Lewis plus Bosh plus Biryani. The inside line is often blown up by opponents, and the team's record is not up. Obviously, the team needs someone to do the dirty work. Originally, they wanted Anderson from the Hawks, but Kellyan did not intend to trade his confidant. Kwame Brown's offensive skills were too rough, and he couldn't even catch the ball well, but from a blue-collar perspective, he was still useful. Leaving behind Kobe, a superstar who was extremely strict with his teammates, Coming to the relatively relaxed environment of Toronto might also reduce the heavy psychological burden that Brown was carrying. From this perspective, the potential benefits of this transaction for the Raptors are very high, especially when the chips they paid were only Capono, and they gave up the right to exchange the first round of the 2007-08 season with the Hawks. Getting Kwame Brown to supplement the inside line was simply free. You know, this exchange right itself is impossible to exercise. The Hawks' record is far better than the Raptors, and their draft pick must be behind the Raptors. Exercising the exchange right is equivalent to giving benefits to the Hawks. But they gave up this exchange right in the transaction, which liberated the Hawks. Let the Hawks gain something other than players in this transaction. The Grizzlies and Raptors both wanted to make the deal happen, and the Hawks and Bulls were not opposed to it. After a round of negotiations, the main plan for the deal was basically finalized. The Hawks sent Gasol signing rights, Brandon Bass, Karim Rush, and Prigeny received Sefolosha, Shannon Brown, Hajem Warwick, and unlocked the team's 2008 first round pick. The Grizzlies sent Kwame Brown, Hajem Warwick, David Navarro, and the Lakers' 2010 first round pick received Gasol signing rights, Brandon Bass, Capono, and Prigeny. The Raptors gave up the first round swap rights with the Hawks in 2008 and sent Garbajosa and Capono, received Kwame Brown and Karim Rush. The Bulls sent Sefolosha and Shannon Brown, received Garbajosa, David Navarro, and the Lakers' 2010 first round pick. On January 11th, this big deal involving 4 teams and 9 players was reported to the league, and the media reporters also learned about the content of the deal at the first time. As early as when the Grizzlies and the Lakers completed the deal, the media reporters guessed that the Grizzlies deal was not over yet. The team has a large number of inside players, and Gasol's departure also made Navarro, who is also a Spaniard, want to leave. In this case, the team must have further operations. But no one expected that the Grizzlies would make such a big fuss. This deal also caused heated discussions in the league. TNT's Barkley interpreted the transaction on the show. In my opinion, the main purpose of the Hawks making this deal is to improve the team's wing defense. This season, the Hawks' wing defense has obvious loopholes and has been beaten by many outside stars in succession. After losing Stevens, the team can't improve the team's defensive intensity as quickly as last season. Sefolosha is an underestimated defender, and I think he can play a better defensive role than Stevens. Whether facing Ray Allen and Stojakovic in the playoffs, or facing Boban Ginobili in the finals, he can play his role. Sacrificing Brandon Bass may be difficult for Kenyan to accept, but Larry Sander brought him back Warwick. This young player has a similar physique, similar playing style, and similar experience to Bass. The two even entered the league in the same year. I think Warwick may be able to take over Bass's role and even do better. Every time after a wave of transactions is completed, doing transaction ratings is also the media's favorite thing to do, and this time is no exception. In this wave of transactions, the Hawks received a high score of A from all angles. The media could not find the point where the Hawks lost money. Even the Boston media, which is hostile to the Hawks, can only say that the Hawks are missing Prigeny. Once Paul is injured, there will be no guard who can control the field. Well, this is indeed a hidden danger. But if you use this standard, the 73-win Warriors don't have flaws. The Grizzlies received a score of C+. To exaggerate, the media and fans don't know what they got from this deal. It seems that the only valuable gain is Brandon Bass, but he has a similar style of play to Millsap and cannot be used together. What is the point of trading him? Except for Kenyan and the Grizzlies management themselves, most people would not think that the real goal of the Grizzlies is the trading bonus Gasol. The Raptors' trade score is B+, which is not difficult to understand. After Lewis joined, Capono and Garbajosa's playing time was greatly reduced, and the draft pick swap right with the Hawks was also worth 0. Using these chips to bet on Kwame Brown's potential may not necessarily make money, but it will definitely not lose money. The Bulls were rated B, which is not bad. Sefolosha has the potential to become a defensive stalwart, but the Bulls themselves are strong in defense and weak in offense. Using a player like Sefolosha at the key position of shooting guard will only magnify the problem. The Spanish double stars joined together, Firstly to keep each other company, and secondly to lubricate the Bulls' overly rough offense. Fans and the media expressed their views on the results of the trade. In the eyes of the head coaches of several strong teams, the Hawks trade was aimed at themselves. For example, Phil Jackson made a statement during training. Kellyan was afraid of meeting the Lakers in the finals, so he made this trade to prepare more people to target Kobe. Since our opponents recognize us so much, we should believe in ourselves even more. We can break out of the West, and Kobe is not something that Batia, Cephalosha and the like can limit, right? Phil Jackson said. Haha. Also giving chicken soup to the players is Celtics Rivers. This season, they played 2 games with the Hawks, and the two sides have a grudge. Rivers belittled the Hawks in training, but after the training, he found Ainge and asked the team to further strengthen the loop. I have to say, our opponents are really strong. It's really hard for us to play against the Hawks. Rivers told the truth. I'm trying to contact some veterans now, and some of them will try to promote the boy out with the team, and then join the team. Ainge said. After vomiting blood to form the Big Three, the Celtics bench strength is inevitably insufficient. Ainge does not have the vision of Kellyan's time traveler, so he can only rely on his own connections to strengthen the team, and his vision is definitely not as good as Kellyan's. As for Popovich, he doesn't have much opinion on the Hawks' reinforcement. Zujvecki has not recovered from the Lakers' robbery of Gasol's trade, and his eyes are on the Lakers. After getting Gasol, the Lakers' inside strength has made great strides, and the Spurs Duncan plus Alberto configuration may not be able to withstand it. Popovich has also made 2 plans. On the one hand, he is paying attention to the player buyout market, and on the other hand, he plans to give the team's young inside player Mahinmi more training opportunities. Only after passing the Lakers can you have a chance to meet the Hawks. The transaction documents still need to be confirmed by the league, and the players need to pass the physical examination before they can officially join. Therefore, in the game where the Hawks challenged the Nets away on January 12th, the Hawks were missing 3 players. But among the 3 players sent away, only Base is an important role in the Hawks. Just if the league now adds a new team, each team has an 8-man protection list. Only Base can squeeze into this 8-man list. In this game, both sides played against each other, but the difference was that the Hawks had defense. Base was not there. Kellyan increased Garnett's playing time, and the Wolf King invested most of his experience in defense. He scored 25 points with 10 of 21 shots in the whole game, which was not a high hit rate, but he completely suppressed the impact of the Nets on the defensive end, and the Nets collapsed under the Hawks' stormy offensive. After only 2.5 quarters, they fell behind by as many as 24 points, and the game lost suspense early. Paul continued his solid performance, making 8 of 14 shots, including 3 of 6 3-pointers and 4 of 4 free throws, and efficiently scored a double-double of 20 points and 12 assists, and clocked in 3 quarters, helping the team beat the Nets 117-89, 29-9. On January 14th, the Hawks visited Madison Square Garden and challenged the New York Knicks away. After spending a lot of money for several consecutive seasons and then ending up dismally, Darlin followed Isaiah Thomas's suggestion and formulated a long-term plan of Kellyan plus LeBron. The team plans to use 1 to 2 seasons to clean up the long-term garbage contracts in hand, preparing to welcome Kellyan in the summer of 2009 and sign James in the summer of 2010. What is the way to deal with garbage contracts? Either send them away with draft picks, or exchange garbage contracts, which is what the Knicks did. They are now committed to using the garbage contracts in their hands to exchange for garbage contracts that expire in 2009 or 2010, so that they can free up the most salary space for Kellyan to operate. Such a team naturally has no fighting power to show. After defeating the Nets in 3 quarters in the last game, the Hawks punched in 3 quarters again in this game, and easily opened up the score difference. Therefore, the team's 3 new players Cephalosha, Shannon Brown, and Warwick all got 15 plus playing time in their first appearance with the Hawks. Cephalosha performed mediocrely, making 1 of 4 shots, and getting 3 points and 2 rebounds. The poor strength of the Knicks made his defensive skills not very obvious. Shannon Brown and Warwick, 2 additional players, had outstanding performances. Before the game, Shannon Brown was encouraged by Kenyan to actively confront the opponent and run forward when he had a chance to counterattack. This arrangement just brought out his strong running and jumping ability and rapid impact. Shannon Brown made 2 of 3 shots, scored 5 points, 1 steal and 2 rebounds. All the points came from attacking the basket after the counterattack, including a 2+1. Shannon Brown is more unpopular with the outside world, but Kenyan is still optimistic that he will become a good substitute. Warwick is a pure balance contract, filling the position of base. However, in this game, Warwick performed well. Although he made 0 of 4 shots on the offensive end and only scored 1 point by free throws, his attitude was very good. He became a rebound maniac when he had no chance to score on the offensive end, grabbing 6 rebounds in the game. After confirming the news of joining the Hawks, Warwick watched a lot of videos of Josh Smith playing for the Hawks. He felt that his style of play was similar to Josh Smith and he could imitate his play. The final score was 101-134. The Hawks beat the Knicks by 33 points away from home and became the first team in the league to win 30 games this season. 32-9. Everyone said that the Hawks bench lineup declined and they saved their strength in the regular season, but it seems that even so, they are still ahead of the entire league. Chapter 279. The Eagles' Important Puzzle. January 15th. The NBA officially announced the final results of the 2008 All-Star voting. Paul and Garnett were both selected as the starting lineup of the Eastern Conference All-Star team. The other 3 players were Wade, James, and Howard. Paul's selection was well deserved. In terms of performance this season, no guard in the Eastern Conference could compete with Paul. Garnett's performance was more driven by the residual power of last season's double MVP and his own high popularity. In terms of performance this season, it is not necessarily much better than others. But American fans are still happy to see Garnett in the All-Star game, because in the Eastern Conference forward voting competition, the player competing with Garnett for the second place was none other than the Chinese player Yi Jianlian. Even in the first 2 stages of the voting competition, Yi Jianlian's votes were always comparable to Garnett's, until the 3rd stage when Garnett slowly pulled away by tens of thousands of votes. American fans were happy, but many Chinese fans broke the news that they could not vote for Yi Jianlian and complained that the league had secret operations. The league was also helpless about this. After the draft, Yi Jianlian first broke the news of rejecting the Bucks, then his 19-year-old age was suspected to be fake. After getting the Bucks promise to start, he entered the league and his performance was also average. The starting lineup in the rookie game was not stable. If he relied on the enthusiastic voting of Chinese fans to directly beat the double MVP of last season to be elected as the All-Star starter, it would be difficult to explain to the fans. It is also because of Yi Jianlian's terrifying votes this season that the NBA officials have decided to make reforms and adjust the vote weights of the All-Star voting in other regions outside North America, mainly targeting Chinese fans. Otherwise, let alone Yi Jianlian, Sun Yu, who may land in the NBA next season, may directly enter the All-Star. The Western All-Star team is led by Kobe Duncan, and Yao Ming, Nash, and Anthony are in the starting lineup respectively. It is worth mentioning that, because of his refusal to appear in the garbage time in his rookie season, Anthony was on the blacklist of the coaching union. As long as he cannot start, he basically has no chance to enter the substitute lineup selected by the coach's vote. This season, Anthony is determined to defeat Nowitzki in the starting voting, and finally no longer needs to be obstructed by the coaches. On January 16th, the Hawks visited Oracle Center to challenge the Golden State Warriors. After creating the 3rd Black 8 miracle in NBA history last season and soaring to the sky, the Warriors continued their dark horse nature this season. Continue to sweep the league with gorgeous running and gunning. Baron Davis, Monta Ellis, Steven Jackson, Al Harrington. Bedrin's starting lineup is also considered to be a very capable presence in the league. Last season, although the Warriors were double killed by the Hawks, both games dragged the game into the final decisive moment, which itself also shows that the strength of this team is not weak. Especially the strong and powerful Baron Davis has an obvious advantage over Paul, who is known for his dexterity and agility. However, this season, in order to fight against strong point guards such as Darren, Billups, and Baron Davis, Paul gained nearly 10 pounds in one go, and his confrontation ability has been greatly improved. Coupled with Paul's own excellent defensive awareness and dirty defensive skills, Paul's defensive performance against heavy guards has greatly improved this season. After warming up, the starting lineups of both sides appeared. Bedrins is a famous rebound maniac in the league, and his average rebounding data ranks among the top 3. But good data does not mean that the ability has really reached this position. Bedrins is good at rebounding. In addition to his own awareness and physical talent, the Warriors mainly play run and gun, and his teammates defend outside. Many simple rebounds will not be snatched from Bedrins. As a 4-time rebounding champion, Garnett's honor is not too much water. Whether he is surrounded by blue-collar players such as Nestorovic and Aloha Candy, or pseudo-inside players such as Dio and Madsen, Garnett can maintain a high level as always. Garnett won the jump ball, Paul took the ball to the 3-point line, Baron Davis was the main defender, and the Warriors used a man-to-man defensive tactic. Paul passed the ball to Garnett, who was one step inside the 3-point line in the middle, and ran to the left to open up space. Garnett turned and faced the basket. Bedrins gave him a distance of 1.5 steps, not close to him. Garnett's mid-range shot was a third-place shot for the power forward position, but it was a level difference from Nowitzki, who was the first. Old Nelson dared to bet that his long 2-point shot did not have a stable aim. Joe Johnson reached the 70-degree right side, and Battier was in the right corner. Both of them were pulled away. Dio made an off-ball pick and roll for Paul. The latter stood from the baseline for a while, ran back to the top line, and went around to the 70-degree left side to receive the ball. Harrington switched defense and blocked in front of him, so that Paul could not shoot directly. Just because of an off-ball pick and roll, the Warriors' defense was not tight. Paul dribbled one step and passed the ball to Garnett, who was suppressing him in the middle. The Wolf King took the ball and took a step forward. At the free throw line, he leaned against Bedrins and passed the ball to the left low post with one hand at close range. Dio took the ball and made a layup in 3 steps, scoring easily 0:2. Without waiting for the 2 inside players of the Hawks to return to defense, the Warriors played the Hawks' offense and defense transition by quickly serving the ball from the baseline. Baron Davis rushed the Hawks basket with the ball, picked up the ball with his right hand, and scored on the rebound 2-2. The Hawks' strength was to quickly serve the ball immediately after the opponent's inside player finished scoring to form a transition offense, but Nelson copied it directly. Kellyan turned his head to look at Nelson, and then retracted his gaze. The Hawks attacked. Paul and Garnett played pick and roll in the middle, and Baron Davis's defense awareness was average. Paul opened up space on the left to attract Bedrins' help defense, faked a shot, and passed it to Garnett in the middle. Bedrins returned to the middle in time to block the middle. Garnett took the ball at the free throw line and pretended to shoot from mid-range, but in fact he suddenly started and rushed to the basket, causing Bedrins to foul. The Latvian is the Warriors' most active defensive player, but his defensive awareness is not as good as the data shows. The Warriors were on offense. Baron Davis held the ball and challenged Paul. Garnett came forward to make up for the defense and formed a double team with Paul. Davis passed the ball to the basket while moving. Bedrins made a fake move to touch Garnett and then shot the ball into the net 4-4. Paul took the ball to the front court and passed it to Joe Johnson. The latter broke through the left side with the ball, pressed Jackson's defense, and then made a quick stop jump shot, which bounced out of the basket. Bedrins grabbed the backcourt rebound and passed it to Baron Davis. The latter rushed forward with the ball, dribbled under his crotch, and changed direction to the middle. Paul chased Davis all the way and put pressure on Davis. Baron Davis dribbled the ball behind his right hand near the free throw line and changed direction to his left hand. At the same time, he stepped back with his left foot to distance himself from Paul. He raised the ball with both hands, shook Paul, and then went to meet him. Baron Davis played explosively and was well liked by the fans, but this time, he actually imitated another bearded man to commit a foul, which was really unexpected for Kellyan. The Hawks attacked. Garnett received the ball one step outside the free throw line, and Bedrins continued to give him 1.5 steps of space. Garnet raised his hand and made a jump shot, seized the opportunity, and hit it accurately 6:6. The Warriors attacked. Davis and Harden played a pick and roll in the middle. Dio switched defense and blocked Davis's breakthrough route, preventing him from accelerating. Davis had no choice but to turn his back to Dio and turn to the left and was blocked again. Davis is very strong compared to the guard, and Dio is soft compared to the inside. If you really let them wrestle, Dio will not lose. Davis passed the ball, and Monterellis shot a catch ball and hit a difficult 3-pointer 9:6. One day in the future Monterellis will also call himself the second best shooting guard in the league. Although it is bragging, Monterellis is not ridiculed much. First, because of his low status, he has never been selected for the All-Star game, and he is not a threat to big-name stars. Second, Monterellis' hard power is indeed good. His playing style is a bit toxic, but he can score by his own personal ability. The Warriors did have a good touch at the beginning, and the Hawks must make some responses. In the next offense, Paul chose to do it himself, using the pick and roll to break into the Warriors' restricted area. Paul made a fake pass move and took away Harrington, but he changed direction at the moment the ball left his hand, pulled the ball back to his control, and then made a light backhand layup to score. 9:8. Monterellis was in a hot hand, and Baron Davis also chose to delegate power, letting his little brother lead the team's offense. Facing Battia's defense, Monterellis used his speed and stride frequency to shake open the shooting space and hit a mid-range shot. This is not over yet. Dio's slightly careless pass was intercepted by Monterellis, who was on his feet. Then, with the impact of the steal, Monterellis flew into the air, ignoring Dio, who rushed to the basket to redeem himself and crashed into him. Bang! Monterellis, who had completely opened himself up, made a very swift move. While knocking Dio to the ground, he completed a dunk that could be ranked among the top 5 in his career. Wow. What amazing. The commentator on the scene tried his best to mobilize the atmosphere of the Oracle Center, and the fans on the scene also fell into a state of madness. The home atmosphere of the Oracle Center is also a place to maintain the third place and fight for the first place in the entire league. The Warriors themselves are also a people crazy type of team. After the morale was played, the players' offense became more resolute and neat. With today's good touch, the Eagles, who rushed hard, were quite uncomfortable. After the first quarter, the Warriors led the Eagles by 13 points, 38:25. During the intermission, Kellyan did not criticize the team's defense, but just rearranged the team's offense and boosted the team's morale. In fact, our defense is pretty good, but Monterellis' 7 of 8 shooting in the first quarter is unconventional, and such scoring efficiency is unlikely to last the whole game. We were so far behind in the first quarter. In addition to Monterellis' explosion, our offense couldn't score, and the Warriors kept attacking and defending us, which was a more serious problem. We need to be more patient in offense, and try not to run back and forth with the Warriors. We have to disrupt their rhythm. So far this season, the Warriors have a record of 23 wins and 16 losses, ranking 8th in the Western Conference. This team is a typical team that needs to incorporate the game into its own rhythm. So far this season, they have achieved 4 wins and 0 losses in games with more than 120 points. The winning rate between 110 and 12 points is 7 wins and 4 losses, and when the score is less than 100, their record is only 3 wins and 8 losses. Whoever can limit the Hawks' offense will have a greater chance of facing them. At the beginning of the second quarter, Kellyan adjusted the team's rotation lineup. Paul and Joe Johnson continued to play, with Sefolosha, Warwick, and Anderson in the rotation lineup. The Warriors fielded Azabuk, Monterellis, Petrus, Clohasa, and Chris Webber. The Warriors mainly played Rune and Gunn. Old Nelson hoarded a large number of backcourt and wing players in the team's bench lineup, but ignored the construction of the inside line. The high-ranking rookie O'Brien became a fake, which once again confirmed that the Warriors' system was unfriendly to inside players. Webber and Clohasa only had certain shooting abilities and could be used reluctantly. Old Nelson's idea was to hope that Monterellis could continue his touch in the first quarter and lead the team to maintain the lead in the score. However, Kellyan arranged Paul to switch to Monterellis, and Sefolosha was also protecting Paul's defense. The two players with the strongest defensive mobility on the Hawks put their defensive energy on Monterellis. This treatment was almost catching up with Iverson. Back to the offensive end, the Hawks focused on Joe Johnson. As Ibuk was not as tall and confrontational as Joe Johnson, and was frequently suppressed when defending Joe Johnson alone, Nelson directed Petrez to switch defense, and Joe Johnson played pick and roll with Warwick and Anderson, taking advantage of Petrez's weak ability to break screens. Seeing that the team could not defend the Hawks' offense, the score difference was slowly narrowing. After 3 minutes in the second quarter, the score difference was narrowed to only 4 points. Seeing that the Hawks had an obvious advantage in the matchup of the rotation lineup, and the team's lead was eroded in a short period of time, Nelson also responded to the move and used the fouling tactics to target Warwick. Warwick's career free throw shooting rate is 54%. Under the deliberate targeting of the Warriors, plus the noise at the Oracle Center, Warwick made 2 of 6 free throws, which also confirmed the success of Nelson's tactics. Nelson is worthy of being a famous coach, and this on-the-spot dispatch was very targeted. But the unfair thing is that the Hawks have superstars. If Garnett executes the same tactics, the effect will undoubtedly be far better than Warwick's. It takes 1,000 days to train an army, but only 1 day to use it. Kellyan's daily protection of Garnett and control of the opponent's playing time is to reduce Garnett's unnecessary loss and allow him to provide higher quality offense and defense when the team needs Garnett to stand out. Garnett returned to the court, and Klahesier and Weber were completely unable to stop him from scoring in the interior. Old Nelson had to replace the 2 veterans with Biedrins and Harrington. However, both the score and the momentum of the game have been caught up by the Hawks, and the Warriors will not be easy to play next. The Hawks' offensive tactics are simple and effective. Garnett and Anderson take turns to play high pick and roll in the backcourt, with Poole or Joe Johnson as the starting point of the offense to control the rhythm of the game. On the Warriors side, under the care of Poole and Sefolosha, Monterellis' touch finally declined, and his scoring was not as domineering as in the first quarter. At the same time, the Hawks played pick and roll and slow offense, which made it difficult for the Warriors to switch offense and defense. In the second quarter, the Hawks reversed the score 43-23 and led the Warriors by 8 points with 68-61. In this game, Sefolosha's role was reflected. As soon as he came on the court, the Hawks could use the strongest defensive lineup again. The Hawks did not perform well at the beginning of the game, and were often beaten by the opponent's outside stars, because they lacked people like him. CCTV broadcast this offensive battle, and Zangheli commented. Chapter 280 Angry Noah. As Mr. Zangheli said, the Hawks were able to turn the game around in the second quarter, and a very important person was Sefolosha. He teamed up with Poole to provide high-quality perimeter defense, strangling Monterellis, which was a critical change compared to the first quarter. This is also the reason why Kellyan participated in the deal, even though he knew the potential of Gasol. This season, the Hawks are aiming to defend their title. Next season, the team's goal is still to win the championship. In this case, it is right to exchange potential for ready-to-fight power. Sefolosha played the role of Stevens last season, and the effect was very obvious. On the stage of the finals, if it is still against the Lakers, the round-robin battle of Sefolosha plus Battier will surely cause Kobe a lot of trouble. In the third quarter, Kellyan directly arranged Sefolosha into the starting lineup, replacing Battier. This is also the result of communicating with Battier in advance. Battier is a typical team player who absolutely respects the coach's command, as long as he can win. The backcourt combination of Poole and Sefolosha, plus Garnett's assistance behind them, the Hawks successfully limited the impact of Baron Davis and Monterellis. The Warriors shifted the focus of the offense to the front line, and the effect was relatively average. In the Warriors, Steven Jackson, the small forward, is not good at speed, and Joe Johnson, who is mediocre in speed, does not suffer a loss in defending him. As for Al Harrington, who came out of the Hawks, he has good singles ability, but Garnett is standing in front of him. Baron Davis would not let him be the main attack point, unless he is mentally exhausted. The Warriors' offense was frustrated, and old Nelson's face gradually became a little ugly. When talking about which coach has the greatest influence on him, Kellyanne has always been a firm disciple of old Nelson, just like when talking about coaches in football, Michelle's, who represents all-out attack and defense, and Saki, who represents zone defense, must be figures written into textbooks. But basketball is not martial arts. It does not mean that, if you are a master, your level must be the highest. The term master is more of a praise for the advanced concept, not the coaching art. Take Nelson for example. Attack, attack, and attack again has been ingrained in his DNA, which is also the reason why he has never won a championship as a head coach, and even to say a step back, he has not been able to enter the finals. If a team is first laid by Nelson and then repaired by Kellyanne, it may be the best handover. 88:101. In the third quarter, the Hawks expanded their lead to double digits. Although this points difference is nothing in front of an offensive team like the Warriors, if the touch is good, it can be wiped out in 2 minutes. But the premise is that the Warriors can find the flaws of the Hawks. In order to ensure victory in this game, Kellyanne chose to increase the playing time of the main players. From Paul to Garnett, the playing time increased by about 5 minutes compared to usual. Kellyanne was also determined to win this game. After fighting till the last 3 minutes, the score difference was still 15 points. Nelson finally withdrew his main players and declared defeat. Kellyanne also immediately replaced all the main players in the next round, to show his respect for Nelson. After the whistle, Kellyanne was the first to walk towards Nelson and hug him. "The future is yours, young man," Nelson said seriously, patting Kellyanne on the back. Although Kellyanne is only his spiritual disciple, he is also a member of this school after all. A coach like Kellyanne can pass on his small ball concept and prove with facts that small ball can also win the championship. This is a comforting thing for basketball masters like Nelson, and Kellyanne will continue to fight with this belief. On January 17th, the Hawks rushed back to Atlanta from Oakland to face the Spurs on their away trip at home. Every year, the Spurs have to give up their home court for the local agricultural product exhibition, thus starting a journey of 8 consecutive away games and 9 consecutive away games. It is also very tiring for the Spurs. In previous years, it was slightly better. The Spurs' strength was there. With a little adjustment, they were still able to complete this wave of away games with a relatively high winning rate. This season is different. Duncan, Bowen, Alberto and others have declined to varying degrees. Ginobili has been plagued by injuries and missed this round of away games. All of this is weakening the strength of the Spurs. Therefore, before starting this round of away games, Popovich and assistant coach Budenholzer regarded the focus game against the Hawks as a game of reserving strength in advance. If this game was not broadcast live across the United States, Popovich would have wanted to rest Duncan and Parker. But even if it was broadcast live across the United States, Popovich had no idea of fighting the Hawks. Duncan and Parker played for no more than 25 minutes. After falling behind by 16 points in the first half, Popovich gave up an advance and only let Duncan and Parker play for half a quarter in the third quarter. It was originally thought to be a Mars-Earth collision game, but the Spurs held back, and the Hawks fans at the scene were not satisfied with the win. I don't know whether to complain about the boring game or be proud that the Hawks have been able to win without fighting. The game was a bit boring, and the director frequently gave the camera to Wang Lifan, who was watching the game on the sidelines. Maybe because of the complicated studies recently, Wang Lifan was a little out of shape, and the director caught him distracted. It was only after Huo Kingshu next to him reminded him that he hurriedly started business. The slightly artificial state also made the audience laugh, and even in the CCTV broadcast hall, Yoga and Yang Yi were teasing. The Spurs had no intention of competing with the Hawks, and the Hawks themselves had just experienced a fierce battle with the Warriors, and the players' physical condition was worrying. The last quarter of the game basically became a duel between the substitute lineups of both sides. Shannon Brown once again became the god of Showtime. In a fast break, he received a brainless pass from Berrier and completed a one-handed dunk at the same time. The explosive dunk directly made Udoka on the Spurs bench stand up. Then he thought of something and sat down again. Although Shannon Brown still has many problems, especially when he and Berrier appeared together, the two people's playing styles obviously conflicted, but in garbage time, Shannon Brown can always give fans other experiences besides the exciting game. It's like the dessert after a French meal. 115:96. The Hawks beat the Spurs at home and continued their winning streak. 32-9. On January 19th, the Hawks played against the Miami Heat at home. Paul scored the third triple-double in his career, with 18 points, 11 rebounds and 12 assists. With the Hawks' recent winning streak and his outstanding performance, he surpassed James, whose stats were explosive, but whose team's record was average, and rose to second place on the MVP list. In the summer, he completed a three-way trade with the Hawks and the Timberwolves, acquiring Daniel Gibson, who is in the rising period of his career, and whose style of play fits the team very well, and Ricky Davis, who is full of impact. Pat really hopes that the addition of the two tough guys can delay the decline of the team's strength. However, reality gave him a heavy slap in the face. Wade's shoulder injury is still affecting his performance. So far this season, Wade has been forcing himself to play despite the trouble of his shoulder injury, averaging 21.6 points, 4.6 rebounds, and 3.4 assists per game, all of which are the lowest in the past 3 years. Obviously, the shoulder injury has a very serious impact on him. Last season, after Wade was injured, he had a short outbreak and was supported for a while, but O'Neal, the driver, completely declined and could not support the team at all. The data of 13.6 points and 7.4 rebounds per game can only be defined as an above average inside starting player, and this does not take into account the impact of poor free throws on the team. The core players performed poorly, and the role players failed to perform as expected by Pat Riley. Due to Wade's injury, Gibson tried to take more ball rights in the game, but the specific results are hard to describe. He is still suitable to be a shooter without the ball. Ricky Davis proved with his actual actions that his remaining 2-year $19 million contract is a standard garbage contract, and hell, it's okay to expect him to add icing on the cake, but the team is in danger, and it's pure dreaming to expect him to be the blood. See the record of 11 wins and 30 losses. Has almost deprived the Heat of the hope of impacting the playoffs. However, a poor record is not terrible, but not having the draft pick is more embarrassing. The Heat's first round pick was traded to the Timberwolves before the start of the season, and the Timberwolves picked up a big bargain. This is also the reason why the Heat have been letting Wade play with injuries, and not letting him go out for surgery to eradicate his shoulder injury, playing badly for the Timberwolves. How embarrassing. However, it is true for the sake of face, but if Kenyon were really in that position, it would be better for Wade to go for surgery directly. Even if the Heat win the lottery, what else can they gain, except disgusting the Timberwolves? Letting Wade play with an injury for a month will only make his relatives sad and his enemies happy. The strength of the two teams is not on the same level. The Hawks did not spend too much energy and defeated the Heat with a score of 110-89. Continuing their winning streak. 33-9, the Heat won the first championship in their history by gambling on O'Neal, but then, the team also needs to pay the price for the gamble that year and bear the big contract given to O'Neal. In the short term, it is difficult to recover, until the Pengbird made a difficult decision to bring his talent to Lion Camel Ridge. I just don't know where Kenyon will be by then, and what kind of lineup he will lead to compete with the Heat led by the Big Three. On January 21st, the NBA officially announced the All-Star Team substitute list. Celtics Ray Allen and Pierce, Pistons Billups, Bobcats Iverson, Raptors Bosh, Heat's O'Neal, Hawks Joe Johnson were all shortlisted. The Hawks' 3 players were selected for the All-Star Game, which is worthy of the reputation of the Big Three. In addition to the All-Star Game, Joe Johnson will also participate in the three-point contest. Since the Hawks did not make any moves in the 2007 draft, and the team has no other players participating in other individual events, the Hawks players in New Orleans are only the Big Three, and everyone else can get a period of vacation. Not being elected as the head coach of the All-Star team, Kenyon does not plan to go to New Orleans to join in the fun. He plans to take advantage of the All-Star weekend to go out. After discussing with Wang Lafan, the two plan to go to New Zealand for fun, just as a honeymoon. This is also the only free time in the long season. After the All-Star game, the old players will enter the season sprint stage. That night, the Hawks visited the Chicago United Center to challenge the Chicago Bulls. Although the Bulls got the Spanish twin stars Navarro plus Garbajosa through a four-way trade to increase the team's technical attributes, the Bulls' performance still did not improve. The team's best inside player turned out to be Gooden, who was traded in. How much pressure is there on the offensive end of the Bulls' outside players? Larry Hughes, Ben Gordon, and Navarro are all players with unstable conditions, so it becomes whoever has a good touch will play. This team building idea is quite similar to the style of the Knicks' hoarding of four ball holding attackers Marbury, Francis, Crawford, and Duhan. How miserable was the ending of the Knicks, and this Bulls team is not much better. After the opening, the Bulls' best player was Ben Gordon. This thin attacker is changing his sixth man style and trying to dominate the Bulls' offense from the beginning, but the effect is average. Although he had a good shooting touch, making 2 of 4 shots from beyond the 3-point line and scoring 8 points, the Bulls were controlled by the Hawks and other points, and the team only scored 21 points in a single quarter. Unable to beat the Hawks on the offensive end, the Bulls immediately increased the scale of their actions on the defensive end, and the gunpowder smell on the court became stronger. Terrence Thomas was not afraid of Tigers and played tricks with Garnett on the court, and the two had some small conflicts. Fortunately, before the farce escalated, they were separated by players from both sides. The fight did not start, but Garnett got angry. In the next round of offense, he shook off Terrence Thomas with his footwork and completed a dunk against Noah's defense. This shot was played very beautifully, and Noah also praised Garnett's footwork in the next round of offense. Noah's idol when playing basketball, since he was a child, is Garnett. Although they are opponents on the court, it is okay to express his admiration for his idol without the ball. However, Garnett, who was furious, did not give the Frenchman face. He immediately sprayed a bunch of trash talk, which made Noah furious. In the next round, he swung his big elbow on the defensive end and hit Garnett hard. Beep. Beep. The referee ran over to control the situation immediately. Garnett was more rational today. He sat on the floor and smiled. Noah was penalized for a flagrant foul, and the Hawks got a chance to throw one free throw. In order to calm Noah down, Skiles replaced Noah and let him adjust his mentality on the bench. If you endure for a while, you will get angrier and angrier. If you take a step back, you will lose more. Noah, who was sitting on the bench, threw his towel to the ground indignantly and was caught by the referee. He blew a technical foul and was sent off the court directly. It is true that Noah regards Garnett as his idol, and it is also true that he respects Garnett on the court. It is also true that he was scolded by Garnett on the spot. Howard has similar experiences. However, when Garnett played against Jordan for the first time, he was also scolded by Jordan. Chapter 281. Fouling is shameful but useful. Garnett's mentality shaming operation not only aroused the anger of Noah, but also the small actions of other Bulls players turned from the dark to the open. In this way, the referee must control the situation to prevent the game from getting out of control and turning into a fight. The strict standards of the referee are not good for the young players of the Bulls. They became restrained on the defensive end, made many mistakes, and were widened by the Eagles' wave. Ben Gordon's physical fitness is mediocre. When faced with tough defense and mediocre touch, it is difficult for him to assume the role of main attack. Luol Deng prefers mid-range jump shots after running without the ball, and it is also difficult to expect him to play singles with the ball. No one on the Bulls' offensive end can stand up to stabilize the situation, which also disappointed the team management. The Bulls management knew that they still lacked a competent leader, which greatly restricted the team's ceiling. Therefore, in the middle of this somewhat tragic season, the Bulls were in some chaos. The management was divided into two factions. One faction wanted to simply give up and fight for a high-ranking rookie to see if they could sort out the team's new core. The other faction insisted on continuing with the current lineup. After all, there were enough young potential stocks in the team, and in fact, the team had made it to the playoffs twice in recent years, and its hard power was actually not bad. But one thing that both factions regretted was that the Bulls did not make a move when Kobe was clamoring for a transfer in the summer of 2006. In fact, Kobe's spare tire option at the time was the Bulls. However, the Bulls and the Lakers discussed whether to add Luol Deng to the trade, and the result was of course unpleasant. If I had known earlier, I should have taken a gamble at that time. A gamble. A bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Seeing that the Eagles on the opposite side had taken a gamble on Garnett, and now they have everything they want, the Bulls can't help but envy. However, when it comes to introducing superstars, except for the teams in Los Angeles and New York, and the resort city of Miami, which counts as half, there is only one possibility for teams in other cities to introduce superstars. You have already set up the stage, and the superstars can move in with their bags, and immediately have the possibility of challenging the championship or personal honors. Otherwise, the stars will not even look at you. The Hawks traded for Garnett. First, the team gave enough rebuilding chips. The Timberwolves got 2 high draft picks, 2 potential stocks, a practical defensive player, and exchanged a garbage contract. Second, the main framework of the team was almost unaffected. Only 2 people left the main lineup, one of whom was to make room for Garnett. The team building model of the Big Three and their mutual complementarity also gave Garnett hope. This prompted Garnett to give up his veto power. You can also think carefully. In the past few years of the new century, have superstars gone to bad teams outside these cities to help alleviate poverty? At the end of the game, the Hawks defeated the Bulls 104-90 and continued to reap the victory. The Hawks have recently started a winning streak, winning consecutive games, and are second only to the Rockets, who are killing many people. 34-9. The Rockets have recently won 13 consecutive games, including strong teams such as the Lakers, Mavericks, and Suns. In addition to their own strength, the Rockets have another special strength. Whoever they play against, the core players are absent. When playing against the Lakers, Gasol was absent due to injury. When playing against the Mavericks, Novak Djokovic was suspended because of the fight in the previous game. When playing against the Nuggets, Anthony was also suspended for some things. Of course, the Rockets themselves are not in a complete lineup. Yao Ming and McGrady have missed some games one after another. This is also the biggest hidden danger of the Rockets. The 2 core players are not in good health. If they fight for victory every game in this high-intensity schedule, if any injuries occur, it will really be a loss. Fortunately, the strength of the role players of the Rockets has improved significantly. After a period of adaptation, Scala adapted better to the NBA and naturally replaced Hayes to become the team's starting power forward. Another rookie, Landry, also gradually showed his potential. Although he was not tall enough, Landry was strong in confrontation, fast in rebounding, good at grabbing front court rebounds, and could hit mid-range shots when the opponent was open. Before Yao Ming was injured, this should have been the most anticipated season for Rockets fans. On the 23rd and 24th, the Hawks once again encountered a death back-to-back schedule. The team first faced the challenge of the Detroit Pistons at home, and then rushed to Orlando to play against the Magic away. The Magic and the Pistons, ranked 4th and 5th in the Eastern Conference, are potential strong enemies in the Hawks playoff process. Especially the Magic, whose personnel structure just restrains the Hawks, is an opponent that Killian is a little bit troubled by. In order to dampen the team's spirit, Killian selectively held back in the game against the Pistons, limiting Garnett's playing time to less than 30 minutes, so that the Pistons overturned the team in the final moments, with Billups hitting a 3-pointer to kill Phillips, 36-10. This loss was really depressing, and even Hawks fans who loved Killian could not help but complain. Kehei was too confident in this game and let the substitute lineup play for so long. The game that was sure to win was turned around by the Pistons. Kilograms only played for 28 minutes. This playing time is too short. Even if he played for 5 more minutes, the game would be won. It's not a problem for Kilograms to play less, but the coach really trusted Dio without thinking. I know Dio plays a big role in offense on the court, but it's so distressing to see the team lose backcourt rebounds and be beaten by the Pistons. In addition to the 3-pointer in the bottom corner, Battier also needs to develop more abilities on the offensive end. He is still so tall. What's the point of being controlled by short guards? Huo Kingshu looked at the fans at the scene speechlessly. It's just a loss of a game, but these people really have anything to say? Although the Pistons have gradually lost their competitiveness for the championship in the past 2 years, they are missing one of the 5 Tigers. The other 4 plus McDyess are also the hegemons in the East in terms of hard power. They may stumble occasionally. It's not shameful to lose to such an opponent, right? Battier has played in the NBA for so many years. His technical characteristics are top-level help defense plus quasi first-class single defense plus bottom corner three-pointer plus qualified transfer ball. You might as well expect O'Neal to practice free throws well, at least not to be hacker sharp. As for the issue of Dio and Garnett, it is even more nonsense. Kellyan saves Garnett and gives more playing time to substitute players. Isn't it for the future of the Hawks? Can't he keep Garnett's 40 plus playing time to maintain the record? If he is not injured, everything will be fine. If he is really injured, then the loss in the playoffs can also be used as an excuse for the injury. With the regular season record, the management dares to touch him. As for Dio, on the surface, sometimes he needs his teammates to pay more attention, to protect him on the defensive end. But in fact, Dio's existence is a reason why Garnett and Joe Johnson can easily clock in the third quarter in some games. With only Paul, the Hawks' offense will definitely not be so smooth. In the post-match interview, Kellyan was also asked about the issue of excessive rotation. Although we lost this game, the long season will prove the key to my protection of players' playing time. Facing doubts from the outside world, Kellyan said firmly, "This is not because I only pay attention to the playoffs and ignore the regular season. In my opinion, we coaches control the playing time of players and are also responsible for their physical condition. I don't want them to play when they are overly tired. In the past few seasons, the Eagles' injury control is the best in the league, which shows that my work is still in place." 10 years later, no one will question Kellyan's remarks, but at this point in time, it is a concept that is sneered by the older generation of players. After I retire, I have plenty of time to rest. Some fans may only have one chance to watch the game in person in their lifetime, so I don't want to miss any game I can play. These are questions of position. For coaches, results are the most important indicator. If the team pays a lot of luxury taxes, but does not perform well due to injuries, will the boss not fire him because of the fans' wishes? But for players, it is more realistic to perform more in front of the fans, get good looking data, and strive for a larger amount of money in the next contract. Fortunately, Garnett has passed the stage of using 20 plus 10 plus 5 data to prove himself. His obsession is to try to surpass Duncan at the end of his career. This requires more big honors such as championship and FMVP to support the scene, rather than winning more games in the regular season. This is also the reason why Kellyan protects Garnett the most, followed by Joe Johnson, and basically will not prevent Paul from playing. Paul is still in a period of accumulating honors, and he feels that his future is limitless. On January 24th, the Hawks visited the Amway Center to challenge the Orlando Magic. In yesterday's game against the Pistons, the Hawks held back in the game. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were holding back for this game. This not only shows that Kellyan attaches more importance to the Magic than the Pistons, but also cuts off a way out for the Hawks players. If we rotate the lineup to prepare for the game against the Magic and still can't beat them, it would be really humiliating. Kellyan explained the interests to the players in the locker room. He believed that the players in his hands could withstand the pressure. Under heavy pressure, the Hawks did show a better performance. The team made full use of the Magic's offensive routines, lack of breakthrough ability on the outside, and no depth on the offensive end. Howard and Josh Smith's lack of skills and poor shooting ability in the interior to make a fuss. Howard rushed to the inside to push his lower body, and if he couldn't, he would foul. He couldn't make the free throw. Force Josh Smith to shoot. The space outside the free throw line is free for him to shoot, and he will foul if he rushes in hard. His free throws are very average. Howard and Josh Smith, a pair of playmates who have grown up together, can certainly defend the Magic's restricted area, turning the team's restricted area into a no-fly zone. But the sweet spot of the two on the offensive end is very overlapping, which is actually very unfavorable to the team's offense. Nelson, Stojakovic, and Turkoglu are already players with strong shooting ability in their respective positions, but the Magic's offense is still split from time to time. Perhaps, when the three players on the outside are Curry, Thompson, and Durant, the space problem when two of them appear at the same time is not a problem. My grandma can win the championship with the three of them. The team's offense was curbed by the Hawks, and the Magic's players had problems with their psychological state. First of all, Josh Smith. His priority on the offensive end is not high, and the offensive effect is not very good. Turkoglu is even more reluctant to pass the ball to him, so he ran out and assumed the role of a space point, but he didn't know that this was exactly what Kalyan wanted to see. In itself, the Magic was in a backward situation, but the Hawks' advantage was not obvious, and after Josh Smith became a mid-range shooting handsome boy, the situation developed in a direction that was favorable to the Hawks. To be fair, Josh Smith's shooting touch today was really good, but the problem was that Josh Smith frequently pulled to the mid-range and long range, and the Magic's strongest pressure on the Hawks, that is, the second attack, could not be played. After ensuring the backcourt rebounds, the Hawks could recklessly counterattack with fast breaks. Without Josh Smith's support, Howard himself was more isolated and helpless in the penalty area, and it was difficult to receive the ball. Howard himself is a very emotional player. If you don't give him the ball on the offensive end, his concentration on the defensive end will obviously decline. In the first half of the game, the Hawks established a 21-point lead and were in a very favorable situation. It may be during the halftime break that Stan Van Gundy lost his school bag in the locker room. When he returned in the second half, the Magic began to counterattack. Josh Smith changed his lazy style in the first half and cooperated with Howard to frequently attack the Hawks' penalty area. After a series of ups and downs, the score difference was narrowed to 14 points. Seeing the situation getting worse, Kalyan replaced Dio with Anderson and worked with Garnett to do a good job of offense and defense in the restricted area. He still gave the same instruction: go around first, double team, and foul, and send him to the free throw line if necessary. In fact, the Hawks used this trick against Howard in the recent few encounters, and he himself was a little tired of it. But what's the use of him being tired of it? Kalyan still enjoyed using this trick to disgust him, and the key is, the effect is good. Kalyan thinks he is not despicable, it's really Howard himself who is not up to the task. Duncan was also afraid of the foul tactics back then, so he practiced his free throw shooting rate to more than 70%. Now, who has nothing to do to cut Duncan? Compared with some people in later generations who send Howard to the free throw line 30 plus times in a game, Kalyan is really kind. The Hawks combined defense and cutting to disrupt the Magic's offensive and defensive rhythm while stabilizing their own offensive efficiency, and soon widened the gap to 20 plus. The final score was fixed at 93-112, and the Magic suffered a disastrous defeat at home, giving the Hawks their 35th victory of the season. The first place in the league is temporarily as stable as a dead dog, and there are still 7 games before the All-Star game. If nothing unexpected happens, the Hawks can win 40 games before the All-Star game. It is said that the Hawks have been holding back this season, and many games were lost due to rest, but looking at it this way, it's still scary. Chapter 282, Killing Talent. January 27th, the Hawks traveled to Toronto to play against the Toronto Raptors again. The two teams have traded frequently in recent years. In the process of the Hawks repeatedly strengthening their lineup through trades, the Raptors have always been the target of cooperation, but sometimes they can get the upper hand and sometimes they can only suffer losses. For example, in the recent big trade involving 4 teams, the Raptors are the winner. After the unsold number 1 draft pick Kwame Brown joined the Raptors, he quickly replaced the starting position of another unsold number 1 draft pick Biryani and became the starting center of the Raptors. Immediately, the Raptors replaced the record of 4 wins and 3 losses in the next 7 games. This result is not outstanding, but it is a signal for the Raptors to reverse the decline. The team spent more than $100 million to introduce Lewis in the summer, and it is impossible that they can't even enter the playoffs. In terms of tactical play, Kwame Brown and the Raptors are also a match made in heaven. The original lineup of the Raptors highlighted the word soft. The core of the team, Bosh, was responsible for doing the dirty work and tiring work every day to provide for the output of others. Kwame Brown, a rough guy, joined the team. He has no other skills. He can only play in the low post and grab rebounds. His presence has been unconsciously brushed out. In the 7 games after joining the Raptors, Kwame Brown averaged 8 points, 12 rebounds and 2 blocks per game, which is completely the performance of a top blue-collar worker. If he can play this performance in the Lakers fans will not abandon him. However, although the team lineup has been strengthened, the hard power of the Raptors cannot be compared with that of the Hawks, not to mention the Hawks who have rested for 2 days and are almost in full health. At the beginning of the game, the Raptors were suppressed by the Hawks. Garnett still has some strength on the offensive end. He and Duncan both retired from the 20+10+5 club this season. There have always been doubts about the two of them being old and weak. However, on the defensive end, Garnett's blood suppression against Bosh is called. Biryani retreated to the bench to play as the 6th man, and Bosh took on more responsibilities on the offensive end. Most of the time, he digested this part of the bowl well, and his data also improved steadily. But when he met Garnett, Bosh couldn't be tough. He made 2 of 10 shots in the first half, and scored 7 points by free throws. The team's big boss couldn't open the situation, and the contribution of other firepower points of the Raptors was also quite limited. Only Lewis could contribute some points in bits and pieces, but it was a drop in the bucket after all. Paul played 34 minutes and scored 21 points, 11 assists, 6 rebounds and 2 steals. 5 players of the Hawks scored in double digits and won easily 108-87. On January 29th, the Hawks defeated the Wizards 101-85 away. The star player Arenas suffered a knee injury, and the season was over. The Wizards changed to Butler and Jamison, and the record did not decline too much. However, this stability is more about the team not easily losing the game because of Arenas' wave, but the Wizards' competitiveness against strong teams is definitely declining. Not to mention, Jamison meets Garnett, which is no different from a mouse meeting a cat. The 2 main scoring points were directly strangled, and no matter how Butler jumped, the Wizards could not turn the tide. The Hawks easily won 3 consecutive victories, but there were also personnel losses in this game. Dio was hit by Hayward in a rebound and his collarbone was fractured. He is expected to be absent for 6 weeks. Although there is a holiday during the All-Star weekend, Dio will basically have to wait until the end of the season to appear on the team's roster next time. Even if the team insists on minor injuries and major recuperation, it is not ruled out that Dio will rest directly until the playoffs. If Dio's injury shakes the foundation of the Hawks, does it mean that there is some suspense about the regular season championship again? In the last game of January, the Hawks had an easier time against the Bobcats. Iverson was absent, the Bobcats' offense was a mess, and the Hawks won easily 104-72. In the middle of the season, Iverson suffered 2 injuries of varying degrees and rested for 6 and 10 games in succession. The Bobcats' performance plummeted, falling from 7th in the Eastern Conference to 12th in the Eastern Conference. The big gamble of Snyder plus Iverson resulted in the team failing to advance to the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons. Joe was very upset and even had a murderous heart towards Snyder. Some things are actually natural disasters and man-made disasters. If Kenyan took over the Lakers in the half-season, Kobe would have suffered injuries one after another, and Kenyan would have been at a loss, no matter how powerful he was. But sometimes, luck is also part of strength. Just like Kenyan encountered some twists and turns in the process of choosing the Hawks, but among the teams that invited him, the Trail Blazers had more money and the Magic had a ready-made core player, Howard, but Kenyan still chose the Hawks as his first choice without hesitation, and even gave the Hawks 2 chances. Why? Because this team has a weak foundation, and does not have too many junk contracts, which is convenient for operation and supports his work at the same time. Money or not, when you achieve results, you will naturally have it. Kenyan led the Hawks to achieve good results, and the Hawks hurriedly tripled his salary. It was almost close to the contract that the richest Trail Blazers could offer at the time. In contrast, Snyder's timing to take over the Bobcats was not so good. At the beginning of the season, the team looked poor and weak. Such a team either had to play to the end or make a big deal. Snyder was eager to make achievements, so he brought Iverson to the team, and the chicken blood effect of new officials taking office with 3 fires helped the Bobcats achieve some results. And then what? After the chicken blood period, the team's performance declined. Iverson's age was here, and injuries began to increase. Other players did not make obvious progress, and the important signing Milicic in the summer could not save the team. Even Snyder missed a championship ring. For him, it was really hurtful. After the game, Kayan, Snyder, Hamblin, and Hornacek met for supper again. Snyder's situation is not very good. It is not ruled out that he will be fired at any time. If he can't find another job, Kayan is still very happy to see Snyder's name on the coaching staff list next season. After all, Snyder's coaching ability is unquestionable. This failed experience is both a wealth and a warning to him. Next time if you want to leave Kayan casually, you have to think it over. On February 1st, the Hawks started their last westward expedition before the spring festival. The first game was the Portland Trail Blazers in the City of Tears. Odden's season-ending injury failed to stop the rise of the young guards of the Trail Blazers. After completing a 13-game winning streak last season and winning the top 2 best rookie awards, the Trail Blazers have further improved this season. Brandon Roy has grown into a shooting guard second only to Kobe and Wade in the league. Kayan said this without fear of offending McGrady's fans or Joe Johnson's fragile heart. Aldridge also has great potential. He has a rare low post singles technique among the new generation of inside players. At the same time, he can evacuate the restricted area and complete a straight arm jump shot one step inside the 3-point line. Like Garnett, he has the height of a center, but he has set himself at the power forward position. He never suffers from height loss and has an advantage in rebounding. Even Aldridge has a good personality. In the first round of the season, the Trail Blazers defeated the Hawks away. Roy scored 42 points and hit a near buzzer beater, which officially announced the rise of the Trail Blazers. In this game, Anderson continued to serve as the team's starting center due to Dio's injury, guarding the team's inside line with Garnett. Aldridge beat Garnett in the jump ball. Young people are better than young people. Aldridge's jumping ability is average, but his height and wingspan are better than Garnett's. His jumping height is average, and he can't withstand the fast jumping speed. The players pulled away. Aldridge screamed. Roy broke through with the ball. Anderson immediately switched defense. Roy passed the ball to the middle. Aldridge received the ball, but couldn't shoot immediately because Garnett's defense was too fast. Aldridge paused, passed the ball to Webster who was running. Battier was the main defense. Webster failed to break through and shot a quick stop jump shot. The ball bounced out of the basket, and the rebound was grabbed by Anderson's retreat. The Hawks attacked. Paul controlled the ball to the front court, but his speed was not fast, so he protected the basketball. Joe Johnson and Garnett set off ball screens, received the ball in the middle, did not set screens, and shot a 3-pointer facing the basket. Roy was a step slower in defense and did not have time to interfere. Joe Johnson's shot was very flat and shot very straight and hit at 0:3. The Trail Blazers attacked. Joe Johnson defended Roy in the middle, and when Aldridge came up to pick and roll, Roy cooperated with him in a fake pick and roll and completed a breakthrough in the reverse direction. He took a step inside the 3-point line and shot accurately. In later generations, many fans who had not seen Roy play questioned Roy's strength. After all, from a resume point of view, Roy only played in the first round twice in his career, and his personal data in the regular season was not outstanding. But in fact, during the peak years of the Lakers' 2 consecutive championships, the team in the league that was least afraid of the Lakers was the Trail Blazers. Roy vs. Kobe played a famous game that far exceeded 23 versus 24. Why did the Trail Blazers fail to break through the first round? Because there were too many injuries. Roy's data also looked average. Because McMillan is a Sloan type coach, he has polished the team's excellent talents into a team that values defense and does not play fast breaks. Roy has no chance to score on fast breaks, and secondly, he has to organize the offense. The third reason may be that his physical fitness is limited, so he is somewhat selective. Without Dio, the Hawks can't play some offensive routines. The core players need to take on heavier offensive tasks. Paul dribbled the ball across half court and passed it to Garnett, who was asking for the ball in the low post. The latter leaned against Aldridge with his back, turned to the baseline, and hit the rebound with one hand 2:5. The two opponents of this wave of Western Conference trip, the Trail Blazers and the Jazz, are not easy to deal with. Garnett no longer slacked and began to take on more on the offensive end. The Blazers' offense was initiated by Roy's explosion on Joe Johnson. Roy was not a very fast player, but against Joe Johnson, Roy unexpectedly found himself the dominant side. Through the change of his own dribbling rhythm and the adjustment of the dribbling point, Roy's aggressive extremely strong start suppressed Joe Johnson for a while, and then connected with a large-scale front body change of direction to shake out the angle of the shot and shot a mid-range jump shot. Sure. With the cheers of the home fans, Roy returned to defense and high-fived his teammates. 2006 was a weak year for the draft. With the chips in the hands of the Hawks, if they wanted, they were fully capable of intercepting Roy, but Kenyon did not do so. On the one hand, the team used most of the chips to deal with Garnett and promote the big three. On the other hand, considering that Paul and Roy both had a very ball dominant style of play, they were very incompatible. Roy's performance at the beginning was very good, and Paul responded quickly. Facing Blake's defense, Paul used his excellent dribbling rhythm to start and stop quickly, disrupting Blake's defensive focus, and made a low layup before Pritzbiller's defense came. 4:7. The Trail Blazers attacked. Roy held the ball outside the three-point line and faced the basket, waiting for Webster to run on the side with an off-ball screen and pass the ball to Webster. Webster received the ball and attracted Anderson to switch defense, holding the ball to open up space, and Aldridge cut in. Webster lobbed the ball over, Aldridge received the ball and leaned against Battier to turn to the middle and enter the penalty area, holding the ball with both hands and shaking his shoulders, shaking Battier to tiptoe, raise his hands, and raise his center of gravity, then taking a step forward and jumping, and making a left-handed throw from close range. 6:7. The Hawks attacked. Garnett broke through the free throw line with the ball and made a quick stop jump shot, but failed to completely get rid of the defense and missed the shot under interference, and Pritzbiller grabbed the rebound. This European inside player was originally left in the team as a substitute for Odden, and his starting strength was somewhat reluctant. However, his diligent style of play combined with the relatively complete defensive style of the Trail Blazers can form an organic complement, and the effect is quite good. After landing, Pritzbiller immediately passed the ball to Roy, who took the ball across half court to stabilize the rhythm, and did not take the opportunity to switch offense and defense. Admittedly, the physical talents of the young people of the Trail Blazers are not as good as the three youngsters of Goose City, and they cannot play a thunderous fast break counter-attack, but they are not so bad that they cannot grasp the opportunity of such a switch of offense and defense. It can only be said that the basketball ideas instilled by McMillan have somewhat stifled their basketball consciousness. But it is also strange to say that generally speaking, most of the coaches who stick to tactical discipline are academic coaches, such as Larry Brown. McMillan, as a practical school, should have a more free tactical style, but he turned out to be a Sloan successor, which is really hard to understand. Perhaps he was a little tired after the continuous positional battles, and Roy made a mistake in handling the ball next, and Paul completed the steal. The Hawks were not going to be polite to the Trail Blazers. They launched a three-line fast break. Birdman Anderson rushed harder than anyone else and crushed the Trail Blazers defense. However, it was Anderson behind him who successfully scored a layup. He received the ball in one step inside the free throw line. If Garnett was young, he would probably be able to dunk in one step if he received the ball in this position, but now he is really old. Unconsciously, many players who grew up with the fans have also entered the end of their peak. Duncan and Garnett's styles are changing. The league's scepter will slowly pass to young people like James, Paul, and Howard. Seeing this scene, Yoga said with emotion, since the opponents of the 2007 finals were not the Spurs and the Cavaliers, Duncan did not have the opportunity to say that famous quote to James. And what he changed was not only the fate of Duncan and James, but many people and many things would change because of his existence. The Trail Blazers continued to attack in the positional battle. Compared with Bosch and Jamison, who were completely blocked by Garnett in the previous games, Aldridge's performance was much tougher. He was not only able to catch the ball at the free throw line and shoot from mid-range, but also to beat Garnett in the low post. His toughness exceeded Kenyon's expectations. He is worthy of being the small basic skills that Kalyan has praised many times. Chapter 283 All-Star Holiday 2005, and signing a 4-year, $20 million contract with the Trail Blazers. McMillan personally devoted himself to the reconstruction of the Trail Blazers. To be fair, although he is a bit rigid in tactics, McMillan is a responsible coach. Last season, Roy and Aldridge had some conflicts in the locker room. McMillan sacrificed his vacation and often asked them to go fishing together to ease the relationship between the two and allow the team's twin stars to play closely. From eliminating the Thorns to selecting two cornerstones in the 2006 draft, from being unpopular to the young guards who won 13 consecutive victories in a single season. If there was no bug like Kalyan, McMillan should be the most successful young coach in rebuilding the team in the past 2 seasons. But compared with Kalyan, he lacks the vision of a time traveler, missing Paul, Darren, and Durant one after another, which is somewhat unforgivable. The other is tactical flexibility. With the most talented young players in the league, McMillan tried his best to temper these players, focusing on defense and pick and roll, and almost never playing fast breaks. The starting lineup was really a positional battle to push the Hawks' defense. At the beginning of the second quarter, the transmission of the Trail Blazers came out. Outlaw, Lewis's body, and Crawford's style of singles basically did not pass the ball after receiving the ball and went straight to the inside. Although his ability to combine people and balls is average, with the bonus of long arms and long legs, Outlaw's offense can still guarantee a certain efficiency when the regular season opponents do not deliberately target him. As a 3D inside player, Channing Frye's style of play just matches the Trail Blazers lineup. Speaking of Channing Frye, he should be one of the first players to actively transform into a 3D inside player. He was an all-around attacker in college. After a short period of training in the NBA, he focused on 3-point shooting and gave up other scoring methods. It has to be said that this is a very wise choice. Channing Frye also relied on this high turret style of play and the positioning of a role player to survive in the league for more than 10 years and won a championship ring at the end of his career. Otero had a good touch today and helped the Trail Blazers to regain some points. Kalyan couldn't sit still and replaced Garnett in advance, specifically targeting Otero's long arms and long legs. In the second half of the second quarter, Kalyan used a lineup of Paul, Sefolosha, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett with one big and 4 small players, and the Trail Blazers instantly fell behind. On the offensive end, the 5 players in the Hawks lineup all have considerable shooting ability, which can open up a lot of space. Whether it is a pick and roll or Garnett's singles, the players' offensive environment is very good and their running positions are more convenient. On the defensive end, whether McMillan uses Pritzbiller or Channing Frye, they don't have the offensive skills to single out Battier. Channing Frye is a high turret, but he needs space to shoot. Battier's flexible movement makes him very uncomfortable. Sefolosha's defense against Roy was also very successful. Even with the pick and roll, neither Battier nor Garnett was easy to deal with. Roy was forced to choose a pull-up jumper, and his hit rate dropped significantly. At the end of the half, the Hawks led by 9.62:53. In the third quarter, the Hawks insisted on the 1 big and 4 small formation, targeting the Trail Blazers inside line that could not be defended, and McMillan was just like Brooks in the 12th finals. He didn't know how to change the formation, and watched Battier shoot 5 times from the outside in this quarter and hit 3 goals. Even the commentator of CCTV complained. Coach McMillan insisted on not giving up the team's interior defense, but Kalyan was sure of his point and focused on the outside. You have to find a way. In the 2012 finals, Brooks would rather die than replace Perkins. Part of the reason was that once the interior was vacated, James and Wade's breakthroughs became more unscrupulous, and Ibaka had a hard time defending Bosch. But in McMillan's hands, Aldridge actually had all the conditions to swing to the center, but he himself was reluctant to play center, and McMillan was also concerned about some things, so he didn't counterattack him. McMillan couldn't think of a solution, so he could only watch the team being pursued by the Hawks and widening the score gap. After 3 quarters, the Hawks led by 18 points 90:72, basically locking in the victory of this game. In the early part of the fourth quarter, McMillan killed the main players and let Roy and Aldridge lead the team. This Shinji horse racing trick has achieved amazing results. After a series of trades, the Hawks bench Linoops is slightly strong in defense and weak in offense. Usually, Berry leads the team's offense, and Joe Johnson will be arranged to lead the bench in special circumstances. The Trailblazers' wave of operations narrowed the gap to 6 points, and also allowed Kellyanne, who was originally preparing to call off the troops, to switch back to the main Linoops. Since the Hawks will go to the Energy Solution Center to face the Jazz the day after tomorrow, the physical crisis of this wave of Western expedition of the Hawks is not obvious. Garnett and Joe Johnson lead the team's offense. When it is time to exert force, they are not ambiguous at all, and slowly widen the gap again. With 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the score difference was still stable at around 13 points. McMillan saw that there was no hope of catching up, so he replaced the main players. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Trailblazers 115-103 away from home, and their ranking as the first in the league became more and more stable. After the game, Sefolosha was once again praised by the media. In the mid-season trade, Sefolosha's role was the most obvious. After Stevens left, the Hawks were easily blasted and scored high by the opponent's wing stars. The joining of Sefolosha has effectively suppressed this situation. At the press conference, when talking about the deal, Kellyanne was also proud of his vision. The reason why I agreed to this deal is that I think it is extremely beneficial to our team. Even if he used the signing rights of Gasol and the outstanding base to get Sefolosha, Kellyanne did not regret it at all. After all, defending the title is the most important thing. On February 3rd, the first team of this season to sweep the Hawks was announced. The Jazz narrowly defeated the Hawks 106-102 at the Energy Solutions Center. The Hawks' offensive performance was average, and the Jazz players playing at home really had a good feel. Darren and Boozer both scored 20 plus, and Ocker also made 5 of 9 3-pointers. Who can stop this? Kellyanne didn't care too much about being double killed by the Jazz this season. To put it bluntly, the Jazz and the Hawks are the opponents with the least conflict of interest. The Hawks are a championship team and the Jazz are a second-tier team in the West. The possibility of breaking out of the West is very small. Moreover, if the Hawks really play at full strength, even with the advantage of home court, the Jazz may not be able to withstand it. 39-11. On February 5th, the Hawks beat the Bucks 109-101 at home again, avoiding a losing streak. 40-11. Paul and Joe Johnson both scored 30 plus points. Even though the others were not in good form and only Garnett barely scored 15 points, the Hawks still won. This game is a New Year's gift arranged by the NBA to Chinese fans, but Chinese fans support the Bucks more and support Yi Jianlian more, which also makes Kellyanne a little unhappy. The fans' idea is simple. The Hawks are still the first in the league, even if they lose 1 or 2 games. The Bucks are now ranked 11th in the East, 3 wins away from the 8th ranked Wizards in the East, and they can still fight if they try hard. If it were any other time, Kellyanne would not have said anything. But during the spring festival, being treated as a villain would not be comfortable for anyone. In the last game before the All-Star game, the Hawks went to Memphis next door and picked up the Grizzlies away from home and easily won. 41-11. So far, the NBA will have a week of rest, and everyone's attention will be focused on the New Orleans All-Star game. The Hawks' big three will attack together, and Kellyanne also ushered in a week of New Year's holiday. According to the established plan, Kellyanne compensated his wife with a trip to New Zealand for vacation. The team's lineup is basically complete, and there is no need to make any trades to adjust it, so Kellyanne did not have much burden on this trip. However, after all, it was a trip to a country in the southern hemisphere, and it was difficult to communicate in time if there was any urgent matter. Kellyanne also asked Larry Sander to send an email if there was anything. This is actually the benefit of working in the United States, respecting employees' private time. In the previous life, it was always at everyone on WeChat. I don't know which idiot was the first to use a social software like WeChat as a work software. After registering, Kellyanne took off his coat to cover their knees, reached out and held Wang Lifan's delicate and soft fingers, and rubbed his thumb on the back of his hand, teasing Wang Lifan to giggle, with charming style in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. "I never thought I would go out to play during the spring festival," Wang Lifan said. Although the Wang family moved to the United States for some time and did not live in Chinatown much, they still have a heritage of traditional culture. This can be seen from the education of Wang Lifan. She came to the United States at the age of 5. Her daily classes and books are all in English, but she has not fallen behind in both Mandarin and Cantonese, which means that she uses her mother tongue to communicate in her daily life. "I'm sorry, I really have too little time to give you. You have to ask the professor for leave," Kellyanne said seriously. Never mind, Wang Lifan used a joke that Kellyanne often said to ease the atmosphere. "Without you, I wouldn't have been so easy to be admitted. Never. One day in the future, I might buy a team, and then we might have to leave Atlanta. Are you okay with that?" Kellyanne revealed his plan to Wang Lifan and said, "So soon?" Wang Lifan hesitated and asked. Kellyanne was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and denied it. "No. How can I have so much money?" After a pause, he continued, "I guess it will take another 4 or 5 years." Wang Lifan wrinkled his nose with a strange expression. "Then I will definitely follow my husband wherever he goes. But why are you in such a hurry?" "Not in a hurry, just want to know your thoughts in advance." After a transfer in Auckland, Kellyanne and Wang Lifan arrived in Rotorua. As soon as they left the airport, the dazzling sunlight dazzled people and the whole sky was as clear and blue as if it had been washed. After taking off the heavy winter coat and putting on the light summer shorts, I felt a lot more relaxed. The bright sunshine in the southern hemisphere is indeed more cheerful than the cold winter in the United States. "Ah, the sky in the southern hemisphere." Kellyanne waved his arms and shouted, took out the Polaroid camera, and took pictures of Wang Lifan with interest. Kellyanne's selfie skills are average, but his level of taking pictures of his girlfriend is okay, and it is worth saving the negatives in the album. After taking a few pictures, Kellyanne and Wang Lifan waited for the car to arrive and went to the hotel they booked, the Millennium International Hotel in the heart of Rotorua. Rotorua is a crowded place in New Zealand, but in fact there are not many people, and it is completely incomparable with the attractions in the flower-growing country. There are a lot of seabirds on the lakeside, and seabirds fly by from time to time, a leisurely scene. Tired of walking, Kellyanne and Wang Lifan found a fish and chips restaurant by the lake to eat. In the warm sunshine, they enjoyed the food, appreciated the unique style of New Zealand, and discussed travel activities. In addition to the amazing natural scenery, the most famous thing here is several extreme sports, such as skydiving, scuba diving and cliff bungee jumping, which are exciting just by hearing about them. I can't do bungee jumping." Wang Lifan admitted his fear at the first time. The safety factor of these operating extreme sports is still relatively high, but there are always people who are timid and dare not try. "Since you are here, choose one of the 3 and try one," Kellyanne suggested. "Bungee jumping is indeed the scariest, and there are 2 left. Wang Lifan always has a fear of the sea." "Then let's go skydiving." Kellyanne absolutely respects Wang Lifan's opinion. After making a travel plan, it was time to eat in a blink of an eye. When you come to Rotorua, you must try the most distinctive local food, the Maori hangi meal, which is cooked with volcanic stones. The Maori people use the characteristics of Rotorua's geothermal heat to place a thin layer of stone or iron plate on the geothermal vent to form a natural and excellent stove with a unique flavor. Kellyanne specially chose a restaurant with a good reputation and highly recommended to taste the authentic hangi meal. Pieces of raw beef with full portions are placed on the thumb-thick stone slabs with grains, exuding the aroma of barbecue, which makes people salivate. The portion of beef is sufficient, but if you insist on talking about the taste, it is actually average. What you eat is an environment and atmosphere. If you want to eat real food, you still have to go to a big city, Wang Lifan said. Kellyanne and Wang Lifan share the same opinion on this point. Just when Kellyanne and Wang Lifan were enjoying their honeymoon trip in the United States, the Celtics took the lead in operation during the All-Star period. The Celtics management did something magical to get the Clippers to buy out Castle, and the aliens immediately reached a joining agreement with the Celtics. Compared with Tyrann Lue, Castle's immediate combat effectiveness is more than 1 level stronger. This time, The Celtics made a lot of money. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The Knicks' Kenyan James Plan. The Celtics signed Castle to strengthen the team's bench lineup, which was not the biggest deal during the All-Stars. The trade rumors surrounding the legendary center O'Neal ran through the entire playoffs. In the summer of 2004, after the OK combination broke out, Pat really made a timely move and sent a lot of chips to trade for O'Neal from the Lakers and reached a 5-year, $100 million early contract extension with O'Neal, who had 1 year left on his contract, to impact the team's first championship. In other words, until the 2009-10 season, O'Neal can still receive a salary of $20 million. From the results, this gamble is undoubtedly successful. The Heat overcame all difficulties in the 2006-07 season and won the championship in one fell swoop. Wade also became the fastest player to win the FMVP in the 2003 Golden Generation. However, since last season, the Heat has inevitably gone into decline, and the team's performance that season was only 7th in the Eastern Conference, although they made it all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals in the playoffs and lost to the final champion Hawks. The reality is that the Heat's runner-up in the Eastern Conference was quite lucky. The immature Magic and the Cavaliers with weak inside may be the few teams that the Heat are relatively restrained, and when they met the real strong enemy Hawks, the Heat showed all helplessness. Arranging Wade's surgery in advance is not to worry about Wade's health, but to surrender in advance in the true sense, because there is really no fight between the two sides. Therefore, as early as during the Eastern Conference Finals, really had taken a fancy to Gibson, the backup point guard of the Hawks, who was very accurate in three-point shooting from the outside, and believed that his style of play was very compatible with Wade and suitable to be Wade's long-term backcourt partner, and sent away the team's 2008 first-round pick in the off-season trade. Gibson plus Wade plus Ricky Davis plus Haddon plus O'Neal. This lineup is all in the top 4 level in the Eastern Conference, right? Well, considering O'Neal's age, the top 6 can't be any lower. The fortune teller made 1,000 calculations, but he didn't expect the Heat's problems to explode this season. Wade's recovery from injury is not going well, and he no longer has the style of the Flash in the past. O'Neal has steadily declined, and can only play one good quarter in a game. On the defensive end, facing the opponent's pick and roll is even more useless. It is no exaggeration to say that O'Neal this season is completely the same as the brush player in everyone's concept. Ricky Davis, the third in command, is completely unsuitable to play next to Wade and O'Neal. James' career-designated big brother is not a deputy at all. He is good at impact, needs the ball, and needs teammates to open up space for him. In this case, O'Neal is still making trouble, talking nonsense in front of the media, hoping that the team will trade him away. O'Neal's contract still has 3 years and $60 million. His performance is terrible. Who would be willing to take over? Unless the garbage contract is exchanged. It was under such circumstances that the Knicks, the designated supplier of NBA junk contracts, stepped forward and began to discuss a trade with the Heat. Zach Randolph's 4-year, $56 million contract, Marbury's 3-year, $57 million contract, Eddie Curry's 4-year, $40 million contract, Juwan Howard's 3-year, $24 million contract, Quentin Richardson's 3-year, $21 million contract, all could be used as bargaining chips for the trade. Isaiah Thomas was able to stay with the Knicks because of the Kenyan plus James plan he proposed to Dolan. In the summer of 2009, when Kenyan's contract expired, he recruited this handsome and capable coach to transform the team. In the summer of 2010, he used Kenyan's golden signboard and the huge attraction of New York to recruit James. Such an operation requires clearing enough salary space in the summer of 2010, so the Knicks' operation plan in recent years is that, except for rookie signings, whether it is a trade or a free market signing, they will never accept contracts with a contract period beyond 10 years, even if there is a bargain. and they also need to send away contracts like Randolph and Eddie Curry as much as possible in normal operations to reserve ammunition, even if the players they get are weaker. To be honest, such an operation is a bit of a gamble for ordinary teams. Especially Kellyan's life in Atlanta is too comfortable, and he has devoted so much effort to build the Hawks lineup, and he is so bored that he has to take over the Knicks mess. The plan to use Kellyan to attract James is even more ridiculous. Kellyan is very official every time he praises James, but he dissed James for having too many whistles in the shy and long 8 steps, and he has been fined an unknown amount of money. James did not say it clearly, but he probably doesn't have a good impression of Kellyan, right? But Darlin believed Thomas's deception. After all, New York is the largest city in the world. After all, Madison Square Garden is next to Times Square, the center of the world. After all, the Knicks have the strongest financial resources in the NBA and can give Kellyan the highest salary and the greatest room for maneuver. These are what Atlanta, the Hawks, and Anthony Ressler cannot give. The Heat are also full of ambitions for the summer of 2010, but Pat really knows clearly that when it comes to the competition for big name players, salary space is not the most important thing, but getting the players is the most important thing. If James is willing to join the Heat, can't Eddie Curry's remaining 1 year and $10 million contract be sent away with a draft pick? On the other hand, if the Heat really spent a lot of money to earn the top 3 draft picks for the Timberwolves this year, it would be a big loss of face. Pat really had to change the current situation of the team anyway. After several discussions, the final trading plan was as follows. The Heat send O'Neal plus Ricky Davis to get Eddie Curry, Quentin Richardson, Nate Robinson, and Chris Duhon from the Knicks. Before Bynum, Eddie Curry was also named Little Shark. With Chandler's help in solving the defensive problems, he also led the Bulls to the playoffs. Although he integrated into the team culture after joining the Knicks, what if he can recover in the corporate culture of the Heat? Quentin Richardson is a premium contract and is still useful as a shooter. Duhon and Nate Robinson are the clear stream among the Knicks' bad contracts. Originally, Pat really wanted to knock on the Knicks draft picks or the team's rookie Wilson Chandler, who performed well this season, but the Knicks now value these future assets very much and refuse to let go, which dispelled Pat Rilla's idea. The deal was reached, but O'Neal was not happy. He publicly rebelled in front of the media, hoping to have a chance to play in a championship team, but he was traded to the Knicks. Isn't it still a bad team? But he didn't dare not go. In addition to his basketball career, he had to consider the future. New York has rich media resources, which will be of great benefit to his future transformation into a media person. Kellyan, who was far away in the southern hemisphere, also noticed this deal and saw that the Knicks' intention was to sign James in the summer of 2010. Little did he know that he was also in the Knicks' plan. O'Neal's eye-catching effect is much stronger than those guys. In New York, strength is not necessarily the only criterion, and gimmicks are also important. Moreover, compared with other idiots in the Knicks locker room, O'Neal is also a good kid. Larry Sander also expressed his opinion when communicating with Kellyan. It doesn't matter whether it's 2010 or James, as long as we keep the existing lineup and run the draft well in the next 2 years. Even if James, Wade, and Bosh all go to the same team in the summer of 2010, I have the confidence to ban them. Kellyan said proudly. 3 maximum salaries. No one can afford it. Larry Sander curled his lips on the other end of the phone. Stop Kellyan from continuing to dream of NBA Live. This lineup, you can't put it together without forced trading in the 2K Dynasty mode. Kellyan smiled and said, who knows? As early as when Kellyan left the team and went to New Zealand for vacation, the decision had been made that the Hawks would not adjust the team's lineup unless there were special injuries or a very strong veteran was bought out. So Kellyan's conversation with Larry Sander did not last too long, and he continued to spend his honeymoon in peace. Last season's Houston All-Star game, James and McGrady became the protagonists of the game, and James eventually won the first MVP in his career. This season, Kobe and O'Neal, who was deeply involved in trade rumors, became the focus. Whether it was the handshaken piece of the OK combination or the direct matchup between the two in the All-Star game, it was quite interesting. Compared with the past, Kobe's investment in the New Orleans All-Star game was much higher. The main reason was that after Gasol joined the team, the Lakers suddenly became a powerful team in the West. Since the trade, the Lakers have scored 12 wins and 3 losses, and the team's ranking has also risen all the way back to the second place in the West. This is even a scene that has never happened during Kellyan's coaching period. It also completely dispelled Kobe's idea of leaving the Lakers. The final victory belonged to the Western Conference All-Star team, and Kobe won his first MVP trophy of the season as expected. The next goal is the other two. Let's not talk about the FMVP in the distance. That must win the championship to qualify. After 2/3 of the season, basically everyone understands that the competition for MVP is mainly between Kobe, James, and Paul. James' advantage lies in his abnormal data of 30 plus 8 plus 7 per game. James' personal performance this season is indeed impeccable. You can say that his ball-holding core style of play has ruined his teammates, but in the current league, no one can lead the Cavaliers lineup to the 4th place in the East. Kellyan agrees with this point. His disadvantage lies in the team's performance. Judging from the current winning rate, the Cavaliers will be more than 10 games behind the Hawks at the end of the season. This gap is still too obvious. Paul's biggest reliance is of course that the Hawks have a high probability of winning the regular season championship, and he himself can break Nash's monopoly on the assist king for 4 consecutive seasons, and he can also get the steal king. 21 points, 12 assists, and 2.7 steals are also historical data in the league, and no one has ever achieved it. And the Hawks have been building momentum for Paul for a long time. Whether it is Garnett's giving way or the comments from coaches to teammates, they are all supporting Paul to win the MVP. Paul's weakness is also in his teammates. No matter how Garnett gives way, you can't exclude him from the ranks of the Big Three, right? The Hawks' Big Three model of team building is the biggest deduction item, not to mention that Garnett just won an MVP last season, and it is difficult to wholesale it to the Hawks. The biggest favorite is Kobe. First of all, his average performance of 28 plus 6 plus 6 per game is not as brilliant as James, but it is already exaggerated enough. Secondly, the Lakers' record has improved rapidly after Gasol arrived. If they maintain the current winning rate, the Lakers have the hope of hitting 60 wins. Finally, the league's support. After all, Paul and James are still young. Sometimes, the selection of awards is quite important for qualifications. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, Kellyan could not stay in Atlanta. The Hawks visited the Target Center to challenge the Timberwolves. There is a long history between the two teams. Although he has been away for 2 seasons, Garnett is still the god of the Target Center. The fans cheered for the Wolf King to go home. Perhaps in Garnett's heart, he also has a plan to go home at the end of his career. Timberwolves head coach Atkins was also an assistant coach of the Hawks. The team did not set any obstacles for the Timberwolves to poach, which can be regarded as a return of the favor of trading Garnett. However, back in the game, all the warmth has to be put aside, and moving towards their respective goals is the most important thing. Fortunately, the goals of the Hawks and the Timberwolves are still unified. The Hawks are fighting for victory in the regular season championship, while the Timberwolves have also faced rivalry and are moving towards Rose and Beasley. Both sides get what they need, and the game has been relatively harmonious. The Hawks maintain a 15 to 20 point lead and do not beat the Timberwolves to death. Except for Paul. In a sideline defense in the second half, Paul's hand inserted into the armpit of Timberwolves guard McCants and pressed the ball desperately. Some excessive actions almost caused a conflict between the two sides, especially the increasingly inflated Little Shark Bynum, who almost fought with the Hawks players. Fortunately, Garnett was there today, and both the young players and the home fans gave face to the team legend and restrained their emotions. Objectively speaking, Paul was indeed a little obsessed with this MVP, whose hope was not great. When Dio was not there, he was really a little sticky when handling the ball sometimes. As a punishment, and also as a protection, after the conflict, Kellyan pressed Paul on the bench until the end of the game 17 plus 9 plus 4. Paul played for 28 minutes, and his efficiency was really good. But he himself valued more that he was only 3 points, 1 assist and 1 steal away from 20 plus 10 plus 5, so his face was really not good. Obviously, the team helped Garnett to brush up the data and compete for the MVP last season. However, the more Paul holds this mentality, the further away he is from the MVP. After all, once the hat of data brush is put on, the data you have obtained by playing well before will be denied. Unless you are like Westbrook, shamelessly brushing up the triple-double per game, otherwise it is really unnecessary. Chapter 285. What are the Eagles in front of the Jets? After missing the first Valentine's Day after marriage, because of the competition, Kellyanne immediately made up for Wang Lifan's sense of ceremony after returning to Atlanta and organized a fireworks show in Chinatown. In the United States, setting off fireworks privately is a more serious crime than shooting. Only some open days allow the public to set off fireworks, such as yesterday's International Valentine's Day, when the Atlanta government organized several fireworks shows at designated locations. However, due to the low status of Chinese in the United States and their lack of ability to fight for their rights, the Spring Festival is not on the list of open days. The designated location for yesterday's fireworks show did not include Chinatown, so everyone set off firecrackers and played with fairy sticks on a small scale at most. That is, Kellyanne, as a hero in the Atlanta sports world, opened up some connections through some of Anthony Wrestler's relationships and won the qualification for this fireworks show. In addition to Kellyanne and Wang Lifan, local residents living in Chinatown also watched the show. Many Asian students from Atlanta and even other parts of Georgia also came here to enjoy the fireworks together. The fireworks are very beautiful, like dazzling and charming lanterns, like shooting stars with tails of light, like blooming and floating flowers. If you look closely, they are more like the 7 colored clouds mentioned by the fairy Ziksha. For Wang Lifan, Kellyanne is a hero who came on the colorful clouds. There are many ways of romance in a girl's heart. Kellyanne, who is relatively introverted by nature, specially organized a fireworks show for her in an environment like Chinatown, which is a very high-end experience. Kellyanne Wang Lifan had tears on her face, a smile on her lips, and her makeup was smudged. Any girl likes romance. Wang Lifan may never forget what Kellyanne did. Many years later, maybe she can still tell Kellyanne, "You set off fireworks in Chinatown to make me happy back then." Swoosh BIU. Another firework was launched into the air and turned into a huge colorful ball in the sky, flashing dazzling golden light. After the romance, the busyness remains. As the season enters the sprint stage, the Hawks are relatively in a safe position, but it is inevitable that they will face more desperate opponents. On February 16th, in the game against the Nets, the Hawks encountered a stubborn resistance from their opponents. Devin Harris and Vince Carter performed well, scoring 49 points together and suppressing the Hawks' backcourt double guns. The Haitian D'Alembert, who was traded from the 76ers, is also the qualified blue-collar insider that the Nets have been looking for many years. His contribution is not only in the statistics of 8 points and 12 rebounds, but also in the real protection of the team's restricted area. With him guarding the restricted area, it is not so easy for the opponent to break through the Nets' defense. It happened that Dio was absent due to injury, and Anderson started at the top. D'Alembert could feel free to squat, which also increased the difficulty of the Hawks' offense. Perhaps it was only at this time that fans could realize how much impact the increasingly bloated French fat man could have on the team when he appeared in the starting lineup. The Nets fought with the Hawks for 44 minutes, but at the last moment, they exposed their inexperience. Devin Harris made 2 consecutive mistakes, and then he forced Paul to lay up, but was blocked by Anderson. The Hawks took the opportunity to play a small climax of 8:0, ending the suspense of the game. The final score was fixed at 102:88, and the Hawks successfully broke the net at home. 42-11. This is the difference between top teams and ordinary strong teams. With the current state of the Nets, if they meet the Magic, Cavaliers or even the Suns, they may be able to counterattack their opponents with the excellent state of Harris and Carter. But the Hawks, led by Garnett and Paul, are really stable, not only killing weak teams, but even some pseudo-strong teams. It is difficult to break free from the control of the Hawks. This is also in line with the characteristics of the 2 superstars Paul and Garnett, and the lower limit is extremely high. On February 17th, the Hawks went to New Orleans to challenge the New Orleans Hornets back-to-back. Since Paul was intercepted by Kellyanne, The Hornets have been in a bleak situation in recent years. Although Marvin Williams has been trained more and has grown much better than in his previous life, his attributes are more towards the all-round direction, more like a second in command, rather than a star player. Therefore, the reconstruction cycle of the past 2 or 3 years has not been successful for the Hornets. In this game, Killian snowed to core players, Garnett and Joe Johnson, and went further and further on the road of resting. The big three transformed into a single core leader. Paul showed his leadership ability in this game. Not only did he send 11 assists, frequently assisted Warwick and Anderson, but he also personally scored 27 points, causing greater damage to the Hornets. In fact, the Hornets were also very dissatisfied with the Hawks' disdain for themselves, but the team's strength was indeed not enough, and they were really powerless. The final score was fixed at 89-98, and the Hornets lost at home, 43-11. The Eagles were going smoothly, but Chinese fans heard bad news when the Olympics were approaching. Yao Ming suffered a stress fracture in his left ankle and would say goodbye to all the remaining games of this season and might miss the Beijing Olympics. Even Ken Yan, who had expected it, felt a little uncomfortable when he really heard the news. He knew clearly that, even if he could never play basketball again or even walk, Yao Ming would catch up with the 2008 Olympics. There was indeed such a treatment plan that could allow Yao Ming to catch up with the Beijing Olympics, but the price was that the fractured part could not be fully recovered, which not only had the risk of secondary injury, but also would become a long-term hidden danger in the future. Many fans felt that Yao Ming played too many national team games and added too much unnecessary load, which led to such a short career. But in fact, after the 2004 Athens Olympics, except for the World Championships in Japan and the Beijing Olympics, Yao Ming only played the first quarter of the Stankovic Cup and did not let Yao Ming play in all the garbage games as imagined. Compared with the friendly match that became a friendly match in the future, the first Stankovic Cup was good in terms of both opponents and gold content. The Argentine team representing South America and the Lithuanian team representing Europe almost all played with the main lineup. Even the national games, the biggest cancer of Chinese sports, Liu Xiang had to give up the European season to participate, and Lin also participated in most of the time. Only Yao Ming did not participate in a single session after joining the NBA. The reason why Yao Ming's career was somewhat crisp was still due to the unreasonable use of the Rockets and the defects of Yao Ming's own technical characteristics. However, as things have developed to this point today, holding accountable is meaningless. All Kellyanne can do is to persuade Yao Ming to retire early if possible. In the previous life, Yao Ming and Nowitzki both gained weight after retirement, and fans even used female Omen Sun and Moon to tease Yao Ming. In fact, it is not that he does not want to control his body shape, but that his legs and feet can no longer support his intensive exercise, and it is already very difficult to walk normally. After 2 days of rest, the Hawks started their trip to Texas, challenging the Mavericks and Rockets on the 20th and 22nd respectively. The Mavericks' record has declined this season, and Kidd's joining seems to have a certain negative effect on the team, and many teammates have a hard time adapting. However, as a veteran, Kidd is also adjusting himself and adapting to his teammates. He has improved his criticized shooting ability, and his 3-point shooting percentage has increased to 34.5% this season. Unlike other point guards, Kidd does not need to frequently control the ball in his offensive organization, and he can dilute the ball to Terry and Josh Howard. After a while, the Mavericks' strength is also slowly improving, and this game is not easy for the Hawks. After the last rest, the Hawks received a call from the president's office, warning them of something. In this game, Killian played with all the main players, Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett, and Anderson. The Mavericks made adjustments to their starting lineup before the All-Star game. Marquis Danielson entered the starting lineup as a fake starter, while Terry was placed in the 6th-man position, playing as a late starter, to continue the team's offensive firepower. Carlisle's move was to some extent to stagger the competition between Kidd and Terry for the ball. Although the two players were relatively harmonious and modest on the court, they were both long-term ball handlers, and staggering was more beneficial to the team. Ding, the referee threw the ball into the sky, and Anderson took the lead and passed the ball to Paul, and the Hawks took control of the first attack. After Paul received the ball, he slowly dribbled across half court while observing the Mavericks' defensive formation. Joe Johnson stood at the left baseline for a while and ran back to the top line to contain the Mavericks' defensive center of gravity. At the same time, Garnett on the right side gave Battier an off-ball screen to help him get rid of Daniels. Paul chose to pass the ball to Battier, who then passed the ball to the inside. After pulling out to the outside, Garnett was already stuck in the inside and crushed Daniels. Nowitzki came to help defend, but it was too late. Garnett jumped up and scored a direct dunk. 0:2. The Mavericks inside players Nowitzki and Dampier have average lateral movement ability. They are not afraid of the opponent's low post attack, but they are afraid of the Hawks, who form a mismatch through cooperation. They are not good at assisting defense. The Mavericks attack, Nowitzki and Kidd play pick and roll. Garnett switches to defend Kidd, and the pressure is full. Kidd passes the ball to Josh Howard, who passes it to Nowitzki, forming a mismatch between Nowitzki and Joe Johnson. Nowitzki leans back and turns to the left corner to make a jump shot, which is off target. Anderson grabs the backcourt rebound, immediately passes the ball to Paul, and resolutely moves forward to participate in the team's counterattack. Dio's ability to see through the opponent's defense loopholes at any time during the counterattack with the ball is a talent. Anderson does not have such vision and passing feel, but his active running can still contain the opponent's defensive center of gravity and help Joe Johnson complete the layup. 0:4. The Hawks had a good momentum at the beginning, and the Mavericks offense also started in the next round. Nowitzki took the ball with his back to the basket in the low post and passed it to Kidd with a long eye on his back. The latter cut into the basket, contained Anderson's defense, and threw the ball into the air. Josh Howard received the ball in the air and dunked it into the basket. 2:4. Kidd joined the Mavericks, and the one who played the most uncomfortable was Josh Howard. This second in command last season has seen a decline in all data this season. He is not playing well on the offensive end, and his defensive willingness has also declined. However, the cooperation of the three people in this ball is quite beautiful. It can be included in the top 5 shots. The Hawks attacked. Paul took the ball to the front court and passed it to Garnett honestly. Garnett held the ball high with one hand, leaning against Dampier to observe his teammates' running positions, and passed it to Joe Johnson at 70 degrees on the right. Joe Johnson got rid of Josh Howard with the help of Anderson's screen, and Nowitzki was slow to switch defense. Joe Johnson received the ball and jumped, and the ball drew a perfect arc and went into the net 2-7. Kidd dribbled across half court and also lobbed the ball to Nowitzki and ran to the right corner himself with Josh Howard on the wing, forming a triangle. Nowitzki leaned against Anderson and then turned to the baseline. Anderson's prediction was very accurate and blocked the breakthrough route. Nowitzki stepped back with his right foot, and a simple move made Anderson move his center of gravity forward, and then he leaned in and picked the ball in 4:7. The German tank needs his teammates to hide him on the defensive end, and he is very powerful on the offensive end, and it is difficult to defend. The Hawks attacked. Paul looked for Garnett's pick and roll and successfully squeezed into the Mavericks' restricted area to train Nowitzki. After all the Mavericks' defensive resources were tied to the restricted area, he cleverly passed the ball to Garnett, who received the ball at the corner and made a mid-range pull-up shot. As long as he doesn't get too excited, Paul is still a good kid. After the opening, the Mavericks offense was already doing well, but the Hawks were cheating and hit the target every time. After less than 4 minutes, the Mavericks were 5 points behind 11-16. Carliel made adjustments and Terry came on to replace Daniels, who did not contribute much. After coming on the court, Terry immediately made a contribution. Terry, Kidd and Nowitzki played a classic 3-man team on the strong side. He got rid of Joe Johnson, who was at a disadvantage in speed, and received the ball and made a 3-pointer, 14-16. In the round change, the Hawks continued to have a hot hand. Joe Johnson and Garnett played pick and roll, and the others opened up space. The Mavericks did not switch defense. Joe Johnson directly shot a long 2-pointer and bounced into the basket, 14-18. Fans familiar with Terry know that this guy also has a very serious nervous knife attribute. When the hand feeling comes, the points come in a string. Considering that Joe Johnson can't keep up with Terry in speed, Killian signaled Paul to follow up and defend. Unexpectedly, Terry directly pulled up and shot a three-pointer. In this shot, Paul's defense did not lose position at all. Terry directly forced the shot and did not give Paul any chance to defend. After scoring, Terry opened his hands and posed his iconic jet posture, which aroused warm cheers from the fans on the scene. In front of the jet, the Hawks are nothing. Chapter 286, the highest salary for a coach in the league. In the middle of the first quarter, Carlisle replaced Dampier and used flyweight inside player Mickey Moore to increase the mobility on the defensive end. Speaking of which, the slightest inside player in the league was also explored more possibilities in Killian's hands, and then he gained a firm foothold in the Mavericks. Killian replaced small forward Battier with Cephalosha and pushed Joe Johnson to the small forward position so that Jason Terry, who was in great form, could be restricted. The adjustments made by the two head coaches were all aimed at defense, but in the game, no one could defend against the other. In the first quarter, the score was 38-41, and the Hawks took a slight lead. In the second quarter, both sides sent out rotations. The Mavericks had 5 players: Terry, Stackhouse, Josh Howard, Mickey Moore, and Diop. The Hawks had 5 players: Berrier, Cephalosha, Battier, Warwick, and PJ Brown. Compared with the Mavericks, the Hawks lineup on the field presents a situation of strong defense and weak offense. On the offensive end, it is not easy to open the situation by relying on Berrier alone. However, the Mavericks with more main players on the field do not have a clear advantage. The Hawks' formed defensive system effectively limits Josh Howard's impact. Terry's touch has also declined compared to the first quarter. In addition, the team's inside line really lacks offensive ability. The team has failed to seize this weak period of the Hawks to catch up with the score. Veteran PJ Brown was basically a water dispenser manager in the early days of joining the team. He was basically out of the rotation lineup, and the fans only regarded him as a veteran who came to rub the ring. However, after Buss left the team, he gradually surpassed Warwick and entered the team's rotation lineup. As a blue-collar player, PJ Brown's role is on the defensive end. He does a good job of protecting the frame, whether it is top defense or switching defense after pick and roll, and he can play a role when he comes on the court, and his performance is much more stable than Anderson. It was also by virtue of their outstanding performance on the defensive end that the Hawks held back the Mavericks' first counter-attack, and after the return of the main players, they immediately played a small climax of 7-0, widening the score difference to double digits. The Mavericks' performance has declined this season. In addition to the tactical changes and personnel changes brought about by Carlisle and Kidd, Josh Howard's decline in form is also crucial. Many times, some simple chance balls cannot be scored by him, which really has nothing to do with tactics. Kidd and Dampier have never been stable scoring points, and the Mavericks offense can only rely on Nowitzki to support it. It is precisely because of this that it is rumored that in the middle of the season, Nelson almost used Josh Howard as a bargaining chip to talk to the 76ers about Iguodala and to the Wizards about Caron Butler. At the end of the half, the Mavericks were 9 points behind 62-71. In the third quarter, Terry, who had entered a sluggish state in the second quarter, found his form again, made consecutive shots, and echoed with Nowitzki on the outside. The Mavericks opened fire and caught up with the score difference. Nowitzki is really unstoppable. He scores points by holding the ball, turning around and shooting, and receiving the ball, and jumping shots after pick and roll. Killian is forced to adjust his defense and let Garnett directly face him to strengthen the interference on his shooting, but the effect is still not obvious. If the Hawks choose to double team, Nowitzki will start to pass the ball, and his teammates on the perimeter can also score. The Hawks defense is distracted. In the first 3 quarters, Killian thought he was better than Carlisle. But the Mavericks have a superstar who can provide a backup for the team on the offensive end. He scored 30 points in the first 3 quarters, which made Killian very helpless. 91:94. In fact, the Hawks' defensive system is quite good for players with strong shooting ability such as Kobe, Ray Allen, and Nash. Relatively speaking, they are more afraid of players with explosive breakthrough ability such as James and Wade, but in terms of shooting ability, Nowitzki is even more unstoppable than these players. He is tall, has a high shooting point, has no blind spots for shooting, and is good at using confrontation to create some space. Killian still admires Nowitzki for helping him keep the score when the team is at a disadvantage, and for not being vague when answering the ball in a stalemate. However, in the first round of the playoffs last season, Nowitzki also exposed his fear of small players pressing and pushing the bottom in front of the Warriors, which was also the key to victory for the Hawks. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Carlisle unexpectedly changed the Hawks' lineup. Killian used a small lineup of Paul, Sefolosha, Joe Johnson, Tucker, and Garnett, using speed and space to suppress the Mavericks bench lineup. After a season of training in the Hawks, Tucker has lost a lot of weight this season and his body has become more symmetrical. Although his mobility is still relatively weak in the 3 position, as a 4 position player in a small lineup, Tucker is very suitable for confrontation and his footwork is not at a disadvantage, and his task on the offensive end is very straightforward, sinking directly to the bottom corner and shooting a 3-pointer in the bottom corner when there is a chance. The Hawks played with 1 big and 4 small, and Diop's weakness, that he couldn't defend, was greatly magnified, and the Hawks quickly widened the gap again. 96:106. Carlisle had no choice but to switch back to the main lineup. But Killian noticed Tucker's good condition on the court, and also noticed the good defensive effect of the team's formation. He replaced Joe Johnson with Battier. Tucker, and Sefolosha took turns to interfere with Nowitzki and limit Nowitzki's receiving the ball. Before Nowitzki practiced the Golden Rooster stand, it was often the best choice to use this kind of swingman with a stable lower body at the 3rd or 4th position to match him. Although Tucker couldn't limit Nowitzki, he still caused great damage to Nowitzki on the defensive end. In the last 4 minutes of the game, Nowitzki finally ran out of energy and missed consecutive shots. The Hawks made quick counterattacks one after another, widening the gap to 16 points, killing the suspense of the game. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Mavericks 115-103, continuing their winning streak and securing their first place in the league, 43-11. After a night of rest, the Hawks arrived in Houston at noon the next day. Killian immediately went to Yao Ming's home to check on him. Suffering such an injury on the eve of the Olympics, a mature player like Yao Ming could not help but feel a little frustrated. However, his determination to catch up with the Olympics never wavered. He rejected the doctor's normal treatment plan and adopted a more radical treatment strategy to catch up with the Beijing Olympics. The Rockets naturally had some objections to this treatment plan. After all, it was related to Yao Ming's career. The Rockets offered Yao Ming a maximum salary contract. They must have hoped that Yao Ming would respect himself and the objective laws of injuries and not be too stubborn. However, Yao Ming's attitude is very firm. No matter what, I must keep my Olympics. I also sincerely hope that the men's basketball team can take advantage of the host country's advantage and make a breakthrough. Killian said from the bottom of his heart. To be honest, the 2008 men's basketball team can indeed be said to be the strongest Chinese men's basketball team in history in terms of strength. The biggest weakness is that the point guard position is still lacking. Liu Wei is afraid of double teaming by strong European and American teams. Chen Chianghua's progress in recent years has been limited, and he still lacks a little in all aspects. The only hope is Sun Yu. Killian is not sure whether his advice to Sun Yu can make him focus more on basketball instead of young models, and it is also very tiring for Sun Yu to follow Aoshan to play invitational tournaments and friendly matches in the United States. Friendship is friendship, and back to the game itself. Killian will not show mercy to the Rockets, who have won 18 consecutive games. This wave of winning streak of the Rockets is quite legendary. McGrady and Yao Ming were absent for a period of time respectively. They also encountered crisis in many games. They even hanged on a thread in the game against the Kings. In the end, they relied on Novak's 3-point buzzer beater to get through. However, Killian did not want the team to become part of the Rockets' winning streak list. Especially after the opponent entered the weak period, he directly arranged Battier and Sefolosha to pinch McGrady. The Rockets' overall lineup is thin. In addition to Yao Ming, there is only the old Mutombo at the center position. Adelman developed Hayes, who is 198 centimeters tall, to play center. The effect is not bad, but it can only be said to be a stopgap measure. Hayes is really average in other abilities except for his strong top defense. It is difficult for him to do anything when he is left alone on the offensive end. McGrady failed to complete the good play of riding alone to save the master under the high frequency and high intensity double teaming of the Hawks. He was surrounded by the Hawks and finally sent 24 points, 9 rebounds and 6 assists. The performance was not bad, but it was not enough to lead the Rockets to continue their winning streak. The team lost to the Hawks 87-102 at home, and the longest 18-game winning streak in team history came to an abrupt end. However, when leaving the court, the Rockets players still enjoyed the cheers of the home fans. For the Rockets, who have been in a precarious situation in the past few years, this journey can be regarded as a proof. Although this game has lost the attribute of Huaksha Derby, the enthusiasm of Huaksha fans for this game will not be extinguished. CCTV also specially sent a reporting team to broadcast this game. In the post-match interview, Kellyan was asked to say some inspiring words. After arriving in Houston yesterday, I also made a special trip to see Yao Ming. He himself is also looking for a suitable plan to catch up with the Olympics at all costs. As a professional coach, I don't want him to do anything reluctantly because it will affect his future career, but as a friend and a basketball player, I can understand his enthusiasm for serving the country. I know that it is unnecessary to talk about weighing the pros and cons and long-term planning at this time, so I can only appeal to everyone to give more support and less pressure. He may bear more than everyone imagines. Kellyan's words are not only for fans, but also for the media, the Basketball Association, and even higher level management. It's not just Yao Ming. Liu Zhang's withdrawal from the Beijing Olympics directly caused himself to become criticized by thousands of people, but this scam that fooled the whole country is definitely not a decision he can make alone. There are conflicts of interest behind it. This is also one of the reasons why Kellyan tries his best to avoid some things and doesn't get involved. He can be a coach, he is far from playing palace fighting. On February 24th, after defeating the Rockets, the Hawks returned to Atlanta for a day's rest and faced the Cavaliers again. If it weren't for the Rockets losing Yao Ming, the intensity of this wave of Mavericks Rockets Cavaliers schedule would also be very touching. Because of Yao Ming's injury, the Hawks' schedule pressure is a little less, but the league's idea of suppressing the Hawks will not end because of Yao Ming's injury. The Cavaliers enjoyed the away as home refereeing experience in this game. James alone stood on the free throw line 16 times in the game and hit 15 of them. Of course, James rushed hard today. Only 3 of the 36 shots in the game were outside the penalty area. The rest of the time, all rushed into the penalty area. Regardless of the various black hands, hugs and throws, and trip ropes of the Hawks players, he played very hard. Although his shooting rate of 15 of 36 was only average, James' efficient fouls and free throws still allowed him to score 45 points, 9 rebounds and 7 assists, helping the Cavaliers to beat the Hawks 110-99. James's score alone accounted for more than 40% of the Cavaliers' score, and his personal performance was indeed impeccable. Kellyan did not dwell too much on the referee's penalty after the game, but praised his personal performance. Although some people may underestimate the Cavaliers, but in my opinion, as long as LeBron is there, they are a very worthy opponent. The Hawks' defensive system built around Garnett is more taboo against players with strong breakthrough ability. James has a huge advantage over Wade and Ginobili, which is physical strength. The 1.0 version of James is really the kind of player who can play 40 plus consecutive games in a series and maintain a good state. If Kellyan were to specify the team's opponents along the way in the playoffs, at least he would not want to meet the Cavaliers before the Eastern Conference Finals. 44-12. The next day, the Hawks played back-to-back games and narrowly defeated the Indiana Pacers 113-109 with Garnett rested, avoiding a losing streak. 45-12. The Pacers, a small Eastern Conference powerhouse, have always been the team that rebuilds, but does not play badly, not to mention that the team has good young players like Granger and Al Jefferson. However, in this game, the Pacers' best player was not Granger or Al Jefferson, but the unsold third pick Little Dunleavy, who was sent in the trade of Steven Jackson. This second generation star, who was modeled after Bird, shined in the team that Bad once coached, and played 26 points and 7 assists, which was faintly what others expected of him. At the critical moment, Battier made a contribution again. He first cut off Dunleavy's pass to Granger on the defensive end, and then sent a pass to launch a counter-attack, helping Paul to hit a fast break 2+1, and then received a pass from Joe Johnson on the offense and hit a three-pointer, completely harvesting the Pacers' last hope. Sefolosha's joining relieved the defensive pressure on Battier. The Hawks have always had a hard time matching the opponent's agile number 2 position. The speed of Joe Johnson and Battier is not top-notch. Considering that Joe Johnson has taken on more offensive tasks, Battier often moves a brick wherever it is needed. After Sefolosha joined, he dealt with some players. Battier was a little more relaxed and could take on more tasks on the offensive end. This is also an important reason for the Hawks' winning rate to improve after the completion of this transaction. Although it is not yet time, we have recently communicated with Paul's agent. Paul will renew a 5-year, $80 million advance contract with the team this summer. At the monthly regular meeting, Larry Sander also informed Kellyan of the team's recent work results. The Rose Clause has not yet been released. 5 years and $80 million is the maximum salary that Paul can get. He has no reason to refuse. If he refuses to renew his contract in advance and goes to the free agent market to test the waters, he can only sign a 4-year, $60 million contract at most, and the Hawks will 100% match the contract, and the only loss is the money in Paul's account. Since 2009, the team's salary pressure has been great. Kellyan shook his head, and he also felt something was wrong. How to say it? Anthony Ressler must have a salary cut. If one of the 5 starters must leave, it is likely that Battier will leave, right? So it is very important to pick Batum at this year's draft. I hope Kilograms can also understand the team's salary situation and reduce his salary appropriately. Larry Sander continued. When Garnett renewed his contract with the Timberwolves in 2004, he took the initiative to reduce his salary demand and signed a 5-year, $100 million contract. In the summer of 2009, Garnett was nearly 33 years old, and the team must have hoped that he could continue to reduce his salary. Kellyan smiled and said nothing. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. He never persuades people to reduce their salaries. The boss also told us that we can both get a salary increase and renew our contract this summer. Do you want to discuss the salary? Good guy. The truth is finally revealed. After all, the team still wants to lock in the future with Kellyan in advance. Kellyan shook his head and smiled. Let's see the results this year. Otherwise, if I ask for a high salary, the boss will not agree, right? The meaning of this statement is very clear. If the contract is renewed again, it will not be a matter of $6 million. Don't worry, your contribution to the Hawks is here, and the fans also like you and never. I think even if you want the highest salary for a coach in the league, you deserve it. Larry Sander's words also have 2 meanings. One is to emphasize the relationship between Kellyan and Atlanta. He has a good fan base in Atlanta and is deeply loved by the fans. His wife is also a local in Atlanta. He can take better care of Wanglafan and his family in Atlanta. The other meaning is to set a ceiling for Kellyan's contract, that is, the highest salary for a coach in the league at present. Phil Jackson's $10 million/year. It is a bit unrealistic to want to go higher. Haha, let's talk later. Shrugging, Kellyan ended this negotiation. Obviously, after a little success, Anthony Ressler began to feel sorry for the money. Chapter 287 The Growing Dissension. Kellyan also has some evaluations in his mind about how much he is worth and how much his commercial value is. First of all, when analyzing Kellyan's value, we must not simply regard him as a coach. It is equivalent to the strength of Yao Ming at his peak, which is about the level of a second team center. But if the Rockets say they want to trade Yao Ming, you may not agree to the offer for a first-team center, because Yao Ming has huge commercial value. His presence will make your stadium full of local Chinese. His presence will make the home court billboards always lack advertisers to rent. His presence will make the role players in the team get endorsement contracts from Chinese sneaker brands. Similarly, Kylian also has such magic. Since he coached the Hawks, the team's home attendance has never been lower than 97%. The Hawks have 4 sponsorship contracts from China at home. Joe Johnson, Battier, Anderson, and Berrier have all endorsed Chinese sports brands, and Joe Johnson has even launched his own combat boots series. In the United States, if your commercial value is supported by data, you will not worry about no one investing in you. Secondly, let's return to Kylian's core value, that is, his performance as a coach. Including the games that have been played this season, he has won the most regular season games and the most playoff games in the past 3 seasons, and even a championship trophy. This is based on the current situation, when he took over the Eagles. Looking at the entire sports world, only the Magic Bird can compete with Kylian, right? With the support of the record and the blessing of popularity, Kylian has everything except qualifications. Why is he restricted by the coach salary ceiling of Phil Jackson's $10 million a year? Kylian didn't say anything, but just delayed this renewal negotiation. But subconsciously, he has already felt Anthony Ressler's idea of reducing expenses and cutting costs, including Kylian's money printing machine, and he doesn't plan to spend money to maintain it. Some relationships can only share adversity, but not wealth. Kylian can't be a person like Ferguson after all. In the last 2 games of February, the Hawks defeated the Bobcats and the Kings, improving their record to 47 wins and 12 losses. After losing to the Hawks, the impatient Joe made the decision to change coaches and fired Quinn Snyder, who he personally invited to Atlanta a year and a half ago. Objectively speaking, it was not unfair for Snyder to be fired by Joe. The big bet on Iverson was a gamble of trading the future for the present for the Bobcats. Although Iverson performed well, the team failed to make the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons. The deal was ultimately declared a failure, and naturally someone had to take the blame. The Hawks coaching staff has been missing one person since Atkins left. If Snyder is willing, it would be good for him to return to Kylian's coaching team. Kylian arranged for Hornacek to test Snyder's intention, and the reply he got was, "I plan to take a break before looking for a job." Indeed, it is not a correct move to return to your comfort zone immediately after a failed attempt. What Snyder should do now is to summarize the experience of failure so that he can accumulate strength and make full preparations for his next time in charge of a team. On March 1st, the Hawks came to Phoenix to challenge the Suns away. Because they overcame the Spurs last season and made it to the finals, the Suns did not complete the Marion for O'Neal trade in the offseason and strived for transformation. It is also because of this that the Suns, who seem to be harmonious on the surface, still have first-class combat effectiveness. At least in the regular season, when everyone's targeted defense is not fully stretched, the Suns' offensive power can match any team. In the finals last season, the Hawks defeated the Suns, and the grudge between the 2 teams has arisen since then. The fans at the West Coast Center created a very strong home atmosphere to target the Hawks. This was reflected in the game, where every time the Suns scored a goal, the fans on the scene would cheer loudly, and every time the Hawks scored, there would be some boos. This scene was supposed to appear only in the playoffs or even the finals, but it appeared in a regular season game that was not so important, which shows the hate of the Suns fans towards the Hawks. The Hawks' difficult preparations for this game from top to bottom were obviously insufficient, which also made them passive for a long time in the game. Stoudemire suffered losses against Garnett in his career, but he raised his eyebrows in this game, scoring 31 points and 13 rebounds with 12 of 24 shots, and even dunked over Garnett in one attack. Although Garnett's data decline this season is mostly due to his own reservation of strength, the decline in physical function with aging is also inevitable. Perhaps because of this, he needs more maintenance. Facing Paul, who was aggressively competing for the number 1 point guard, Nash also taught the opponent a lesson with his performance. In the whole game, Nash scored 23 points and 11 assists. When the Hawks launched a counter-attack in the fourth quarter, it was Nash who scored 7 points in a row, helping the Suns to finally harvest the victory of the game 123-111. The Suns defeated the Hawks at home 47-13. The game against the Suns was suppressed throughout the game, and the Hawks were full of anger. One day later, facing the weak Supersonics, the Hawks fought hard at the beginning, and the Supersonics became defeated. The 27:3 start directly made Durant on the court not know what to do. During Hurricane Katrina, the New Orleans Hornets once stayed in Oklahoma and played there for half a season. The basketball market was very good, which also made local businessman Bennett think of bringing an NBA team to his hometown. After a series of operations, the Supersonics, who had many conflicts with the Seattle city government, became the team to move to Goose City, and the fans of the Supersonics could not accept this and even hated the Thunder. In the 12th finals, only Florida, where the Heat are located, and Washington State, where Seattle is located, supported the Heat. If the fans of the Suns created the most terrifying home atmosphere in the last game, then the fans of the Key Arena were almost fighting back, and the only thing that worried them was Durant. If the Supersonics had not moved to Goose City, the team's market and the city's attraction to players might be more or less greater, and maybe Durant would not need to surrender to the enemy. In the last game, Garnett was suppressed by Stoudemire. In this game, facing Jason Collins, Garnett hit hard, shooting 8 of 12 in the first half, scoring 18 points, helping the team to firmly consolidate the lead of more than 20 points. And Warwick, who has just joined the team, has also performed well. After a period of running in with the team, Warwick has found his way to gain a foothold in the Hawks, that is, to do more pick and rolls for pull, and then cut into the basket to eat cakes. Facing a team like the Supersonics, there are many opportunities to eat cakes. The Supersonics have no demand for the team's record. They just hope to get a good pick in the 2008 draft. If they can use the number 1 pick to select Rose, the team can soar into the sky after running in for at most one season. However, objectively speaking, the league generally does not give the same team high draft picks for several consecutive seasons, unless they lost a top 3 player in the league in vain, and the team owner is particularly noisy. 112:93. The Hawks defeated the Thunder away 48-13. On March 4th, the Hawks, who had rested for a day, faced the challenge of the Kings, who were in a bad state. Considering the strength and fighting spirit of the opponent, Kellyan arranged a large number of rests in this game. Garnett and Battier were both absent. The team was led by Paul and Joe Johnson, the backcourt double guns. The team's hard power should still be above the Kings. However, in this game, the Kings relied on their outstanding performance to make the Hawks turn over in the gutter. As Battier rested, Sefolosha entered the starting lineup, and Joe Johnson was pushed to the third position to face Artest's defense. Under the constant impact of the beast, Joe Johnson lost his shooting touch and made 4 of 16 shots in the whole game, which was a mess. Without Dio and Garnett, and with Joe Johnson's poor performance, the Hawks' offense could only rely on Paul alone. Paul, who had more ball rights, still delivered 25 points and 12 assists, and was as steady as a dead dog, but it must be said that Kellyan was really a little too confident in this game. In addition to Paul and Joe Johnson, the Hawks only had Berrier score 11 points, barely scoring in double digits, and the team eventually lost to the Kings 91-103, which was a big upset. 48-14. It is my responsibility to underestimate the strength of the Kings, but in my opinion, it is quite necessary to let the players stay healthy through more reasonable rest. If Kilograms can't play 80% today, I would rather let Warwick, who is 100% committed, play. In the post-match interview, Kellyan insisted that there was no problem with his rotation strategy. Kimmy, we got the news that the Hawks intend to complete the contract extension with you in the summer. May I ask if your negotiations are going smoothly? Soon, a reporter gave a very explosive news to ask Kellyan what he meant. Needless to say, this news was leaked from the management to put pressure on Kellyan. Kellyan-san, you don't want these off-court news to affect the atmosphere in the team's locker room and cause the team to lose the championship. Then, please, Killian shook his head and smiled. Since I came to Atlanta, the management has basically asked me to renew my contract every summer. No one will give up a championship coach, right? My contract will not expire until 2009. Fulfilling this contract is what I must do now. As for what will happen in a year, I won't think about it for the time being. As long as I'm in the Hawks, I will give my all for the Hawks. Compared with the previous occasional mentions of living happily in Atlanta, because never chose to live in Atlanta, not paying much attention to the prosperity of the city, but more attention to comfort, which are obvious confessions of love for the city. Killian's response this time was quite official, which was a bit unusual. So much so that after the press conference, Larry Sander called to explain immediately. I don't know who leaked the content of the conversation, but I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. At home in the evening, Wang Lifan also asked Killian about his true thoughts. According to her assumption, Killian would not be able to save enough money and reputation to buy a team in a short period of time, and he would have to stay in Atlanta for some time. At least I have to wait until my doctoral studies are completed, Wang Lifan said. In the 0506 season, the two had a long distance relationship for a year, but they were not married at that time, right? Now that time has changed, the two are married, and the relationship is different. The only thing that does not change in this world is that it keeps changing. Killian shook his head and said, after winning the championship last season, the Hawks are no longer the same. Before winning the championship, whether it was a superstar like Garnett or a supergiant seedling like Paul, or other players, the goal was the championship, and for this purpose, the management led by owner Anthony Ressler and general manager Larry Sander tried their best to meet the needs of the team, but after winning the championship, the mentality of many people has also changed. Paul is moving towards personal honors. Assist king, steal king, first team defense are just embellishments. He wants MVP and finals MVP. The management is burdened with the KPI of reducing costs. They have to consider the players' contracts and also put their evil intentions on Killian. They even play the emotional card and play moral kidnapping. So you are really considering it? Wang Lifan was silent for a moment, a little disappointed. I had a brief talk with the management before, and then I had some ideas. Killian did not hide it from Wang Lifan, but don't worry, my first choice is definitely the Hawks. If I have to leave, I won't be too far away from Atlanta. Alas. Wang Lifan sighed. Life is like a chocolate. You never know whether the next one will be bitter or sweet. Whatever, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. Anyway, this is not the first time I move. Wang Lifan clenched his fists and encouraged himself. You have to choose a good place. I don't want to stay in a place that is too cold or too boring. Wang Lifan's ancestral home is in Guangdong province. She has been accustomed to warm climates since she was a child. She is really a little resistant to Milwaukee, Minnesota, Salt Lake City, and Cleveland. Things are not that fast. It's not time to prepare yourself mentally. Killian stretched out his hand and took Wang Lifan into his arms. Maybe our boss will give me a high salary and I won't leave. Working out is for money. As long as the salary is in place, everything is fine. Chapter 288, 50 wins in the season. After losing to the Kings, the Hawks took a short break for one day and continued to face the Denver Nuggets, a strong team from the West. Affected by the butterfly effect brought by Killian, the golden double guns of Iverson and Anthony did not take shape, but this is a good thing for Anthony. From the perspective of career development, Anthony needs a traditional point guard who passes first to activate his firepower, rather than a top scorer to share the ball rights. Whether it is Andre Miller, Billups or even the aging kid, Anthony reached the peak of his career with them. On the contrary, during the years of cooperation with Iverson, the two of them were either mutually humble and unable to play to their level or mutually suppressing each other, and no one was happy. Avoiding the wrong cooperation with Iverson, Anthony once again became the nightmare of the Hawks in this game. If you want to choose the most comprehensive attacker in the league, Killian will not vote for Kobe, but for Anthony. He combines three threats very well. and his mid-range pull-up is extremely lethal. He can use his strong body to crush Battier or Joe Johnson's defense and get to the basket to score. At the same time, he can also use his big but to ravage Battier in the low post. The Hawks' well-equipped wing defense team is somewhat vulnerable in front of Anthony, who has both physical and technical skills. Joe Johnson, who the team is expected to respond on the offensive end, continued his poor form in the last game against the Kings and had a very poor shooting feel. Fortunately, the Nuggets also have their own weaknesses. Their tradition is strong offense and weak defense, and taking care of the head, but not the butt. After Kenyon Martin was injured, Nene took over the starting position. The Brazilian's inside offensive end is one testicle bold and has great lethality in phase 2 frame offense, but he is a disaster on the defensive end. As for Marcus Camby, he may be the DPOY with the worst defensive ability. Coupled with Anthony who doesn't defend, the Nuggets frontline defense is really just a name and a size, but it is rotten inside. Garnett scored a double-double of 33 points and 12 rebounds under the encirclement and suppression of the Nuggets inside players, carrying the Hawks through the adverse moments in the first 3 quarters, and finally ushered in the return of his teammates in the 4th quarter. At the beginning of the last quarter, Kenyon sent out a lineup of Paul, Shannon Brown, Joe Johnson, Warwick, and Anderson to buy rest time for Garnett, while using the most impactful lineup to the middle horse against the lower horse and bully the Nuggets substitute lineup. It was during this period that the Hawks made 3 consecutive 3-pointers and played a 13:to attack wave, overtaking the score in one fell swoop. Andre Miller is known for his durability. He rarely gets injured with his floor style play, and he can be called the Iron Man in the league. But he is 32 years old after all, and George Karl still has some control over his playing time. As a result, during this period, backup point guard Anthony Carter was beaten by Paul, and the Nuggets' good situation was ruined. The team's nervous knives were not in as good a state as in the first 3 quarters, and they were eventually reversed by the Hawks. 49-14. Although they finally won, Joe Johnson, one of the big 3 in the team, was in a bad state and became the focus of media attention. After the game, a reporter asked Kenyon this question: "I'm not worried about Joe Johnson's state. He will definitely be able to adjust back. In fact, many of his shots have been based on tactical positioning, and the opportunity has come, but he just lacks a little shooting feeling. There is nothing to worry about for him." Kenyon emphasized, Joe Johnson is different from the other 2 superstars in the team. He knows that his talent is not enough to support his development to the level of superstar, so he rarely strives for a tactical position in the team and is willing to be a third master. He is also happy to streamline his ball holding time, save his energy for the decisive moment, and work towards the root of cold-blooded killer to make up for the weakness of Paul and Garnett's lack of offensive after getting the championship ring. Joe Johnson no longer has so many scruples, and his next pursuit is maximum salary. For such a player, you don't have to worry about him not working hard and relaxing his requirements with big contract plus championship ring. You don't have to worry about him chasing fame and fortune and causing any locker room conflicts. For the next big contract, he will definitely play well. In fact, Joe Johnson's touch in these 2 games was not good because he entered a fatigue period. It is difficult for any player to maintain the state of Green Arrow for a season. There must be ups and downs. Kobe has 17 of 47. Joe Johnson's problems have been magnified. But as long as Joe Johnson continues to work hard in training and adjusts his mentality in the game, it is only a matter of time to get through the difficult stage. Monterella scored 42 points, 3 rebounds and 1 assist. Steven Jackson and Baron Davis also contributed more than 20 points respectively, and the Warriors outside trio scored nearly 90 points in total. Who can withstand this? Facing the Warriors, who were all cheating, the Hawks resisted for 3.5 quarters, but still fell behind by 19 points. Kenyon chose to replace the main players in advance and resign to defeat. This may be the first time that the Hawks resign to defeat in advance in the game with the big 3 this season. The Warriors can be regarded as proud of this wave. 49-15. One day late, the fans' 50-win gift arrived on time on March 8th. After Kellyanne's contract renewal storm, Wang Lifan appeared at the Phillips Center for the first time, and also carried the Hawks fans' expectations of Kellyanne. In yesterday's game against the Warriors, Kellyanne gave up an advance, partly because the Warriors' hot touch, and partly because today's opponent was the Magic, a direct competitor in the East. In the past 2 seasons, the Magic is almost the team in the league that is least afraid of the Hawks. The two teams played 1:1 in the first 2 encounters of the season. The Hawks held back in the game against the Pistons and fought the Magic with all their strength. In that game, the Magic had forced Kellyanne to use the foul tactics against Josh Smith and Howard, which shows how difficult the game was. However, this game was unexpectedly simple. In the opening stage, the Magic's outside shooting was not good, so they could only let Turkoglu arrange tactics around Howard in the interior, which played into the hands of the Hawks. Compared with Dio's gentlemanly style, Anderson and PJ Brown are unreasonable. Once they can't stand Howard, they will directly foul, and they will not get out of the water at all. Perhaps after a period of hard training, Howard's free throws in the first quarter felt pretty good, and he was satisfied with his performance of 5 of 8 free throws. However, the Hawks disrupted the Magic's offensive rhythm through foul tactics, but their own offense was not affected much. The team destroyed the Magic's perimeter defense and led the Magic by 16 points in the first quarter with 34:18. In the second quarter, Stan Van Gundy relieved the conflict between Howard and Josh Smith by staggering their playing time. The relationship between the two childhood friends was very good, but a good relationship did not mean that they were suitable for each other. The sweet spot of the two people's offense overlapped, and the offensive style that Howard liked was also liked by Josh Smith. However, staggering the playing time of the two people greatly reduced the impact of the Magic's front court rebounds. Without this, the Magic team had no trump card to suppress the Hawks. This is a typical headache treatment, foot pain treatment operation, which is bound to lead to this situation, where old problems are solved and new problems surface again. Without the impact of front court rebounds, the Magic were no match for the Hawks. They lost another 8 points in the second quarter, and the score difference was widened to 24 points. With the general situation determined, neither side chose to play all their trump cards in the regular season. In the second half of the game, after the Magic symbolically chased points and was counter-pressed by the Hawks, they immediately replaced Howard and Turkoglu to save their strength for the next game. As an opponent, Kellyanne was also keenly aware of the problems of the Magic, but how to use this to counter the Magic still requires Kellyanne to think carefully. The game itself was not very interesting. The fans focus more on Wang Lifan, who came to the stadium to show affection. Harry, the team mascot, ran to Wang Lifan during the timeout and invited her to dance with him. Growing up in the United States, Wang Lifan has more or less been exposed to some dance culture. It is no problem for her to cooperate with Harry to complete vague dance moves, and it is even unexpectedly smooth and harmonious. Under the DJ's instigation, the fans at the scene gave Wang Lifan a warm cheer. The Hawks team showed their enthusiasm and care for Kellyanne from top to bottom. But the more this happened, the less Kellyanne liked it. The contradiction between Kellyanne and the team in the negotiation was the salary issue. Either they should give a sincere offer, or let Kellyanne refer to various offers after the contract expires, and make the most favorable arrangement for himself. What's the point of doing these tricks? The final score was fixed at 123:104. The Hawks defeated the Magic at home and successfully won the 50th victory of the season on International Women's Day. 50-15. This is also the first time in the history of the Hawks that they have won 50 games in 3 consecutive seasons. There is no doubt that Kellyanne is the first contributor in everyone's eyes. The song of Kellyanne sounded again at the scene. All kinds of emotional cards. No one will believe you if you say it is not man-made. Chapter 289 Finals Preview. The joy of winning 50 games in 3 consecutive seasons is entangled in the hearts of Hawks fans. In addition, the team also hopes to win 60+ games in 2 consecutive seasons, which is also a unique feat in the history of the Hawks. Putting aside the early ABBA years, the Hawks have long played the role of accompanying the prince to study in the long history of the NBA. The thing that involves the most championships is the selection of Lord of the Rings Bill Russell, who was then snatched away by the Celtics. Human film essence Wilkins was Jordan's background board in the dunk contest, but the Hawks at that time were not even the opponent of the Bulls' top 5 picks. After he retired, the Hawks failed to make the playoffs for 8 consecutive seasons. The emergence of Kenyan reversed the Hawks' long-term decline. The team's status in the NBA is no longer glorious and has become a strong team at a certain stage and won a championship. Of course, from the perspective of fans, this is not enough. Fans are always greedy. For example, they hope that the team will win more in the current championship window and even create a dynasty. This may be difficult, but with Kenyan's presence, Hawks fans are full of confidence. On March 11th, the Hawks went to Los Angeles to challenge the Los Angeles Lakers. This was a focus battle between the first in the East and the second in the West. It was not included in the national live broadcast schedule, but because the Lakers' record improved by leaps and bounds after acquiring Gasol, TNT and ESPN added many Lakers broadcasts, and the match between the Hawks and the Lakers was among them. Being called a robbery by Popovich shows how much the Lakers made from the trade with the Grizzlies. Gasol seamlessly connected with the Lakers lineup and was embedded in the Lakers offensive system without any running in. More importantly, more Lakers players played more suitable positions on the court and were all activated by Gasol. If we start from the Gasol deal, the Lakers' record is the best in the league, even above the Hawks, which is why they can soar all the way to the second in the West. It can even be said that in the eyes of fans now, the Lakers are more popular than the first in the West, the Spurs. Beep. Soon, the referee, Bald Crawford, blew the whistle, and the game officially started. Anderson and Gasol jumped for the ball. Anderson was at a disadvantage in height and wingspan. Even if he jumped better than his opponent, he couldn't make up for the gap. Gasol won the jump ball and passed it to Radmanovic. The Lakers got the first wave of offensive possession. Fisher dribbled the ball to the front court and passed it to Gasol, who was in the low position. The Spaniard singled out Anderson, used his footwork to break through Anderson's defense, and hit the rebound steadily. 2:0. Looking back, Paul still chose to play singles against Fisher. Fisher took a step forward, trying to limit Paul's speed through confrontation, but the distance between the two was too close. Paul used a large change of direction to complete the breakthrough and rushed past Fisher. He did not challenge Gasol's rim protection, stopped his pace at the free throw line, and made a mid-range shot. 2:2. In the round change, the Lakers still launched an attack around Gasol. Anderson interfered with this ball and Gasol failed to score. The rebound bounced to Joe Johnson, who quickly advanced with the ball, but the Lakers retreated quickly, and he had no chance to attack the inside line, so he had to stop the ball. But just when the ball was stopped, the Lakers also adjusted the team's defensive formation. Kobe came to switch defense with Radmanovic, but Joe Johnson unexpectedly shot directly from outside the three-point line. The basketball went into the net. 2:5. Joe Johnson had performed poorly in several consecutive games. Although Kenyan had always supported him, he was also under pressure. This ball was a small release. Joe Johnson made a three-pointer in front of him. In the next round of offense, Kobe took the initiative to ask for the ball and regained the field. Battier was ready in front of him, with his muscles tense, staring at every move of Kobe. If a detail was not done well, the Black Mamba could deliver a fatal blow. Compared to Battier's readiness, Kobe was relaxed, leaning down to dribble, and slowly stepped forward. Battier changed his pace and retreated, constantly trying to interfere with Kobe's dribbling. But Kobe protected the ball very steadily. He made a small change of direction, suddenly took a big step to the right, entered the three-point line, and shot. Battier jumped up in time to interfere, but Kobe leaned back slightly, raised his arms high, and raised the arc. The basketball flew past Battier's fingertips and bounced into the net. 4:5. After the ball went in, Kobe's face was calm, and he retreated to defend. He had made thousands of pull-up jump shots in his career, and his heart would not be disturbed at all. The game continued on the court. Paul dribbled to the front court and played a high pick and roll with Garnett. The latter cut into the basket and forced his way to the basket against Gasol's help defense, causing Gasol to foul. After landing, Garnett kept chattering around Gasol. It wasn't good talk anyway. Gasol looked helpless through the camera. To change the opponent's mentality, you have to be strong yourself. Garnett made 2 free throws and then gave Gasol a provocative look. 4:7. The Lakers wanted to push the offense and defense transition, but the Hawks were prepared for Odom's sudden speed up and firmly blocked Odom's advance. The Lakers could only fall into a positional battle. Kobe reached out again to get the ball, turned his back to Battier, and hit a signature fadeaway jumper. 6:7. Wow, Kobe's touch is good today. He scored 4 points in a row at the beginning. The Hawks are going to have a hard time today, Zhang Heli said. The fans at the Staples Center were also excited by Kobe's consecutive scoring. The cheers of MVP rang out, and the entertainment stars on the sidelines also applauded. They knew that they were not the protagonist tonight, but the bald man wearing the number 24 jersey was. In this stadium, no one can take away his glory. However, the sound of MVP stimulated Paul. As the season progressed, Paul and James gradually fell behind in the competition for MVP, and Kobe showed a situation of being the only one standing out. The reason is simple. Paul's influence on the game is not that great, while James is constrained by the team's performance. But the MVP's judging criteria, in addition to the record, data, and media impression points, the record of the battle is also one of the factors. If the Hawks can double kill the Lakers in the regular season, at least Paul's contribution of 21 plus 12 per game can be seen by more people. The Hawks attacked, and Paul gestured to indicate that he was singled out Fisher, and the other 4 began to move to open up space for him. Facing Fisher, Paul took small steps that made him unpredictable, and the rhythm was unpredictable. He rushed past him with a large change of direction and accelerated, and shot a one-step shot from the free throw line, but the ball was a little short, hit the front of the basket, bounced out, and the rebound was grabbed by Odom. Odom immediately launched a quick counter-attack. Kobe rushed to the basket with the ball. After breaking through the basket, he encountered Garnett's help defense. His layup was interfered, and the basketball went out of the frame, but Gasol, who came in from behind, grabbed the offensive rebound, and made a tip-in. 7:8. It was a pity to lose 4 points, but Kenyan still had the attitude of not being overjoyed when winning, not being panicked when losing, having a thunder in his chest, but a calm face. He knew that Paul just made a mistake when shooting the ball just now, and there was no problem in singles against Fisher. Sure enough, in the next round of offense, Paul stepped back and made a mid-range shot against Fisher to make up for his mistake. 9:8. The Lakers attacked. Kobe received the ball with his back against Battier, turned left, took a step to the right, and shot a long 2-point shot one step inside the 3-point line, ignoring Battier's interference, and the basketball bounced into the basket. 9:10. After the opening, the Hawks' offense and defense were pretty good, but Kobe was in great form today, hitting high difficulty singles in a row, which was a bit hard to handle. The Hawks attacked. Paul passed Fisher in one step, broke through to the inside. Odom came up to defend, and Paul passed the ball to Garnett. After Garnett received the ball, he used very simple, but very effective steps to shake Gasol away, and hit a small hook shot near the basket. 11:10. Looking back, Kobe found Battier again. Kobe still had no one to help defend when he held the ball outside the restricted area, but this time he chose to break through the frame and was double teamed by Garnett and Battier. Kobe took a step back to avoid the restricted area where the Hawks were heavily defended and made a steady jump shot. 11-12. Although the Hawks are good at targeting shooting scorers, and they have 2 wing players, Battier and Sefolosha, to deal with Kobe, when a player of Kobe's level can adjust to his best state, such preparation seems to be ineffective. However, Kenyan does not intend to change this defensive strategy. Even in the finals, the Hawks will not double team Kobe from the outside. He does not believe that Kobe can always be super god. In addition to taking the task of main attack on the offensive end, Kobe also needs to bite Joe Johnson on the defensive end. This is why Kobe can't clean up Fisher's ass. He himself feels the pressure. Paul broke through Fisher's defense again. This time he did not go up himself, but gave the ball to Anderson, who tied up the defense, and passed the ball to the bottom corner. Battier hit a 3-pointer. 14-12. As a big small forward, Radmanovic moves slowly on the defensive end, but he will occasionally return to the team's inside line to help with defense or protect rebounds. Just now, he completely missed Battier. His own offense was almost super god, but the team was still behind. The Hawks team fought together, and even Kobe couldn't stand it. In the next round of offense, Kobe sought cooperation with Gasol, running around Gasol who was holding the ball with his back to the basket in the low post, and went behind Gasol to receive the opponent's pass. With Garnett's help defense in place, he forced a backward jump shot. Bang! In this shot, Garnett's help defense was already in place. If Kobe hits it with a higher difficulty, Kellyan will be helpless. Paul kept changing his rhythm under Fisher's defense, observing his teammates running positions, pretending to break through to the inside, and suddenly passed the ball behind his back with his right hand, throwing the basketball to Battier, who ran to the bottom corner. After receiving the ball, the latter attracted Radmanovic. Battier passed the opponent with a low body, faked a shot, and passed the ball to Anderson in the penalty area. The latter also carried Gasol to lay up and made a foul on Gasol at the same time. 16-12. He grabbed my arm. Gasol shouted to the referee. Gasol's foul just now was indeed done just. Anderson circled Gasol's arm and forced a jump, which was aimed at making Gasol foul. There were also boos at the scene. I don't know if it was for the referee or for Anderson. Thinking that he had played for Lakers fans at Staples, and that the Lakers gave him the biggest contract in his career, Anderson was more or less disturbed and failed to hit the free throw. Odom grabbed the backcourt rebound and launched a quick counter-attack immediately, rushing straight to the Hawks basket, but unfortunately the finishing touch was too stiff and failed to score the ball. Garnett grabbed the rebound and also wanted to launch a quick counter-attack, but his all-around attribute requires strong athletic ability to support it. After all, now is not 5 years ago. Chapter 290. Double point guard wins. Without D.O., the Hawks lacked the tactical deterrence of passing the ball to attack the opponent's defense directly. After falling into a positional battle, the offense was somewhat monotonous. Joe Johnson sought a pick and roll with Garnett, but he could not find an offensive opportunity in the face of Odom's switch defense. He forced a shot and was blocked by Odom. Returning to the position of a role player, Odom's pressure was much less, and he played more comfortably. After completing the block, he directly grabbed the basketball, quickly advanced, and made a layup before Joe Johnson returned to defense. 14-16. Odom's dribbling, coordination, and mobility are definitely in the top 3 among players of his size. Because he was still a guard in high school, many of his technical moves have the spirituality of a guard, which is also the origin of his all-round warrior. The bad thing that followed was the lack of a killer move to score points steadily. As the second in command, who had to help the boss share some of the scoring tasks, Odom was not competent, but to be a third in command who checks for leaks and fills in the gaps, he is very suitable. In the next round, Odom continued to contribute on both offense and defense. He first defended Anderson on the defensive end, interfering with the opponent's attack. After receiving the pass from Paul, then he made a three-pointer at the top of the arc, directly helping the Lakers to overtake the score. 17-16. Having coached Odom before, Kellyan knows too well how terrible this guy is when he finds the game. Lamenting that his luck was not good, while catching up with Odom's seizure, Kellyan called a timeout and rearranged the tactics. After the timeout, the Hawks changed their offensive tactics. Garnett went to the low post to ask for the ball, singled out Odom, attracted Chiriaf to assist in defense, and then passed the ball to Anderson, who easily dunked and scored. 17-18. Gasol was constrained by the foul crisis and watched from the sidelines. The Lakers' inside line is average, and Gasol needs to protect Odom even more after leaving the court, so it is inevitable that he is restrained. In the rest of the first quarter, Odom maintained a good state and responded to Kobe's efficient offense, but the inside combination of Garnett and Anderson was also really powerful, helping the Hawks suppress the Lakers in the restricted area. After the first quarter, the score was 34-38, and the Hawks led by 4 points. Although Kobe scored 17 points in a single quarter, two fists are no match for four hands, and this game was very real. After the first quarter, the Lakers were 4 points behind. Being able to suppress the Lakers when Kobe was in such a good state shows the strength of the Hawks. Both teams scored more than 30 points. This game is exciting. Coach Zhang, what do you think of this game? Yang Jian exclaimed. The Hawks had a hard time in the second quarter. Gasol played for less than 5 minutes in the first quarter. He must be brought on as a substitute in the second quarter to see if PJ Brown can hold up to Gasol. Kobe had a very good touch today and was able to suppress the Hawks perimeter. Joe Johnson looked helpless against other players, but there was still a gap in front of Kobe. Zhang Heli showed his true colors as a Kobe fan. He was biased towards the Lakers in his words, standing out among the Kobe fans in the flower-growing family. After the second quarter began, both teams sent out rotations. The Lakers chose to change their formation, pushing high artillery Radmanovic to the power forward position, playing the role of a shooter on the offensive end. This is an attempt that Phil Jackson has never made before. The actual effect is mixed praise and criticism, because not every tall and accurate three-point shooting white big man is suitable for the role of space type 4. Radmanovic's shooting needs to be guaranteed by the touch. If you let him fight with a guy like Warwick on the defensive end, it would be a miracle if he can find the feeling on the offensive end. The offensive touch is average, but this adjustment has optimized the Lakers' lineup rotation. Radmanovic lost his touch on the offensive end, but as a European player, his tactical discipline is great. With his own tall and long arms physical conditions, he caught up with the average offensive power of the Hawks bench lineup, and the defensive effect was unexpectedly good. When the two sides sent all the starters back to the court 6 minutes into the second quarter, the score was 43-49, and the Hawks expanded their lead by 2 points. After the starters were redeployed, both sides improved the level on both offense and defense. In comparison, the Hawks' combat effectiveness was better, let alone the hard power. Just talking about the degree of tacit understanding of cooperation, Paul and Garnett can play more routines than Kobe and Gasol. This has something to do with the cooperation time. No matter how perfectly matched Kobe and Gasol are, they have only cooperated for more than 20 games. They can't compare to the Golden Partnership that won the championship last season for the Hawks. As for Odom, his performance was somewhat up and down after his outstanding performance in the first quarter. At the end of the half, the Hawks led 10 points 66-56 and entered the halftime break. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the two teams returned to the court to continue the second half of the game. Kellyan unexpectedly adjusted the lineup on the court. He replaced Joe Johnson with Berrier, playing a double point guard configuration. Such a one-handed adjustment was beyond Phil Jackson's expectations. The purpose was actually very clear, that is, to use the impact of Paul and Berrier, the two small point guards, so that anyone who faced Fisher could use speed to impact him. Generally speaking, the configuration of double point guards brings the advantage of misalignment on the offensive end, but it will also be targeted by the opponent on the defensive end. However, when the opponent is the Lakers, this disadvantage is not obvious. Battier is still the main defender of Kobe, and Paul is responsible for taking care of Radmanovic. He will interfere with Radmanovic's receiving the ball. Even if Radmanovic receives the ball, Paul will keep a close eye on him and not give the opponent an easy shot. Phil Jackson really didn't expect Kellyan's change of formation. After all, the wing defensibility of the Hawks Battier plus Sefolosha is top in the league, and with Garnett behind them, it can be called iron ropes connecting boats. Even if Phil Jackson thought of Kellyan replacing Joe Johnson with Sefolosha as the starting player, he didn't believe Kellyan would play double point guards, and naturally he didn't think that the team couldn't withstand the three tricks of the Hawks in the initial stage of the second half. Less than 3 minutes into the second half, the score difference had opened up to 19 points, and the Lakers showed a collapse situation. Phil Jackson called a timeout in time, and then replaced Radmanovic with Ariza to increase the mobility on the defensive end. Not only that, he also designed a tactic for Odom to hold the ball, allowing Fisher and Ariza to run without the ball, and Kobe to directly enter the offensive state in the low position. Phil Jackson's on-the-spot adjustment was also successful. Ariza's ability to hold the ball and the impact of holding the ball were stronger than Radmanovic. Facing Paul's defense, he knew how to use his height and body shape to force the attack. More importantly, Ariza's hands were very dark. During an attack, he quietly gave Paul an elbow and hammered Paul directly on the spot. Playing at home, falling behind by a large score, and with double buffs stacked, the referee turned a blind eye to Erez's small moves, which also caused Paul's dissatisfaction. In the next round of attack, Paul gave Erez a trip rope when he was running without the ball and regained the field. In terms of small moves, Paul never suffers. However, as the team's star player and commander, it is obviously not wise for Paul to be angry with Erez all the time. On the other hand, if the Lakers can use Erez to exchange for Paul, it will undoubtedly be a good deal. Kobe focused on offense and narrowed the gap to 12 points before the game entered the official timeout. If it were an ordinary team, after being widened by the Hawks, they would either shoot directly or fight hard and be boiled like a frog in warm water by the Hawks. Very few teams can fight back. Kobe, who focuses on offense, is indeed terrible. After the official timeout, Kellyanne replaced Paul, who was a little high, with Joe Johnson, and arranged Joe Johnson and Berrier to put more pressure on Kobe on the offensive end to consume Kobe. As soon as he came on the court, Joe Johnson singled out Kobe on the wing. After a series of crossover dribbling failed to dig into Kobe's defensive loopholes, Joe Johnson pretended to shoot, inducing Kobe to jump, and then leaned on him without hesitation, causing Kobe to foul. Bang! Kobe, who was called up, did not stop, and directly opened his arms to press Joe Johnson's shoulders, trying to block Joe Johnson's possibility of playing 2+1. However, under such a collision, Joe Johnson's shot trajectory was not disordered, and the basketball that was shot with difficulty maintained the correct trajectory and fell firmly into the basket. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. There is no doubt that this is a beautiful 2+1. Garnett ran over and pulled up Joe Johnson, who was sitting on the ground, and bumped his chest with him to celebrate. The Hawks bench also stood up and cheered for this ball. Just like Iverson's score that shook off Jordan was recorded in history, Joe Johnson's shot was against Kobe, who was in great form today. After the free throw was hit steadily, Joe Johnson also smiled. The score difference returned to the safer distance of 15 points. Kellyanne breathed a sigh of relief, then he made a gesture on the sidelines and directed the players to heavily defend Kobe. Based on his understanding of Kobe, the probability that Kobe would choose to come by himself for this ball was more than 60%. If Kobe is in good form today, the probability is even higher. Sure enough, in the next Lakers attack, after half court, Kobe took the initiative to ask for the ball and went down to the low post to attack Battier. Joe Johnson double-teamed at the right time, and Garnett's position also blocked Kobe's breakthrough route to the inside. In this case, it is a more rational choice to pass the ball to his teammates. But Kobe insisted. He made a fake shot to make Battier jump, and then approached to make Battier foul, but Battier was not fooled. He had to use the strength of his lower limbs to squeeze Battier, and then forced a backward jump shot. Bang! This shot was not unexpectedly missed, and Garnett returned to the basket in time to help Anderson grab the backcourt rebound. Berrier took the lead again, but this time Anderson calmed down and did not pass the ball rashly, but handed it to Joe Johnson. Playing steadily, Joe Johnson came to the top of the arc with the ball, looking for a pick and roll with Garnett, but when the pick and roll was halfway completed, he suddenly sent a straight pass to Anderson in the interior. Anderson at this time was not guarded by anyone. Odom, who was supposed to defend Anderson, was actually focusing on the pick and roll between Joe Johnson and Garnett, and completely ignored his defender. It was too late to make up for the defense. Anderson jumped up and completed a dunk. 69-88. The point difference that was hard earned was almost squandered again, and Kobe's face became gloomy. On the other hand, the Hawks were peaceful. In terms of the art of command, Kellyanne has the level to compete with any coach. Many domestic coaches should learn from Kellyanne. The Hawks were leading, and Zhang Heli, who had been speaking for the Lakers before, began to make up for it and praised Kellyanne. After repelling the Lakers' counter-attack again, the Hawks entered the fourth quarter with an 18-point lead, and the victory was in their grasp. In the third quarter, Paul rested for half a quarter. In addition to calming down, it was also Kellyanne's plan for the fourth quarter in advance. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, he played with Sefolosha and Joe Johnson to continue to suppress the Lakers. In fact, Phil Jackson had already seen through the Hawks' deployment in advance, but he still couldn't get out of Kellyanne's step-by-step killing intent. He chose to keep Kobe on the court to fight hard, but under the joint blockade of Joe Johnson and Sefolosha, Kobe's efficiency was also average. Without Garnett's restraining effect in the interior, Paul and Joe Johnson's scoring efficiency was also average, but the Hawks were the leading side. They didn't care about the passage of time, and the Lakers didn't have this confidence. Anxiety gradually lingered in the Lakers, and the team's offensive handling became more arbitrary, which also made it easier for the Hawks to defend. In the end, Garnett didn't even need to play. He sat on the bench and watched the team beat the Lakers 124-108, double killing this potential finals opponent in the regular season. 51-15. Paul scored 23 points and 9 assists, a near double-double performance, and had a clear suppression on Fisher in the first 3 quarters. Garnett, who scored 21 points and 12 rebounds, was named the best player of the game. In addition to his statistical contribution, he also held down Gasol and restricted Kobe's breakthroughs countless times. Joe Johnson scored 17 points, and his condition is slowly improving. On the Lakers side, Kobe scored 37 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, and his statistics were better than Garnett and Paul. But the statistics after the loss are not very meaningful, especially for someone as arrogant as Kobe. After the press conference, Kobe stayed in the training hall for 2 hours of extra training. After the extra training ended, it was exactly 3 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. Give it a try. The bicycle changes. The next day, this potential finals preview occupied the front page headlines of all American sports media. After acquiring Gasol, the Lakers were the team with the best record in the league during the same period. Kobe, who had a strong teammate, was indeed different. This was the consensus reached by fans all over the world. However, the Hawks team in Kellyanne's hands taught the Lakers a solid lesson. Sefolosha, who was originally judged to be effective in limiting Kobe, only played for 16 minutes and played against Kobe for only 11 minutes. The real killer of the Hawks was the double point guard lineup that many people did not expect. Kellyanne's operation directly exposed Fisher's slow lateral movement and inability to defend against small guards, Radmanovic's lack of ability to handle the ball, etc., which I believe will be seen by more strong teams in the West and used in the game against the Lakers. To this day, I really feel that it is a pity for the Lakers to lose Kimmy. He is a very amazing head coach. From any perspective, he can give a high score to a coach. In ESPN Street interviews with fans wearing Lakers jerseys expressed their nostalgia for Kellyanne unscrupulously. Although Phil Jackson is an undoubted famous coach, it is enviable that the Lakers invited him to be the head coach. But when the team chose Phil Jackson over Kellyanne, the fans still feel that the team bite the box and returned the pearl. If the Lakers fans are just dissatisfied, then Kellyanne is the goddess in the hearts of fans of various teams on the internet. Many fans use Kellyanne's 5 dimensions to complain about their own head coaches. D'Antoni was complained about stubbornness. Rivers was complained about poor on-the-spot response. Carlisle was infatuated with small guards. Old Nelson cares about the head, but not the butt. Only Popovich of the Spurs was able to escape. On March 13th, the Hawks returned to the East Coast and challenged the New York Knicks, whose lineup had changed dramatically. The Knicks sent away Little Shark Eddie Curry and exchanged for Old Shark O'Neal. The Knicks are heading for the free agent market 2 years later. The purpose of this transaction is to send Eddie Curry's contract, which expires in 2011. As for O'Neal, he is good at showing off and can bring eye-catching effects to New York, which is a very important element in sports in New York. O'Neal's performance in the Knicks has also improved compared to the Heat period, averaging 15 points and 10 rebounds per game. In particular, his partnership with Randolph in the interior has unexpectedly good results. The two have a chemical reaction of 1 + 1, 2 on the offensive end. O'Neal's presence relieves Randolph's pressure on the offensive end, and Randolph has a certain shooting range, which can also bring some space to O'Neal. Against the Hawks, the Knicks' offense is also mainly launched through the interior. Marbury had a deep grudge against the team and refused to play directly, which also gave Duhang more opportunities to perform. He was a somewhat mediocre player who was willing to share the ball. He resolutely implemented the coach's intention and handed the ball to O'Neal and Randolph, relying on the tonnage to suppress Garnett and Anderson. The two battering Rams took turns to dig into the inside line. Even though Garnett and Anderson's defensive abilities were already counted in the league, they still couldn't stand it. Maybe, if the Knicks had reached a deal with the Heat earlier and made some targeted reinforcement, they might have been able to impact the playoffs. But sometimes, time really doesn't wait for us, and this deal came too late. The combination of O'Neal and Randolph is quite lethal on the offensive end, but on the defensive end, they are basically pitting each other and full of flaws. Especially in defensive pick and roll, the distance between them and the opponent's ball handler can fit an entire galaxy. Not to mention, in this game, the ball handlers they have to face are Paul and Joe Johnson, the best backcourt combination in the league at mid-range shooting. The Hawks backcourt duo scored 42 points in the first half, only 4 points less than the Knicks' total score. The Hawks also led the Knicks by a large score of 63-46. At this stage of the season, the Knicks have long lost the chance to compete for a playoff spot. Fans come to Madison Square Garden to watch the game, more to see the strongest team in the league, and they also look forward to the Knicks playing as exciting basketball as the Hawks one day. As for the Knicks' long-term plan, fans only know James, but not Kellyanne. It's not that Kellyanne's reputation is not enough, but no one thinks that the Hawks will let Kellyanne go. The second half of the game was calm, and Kellyanne satisfied Paul's idea of brushing data. After replacing Garnett and Joe Johnson, he still let Paul play for 38 minutes. In the whole game, Paul contributed a triple-double performance of 42 points, 10 rebounds and 10 assists, adding some points to himself. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Knicks 137-108 and continued their winning streak, 52-15. On March 14th, the Hawks challenged the Celtics back-to-back away. In the first 3 encounters of the season, the Hawks won the game. The two sides clashed twice, which can be regarded as taking over the hatred and adding more highlights to the game. In the last game against the Knicks, the Hawks replaced most of the main players after establishing an advantage early, and the physical disadvantage was not obvious. Joe Johnson, who gradually came out of the bad state, continued the excellent touch of the last game. 11 of 20 shots, 3 of 4 3-pointers, 3 of 4 free throws, and scored 28 points, 5 rebounds and 4 assists. Garnett also scored 21 points, 13 rebounds and 5 assists in this game. He didn't play for a long time and was full of energy. On the Celtics side, O'Neal's state is not as good as before, which is very troubling the team. Last season, O'Neal was an all-star center with 21 plus 10, but this season he can only contribute 17 plus 9. At first, everyone thought it was a mutual sacrifice between the big three, but the problem is that, whether it is face-to-face singles or low-post strong eating, O'Neal's lethality is visible to the naked eye. And, with Pierce and Ray Allen helping to contain the defense, O'Neal's hit rate this season has also fallen to 46%. For an inside player, it is really not high. To put it bluntly, in addition to being more efficient on the defensive end, O'Neal's performance is even worse than Al Jefferson, who the team sent to the Pacers in order to trade him. O'Neal's steady decline forced the Celtics' offensive focus to deflect to the outside line, which was just what the Hawks wanted for the league's top forward and guard defense. Garnett cooperated with Battier and Sefolosha to play a tough defense, limiting Ray Allen's output and lowering Pierce's efficiency. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Celtics 106-94, 53-15. After a day of rest, the Hawks played against the Raptors at home again and won 118-94, 54-15. Paul played 38 minutes, 11 of 20 shots, 3 of 6 3-pointers, 6 of 6 free throws, 31 points, 7 rebounds and 9 assists, continuing to improve his basic data and increase his chips for MVP. Objectively speaking, Kobe has the highest probability of winning the MVP this season. Although the Lakers were double killed by the Hawks, they are still second in the West, and Kobe's data is also good enough, but Paul's belief of never give up is correctly guided, which is more beneficial than harmful to the team. At the very least, it can buy more rest time for Garnett and Joe Johnson. Garnett played for 29 minutes and completely suppressed Bosh. Many fans regard Bosh as Garnett's successor, but the facts prove that the two are far apart. Garnett is no longer good at attacking, and Bosh is even less lethal at critical moments. He does not have Garnett's defense, and his ability to assist is also lacking. Not to mention data brushes, but it is really difficult to build a team with Bosh as the team leader and want to achieve anything in the playoffs. On March 18th, the Hawks lost for the nth time this season because of rest. The team rested Garnett and lost to the Detroit Pistons 87-90, ending their winning streak. 54-16. Facts have proved that once Garnett, the fulcrum of the inside line, the Hawks' offense is still too biased towards the outside line, and it is just restrained by the Pistons' defensive system. Although Paul, who gained weight, contributed his toughest game against Billups, scoring 24 points and 9 assists, Rasheed Wallace became the key man for the Pistons. He hit 4 3-pointers in a row in the fourth quarter, helping the Pistons, who were 10 points behind, to tie the score. Then Billups and Hamilton hit mid-range shots in succession to help the team beat the Hawks. Despite losing the game, the Hawks still have a 3-game lead over the second-placed Spurs in the league, and with 12 games left in the season, they are basically guaranteed to win the regular season championship. For this reason, occasionally losing a game will not shake the fans' confidence in the Hawks. On March 20th, the Hawks welcomed the Milwaukee Bucks at home. Due to Ujjayanlian's season reimbursement, the additional attribute of Huark Shadabi was eliminated from this game, and it became an ordinary regular season game. Reed and Ujjayanlian suffered injuries in succession. In principle, the Bucks have given up this season. The team also hopes to get a high draft pick in the 2008 draft, and then make some operations to change the weak situation of the past 2 seasons. At the end of the season, it is a happy thing to play against such a tank team. You don't need to work hard to win, they can't wait to surrender. This game is a microcosm. Joe Johnson was a little unwell before the game and missed this game, but Paul and Garnett joined forces to help the team easily beat the Bucks with 129-106. Paul scored 28 points and 9 assists, one step away from double-double data. But this is not Paul's fault. The Bucks' perimeter defense can be easily torn apart without passing the ball. Sometimes it is really not a good thing for the opponent to have too poor fighting spirit. That is, after the game, Killian also called Ujjayanlian and asked about his situation. For Ujjayanlian, the impact of the injury is not as serious as imagined. Ujjayanlian's choice to be reimbursed for the season may not be without the intention of avoiding risks for the Olympics. However, Ujjayanlian's mood is still not very high. There are many reasons. The cold living environment in Milwaukee is too difficult for Ujjayanlian, who was born in Guangdong province, to adapt to, and this city also has some xenophobic attributes. Ujjayanlian's overly introverted personality makes it difficult for him to deal with his teammates. As an inside player, he can't get help from his teammates. When you work hard outside, you always adapt to the environment, not the environment adapts to you. Killian shattered Ujjayanlian's psychological fantasy very strongly. Come to the United States to pursue your dreams. You have to adapt to this league. Ujjayanlian's NBA career is not successful. In addition to his own lack of strength, too many injuries in his career, and not integrating into the team's locker room, it is definitely one of the reasons. Yao Ming is sometimes dragged to nightclubs by players. Killian has set some rules for the players, but he will not break or even restrict some conventional rules. Chapter 292 Regular season ends. The season has entered the final 11 games of the sprint stage, and the teams on the edge of the playoffs are the most desperate. In the NBA ecosystem, it is not shameful to be at the bottom, which means that the team can get the highest draft pick next season and start the road to reconstruction as quickly as possible. The worst team is the lottery champion, who can still gamble on a shooting guard with the 13th pick, but it is difficult to get a strong player with immediate combat effectiveness with the 14th pick. At this time, the high-ranking Hawks sometimes make an inadvertent decision that can determine the fate of the team below. Last season, the Hawks' inadvertent operation determined that the Nets escaped from death and the Wizards fell into hell. This season, the Hawks and the Nets are also competing for a playoff spot, and the Hawks have the opportunity to determine the fate of the two teams. Arenas was reimbursed for the season, and the Wizards played a more team-oriented and more reasonable basketball. Karen Butler, who has always been brave but not wise, averaged 22.1 points, 7.5 rebounds, and 4.6 assists per game this season. Washing away his rough guy persona, Jamison's strength is a little short of the All-Stars, but if we only talk about scoring, Jamison is definitely a top scorer in the league, with Daniels, Stevens, Hayward and other players who work harder on the defensive end. The Wizards' combat effectiveness has not declined significantly. In this game, the Hawks welcomed the return of Dio, and the French magician entered the team's bench lineup to find the feeling of the game. The Hawks rested Paul for the first time in this game. Although it was a bit unpleasant, Killian's prestige in the locker room was still calm, and Paul would not go against him, and the big three and even Batia had daily rests, and everyone sacrificed their personal performance in the regular season to ensure that they could compete for the championship in a better state, so Paul couldn't do anything special. The Hawks hid Paul, and the Wizards saw the opportunity to win, and the players' fighting spirit was even stronger. However, the key to the Hawks' natural defeat of the Wizards is not Paul, but Garnett's strong suppression of Jamison. This game once again confirmed Garnett's blood suppression of this type of power forward. Facing Garnett's defense, Jamison made 2 of 12 shots and 5 of 15 shots in the whole game, scoring only 13 points. With Arenas out for the season, the Wizards need Butler and Jamison to digest more ball rights and bring more output. Jamison was suppressed in this regard, so Butler was naturally alone. His performance has improved, but after all, he is not James and does not have the ability to kill 7 in and 7 out of the Hawks defense alone. On the Hawks side, Berrier, who was promoted to the starting lineup, also performed poorly and handled the ball very unreasonably on the offensive end. But fortunately, with Joe Johnson and Garnett helping to support the bottom line, plus the team's rock-solid defense, the Wizards were not allowed to close the score. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Wizards 102-89 away, 57-15. On March 24th, the Eagles, who returned to their home court, welcomed the civilian team Philadelphia 76ers at home. After trading Iverson away, the 76ers quickly promoted the reconstruction of the team. The team obtained 2 potential rookies in the Iverson trade and supplemented 2 high potential rookies, Braden Wright and Thaddeus Young, through the operation of the 2007 draft year. With Andre Iguodala, the team can be regarded as high-level reconstruction. In view of the lack of absolute singles points for the newcomers in the team, most of them are swingmen with outstanding athletic ability. Cheeks formulated a tactical idea of defensive counterattack. The team strongly pressed and rotated on the defensive end, actively created the opponent's mistakes, and pushed fast break counterattacks whenever there was an opportunity. And in the positional warfare offense, Iguodala and Gerald Wallace's ball-holding offensive ability was slowly honed. With the improvement of the team's young people, the 76ers record gradually climbed to 6th in the Eastern Conference. From some perspectives, this team has some shadows of the later Denver Athletics, but the track and field attributes of that Nuggets team are more focused on the offensive end, and the lineup is more solid, while this 76ers team is too immature and lacks players like Gallinari who can more or less solve the score. The 76ers are currently ranked 6th in the Eastern Conference, but they are only 2 wins ahead of the 9th placed Nets in the Eastern Conference, and their playoff spot is not stable. For a playoff spot, Iguodala and Gerald Wallace showed their desperate fighting spirit in this game, not afraid of being beaten, and resolutely attacking the basket. On the defensive end, they played the highest level of defensive pressure, putting tremendous pressure on the Hawks. As the playoffs approach, the Hawks, who are far ahead, don't have to go head to head with the 76ers. Even if they reach the stage of the playoffs, Killian doesn't want to face a stupid team like the 76ers to prevent any personnel losses. It is also in the interests of the Hawks to let the 76ers rank higher and cause trouble for other teams. The final score was 93-100, and the Hawks lost at home 57-16. With this unexpected victory, the 76ers' hope of advancing to the playoffs has greatly increased, and there is more to look forward to. On March 25th, the Hawks face the Bobcats back-to-back. If Snyder continued to coach, and the Bobcats had the hope of advancing to the playoffs, Killian would rotate in this game to give his old friend a face. But since Joe fired Snyder, Killian had to see how strong the team under Joe was. Paul, Joe Johnson and others vented all their frustration from the loss in the last game on the Bobcats, not holding back at all, and beat the Bobcats into a sick cat. After coming to the Bobcats from the 76ers, Iverson is still the team's most motivated player. This season, he averaged 26.9 points per game. His strong scoring ability is beyond doubt, but the rhetoric about his decline and his playing style hurting the team has never stopped. With Snyder's departure, Iverson may continue to be put on the shelf for sale in the coming summer. For this former superstar, the end of his career can indeed be regarded as a turbulent period. Killian rarely arranged for the main players to clock in for the third quarter when the victory was locked. The players on the court more or less guessed that Killian wanted to vent his anger for Snyder and played harder. The score difference once reached 45 points. Even if the referee did not put a little bias, the score difference could have been pulled to 50 points. Fortunately, at the end of the fourth quarter, Matt Carroll stood up and hit 3 3-pointers in a row, pulling the score difference back to 30 plus, avoiding a big score loss that created a team record 135-97. The Hawks beat the Bobcats by 38 points at home, 58-16. The regular season is coming to an end, and predictions about various individual honors in the regular season are also flooding the pages of major media. The most concerned is of course the MVP. Because the Cavaliers' record is quite different from that of the Hawks and the Lakers, James, who has the most amazing personal data, has gradually withdrawn from the MVP competition, and it has basically become a one-on-one battle between Kobe and Paul. Both of them have excellent data. Kobe's advantage is his absolute leadership position in the Lakers, the impression points added by his unstoppable singles, and the advantage of 9 years of experience accumulated over Paul. Paul is more in line with the original annotation of MVP, that is, most valuable player, the best player in the best team. However, the NBA has not awarded the MVP directly to the best player of the regular season championship team very often, so it is really difficult to define how big the advantage of Paul's record is. The media even has a disgusting statement: Paul is still young and has a chance in the future. Kobe needs this honor to be recognized more. OTUI. The biggest favorite for DPOY, or the best defensive player, is still Camby of the Nuggets. There is nothing to say about this. Since Camby has won DPOY again and again, this award has almost become a fake honor. Howard and Garnett are more deterrent on the defensive end, but Howard's awareness of brushing defensive data is not as good as Camby's. Garnett's playing time is too short, which affects the accumulation of data. This honor is likely to be won by Camby. The honor of the best sixth man is basically tailor-made for Ginobili. Terry of the Mavericks changed to play the sixth man in the second half of the season. His scoring ability may be close to Ginobili, but he is far behind in other aspects. From Killian's perspective, the best sixth man equals Ginobili. Turkoglu has no problem winning the most improved player award. The Turk is the offensive commander of the Magic, with excellent shooting and organization, and a big heart. He has made 4 buzzer beaters this season, making him the buzzer king of this season's regular season. As for the best rookie, there is no suspense. Putting aside Odden, who has been out for a year, Durant is the leader of this year's rookies in terms of both immediate combat effectiveness and ceiling. As for Yi Jianlian, his basic data is okay, but his attendance rate, efficiency, and performance on the court are not good, so he is not considered at all. Although Paul's chances of winning are not high, after the Hawks' 107-86 victory over the Heat, Killian still spoke up for Paul. 59-16. In my opinion, the MVP is used to commend the player with the best performance in the season and the greatest contribution to the team's victory, rather than simply the strongest player. If the definition of MVP is the latter, it can be directly awarded to Kobe in the next few seasons, and even in the past few seasons. But if performance is considered more, I will vote for Paul. While openly supporting Paul, Kellyanne also secretly praised Kobe and admitted that Kobe's strength is the best in the league. Kobe heard this and could understand Kellyanne's position. After all, he has to support his own players. In the last game of March, the Hawks visited Staples to challenge another Los Angeles team, the Los Angeles Clippers. Because Livingston, Brandon Cannon suffered serious injuries in the middle of the season, the Clippers gave up this season early and even bought out Castle's contract to save money. Facing the Hawks, who were aiming for 60 wins, the Clippers' resistance lasted only one quarter, and the remaining 3 quarters were basically flat. Throughout the second half of the game, Kellyanne did not even call a timeout. As the head coach, he took the lead and won the game steadily, 62-16. On April 2nd, the Hawks returned to their home court to face the Cleveland Cavaliers, who came from afar. At present, the Hawks are 5 wins ahead of the Lakers and have basically locked up the first place in the league. The current situation of the Cavaliers is not so good. The team is currently ranked 5th in the Eastern Conference, 2 wins behind the Magic, which is ranked 4th in the Eastern Conference. Considering that the 2 teams are likely to meet in the first round of the Eastern Conference, it means that the Cavaliers have no home advantage. How important is the home advantage to the Cavaliers? Everyone knows. From the perspective of the Hawks, neither the Magic nor the Cavaliers are ideal second round opponents. The Magic's super front court rebounding ability and James's extremely strong breakthrough ability and supernatural physical fitness can hit the Hawks' weak points. If he is destined to choose one of these 2 opponents, Kellyanne feels that the threat of the Cavaliers is less than the threat of the Magic and less than the threat of the Cavaliers plus the referee. The Magic's deterrence is within the predictable range, and the latter don't challenge your character. So Kellyanne would rather the Magic directly crush the Cavaliers. In this game, the 2 sides launched a hand-to-hand fight. Battier, Tucker, and Joe Johnson took turns to attack and encircle James. The 3 of them joined forces to contribute 12 fouls on James, including Garnett and Anderson. They were not polite when dealing with James. Birdman even overturned James directly during a defensive process and was called for a second-level malicious foul and was directly sent off the court. The Hawks, who were sure of winning, fought so hard against James that Mike Brown was really surprised. Unlike other teams on the edge of the playoffs who risked their lives to enter the playoffs, the Cavaliers did not dare to fight the Hawks. If James really broke down, the team's season would really end early. The Cavaliers were intimidated by the Hawks. Mike Brown chose to let go of this game and would rather sacrifice the home advantage of the playoffs to ensure that James played the playoffs in good health. In the end, the Hawks won this hand-to-hand battle, 61-16. After winning this game, the Hawks are still 5 wins ahead of the second-placed Lakers in the league. Considering that the Hawks have defeated the Lakers twice this season, they have already secured the first place in the league. Therefore, after the game, Kellyanne entered the preparation stage for the playoffs in advance and handed over the command of the next 5 games to Hornacek. It's okay for the players to take a rest, but the coach also takes a rest. Fans think Kellyanne is a bit shameless. But who made the Hawks have such an excellent record? As long as the team can win, the team will support Kellyanne in whatever he does. Moreover, Kellyanne's so-called rest is not a holiday for himself. He still trains and appears on the sidelines. He just wears casual clothes and takes notes on the sidelines and does not interfere with any decision of Hornacek at all. When playing at home, Kellyanne will also interact with Chuo Kingshu more frequently, explaining to her what he sees from the perspective of the audience, which can also improve Chuo Kingshu's professional level to a certain extent for wins and 1 loss. This is the answer sheet that Hornacek handed in the last 5 games, which is not bad, but no one cares. With Kellyanne, fans don't think that Hornacek can reverse Kellyanne's position by teaching well, and Hornacek, as an assistant coach beside Kellyanne, has rejected coaching invitations from other teams several times. Unless the Jazz asks him to be the coach, he doesn't want to leave Atlanta. The Hawks' regular season record in the 2007-08 season was finally set at 65 wins and 17 losses, which is 3 fewer wins than last season. Considering the team's major changes in the bench this season, plus Kenyan's frequent rest of core players, this record should be very good. Only a few teams in the league can achieve 65 plus wins for 2 consecutive seasons, and fans should not have any regrets. The Celtics are ranked second in the Eastern Conference with 57 wins and 25 losses. Although O'Neal's form has plummeted this season, the Celtics' Big Three have little hope of winning the championship, but from 17 wins and 65 losses last season to the second place in the Eastern Conference this year, the Celtics have won 40 more games, and it cannot be said that Ainge's gamble has failed. The Pistons scored 53 wins and 29 losses, ranking third in the Eastern Conference. Ben Wallace left, but the high tacit understanding of the remaining 4 Tigers ensures that the team's bottom line is not low, and McDyess is also a qualified starting inside player. The Pistons' current dilemma is that they are more stable than strong, but lack impact. Compared with facing the Celtics or the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals, Kenyan thinks that the opponents in the Eastern Conference semifinals, the Cavaliers or the Magic, are more threatening. The 76ers, Raptors and Wizards ranked 6th to 8th in the Eastern Conference, respectively. Basically, it is difficult for them to pose too much threat to the top 3 teams in the Eastern Conference. Avoiding a gentleman's sweep is the most practical goal. In the West, the Lakers came from behind and won the first place in the West with 59 wins and 23 losses. Lakers fans also once clamored that, if Gasol had joined earlier, the Hawks might not be able to sit firmly in the first place of the league. However, the team was double killed by the Hawks in the regular season, which was a flaw, and the Hawks fans' response was also reasonable. The Spurs were weak in the late stage and only won 56 games, ranking second in the West. The Suns still won 55 games with MSN, ranking third in the West. The Jazz's record is not as good as the Rockets, but it ranks 4th with the advantage of the Northwest Division Championship. The Rockets ranked 5th with 55 wins, but without Yao Ming sitting in the interior, it is difficult to fight against the Jazz. The Mavericks ranked 6th with 51 wins, and will face the Suns in the first round. The Nuggets and the Warriors ranked 7th and 8th, and the records of both teams are also 50 wins. Compared with the East, there may only be one matchup with suspense, and the strength distribution in the West is more balanced. Even if it is the Lakers against the Warriors, it is not a sure thing. The individual data kings of the regular season were announced. James won the scoring title with an average of 30.0 points per game, which was his first scoring title in his career. Paul won the assist title with an average of 12.1 assists per game, ending Nash's 4 consecutive titles of the assist title. At the same time, Paul also won the steal title, averaging 2.7 steals per game. Howard won the rebounding title with an average of 14.2 rebounds per game. He is indeed a beast whose rebounding ability makes Kenyan a little taboo. Camby won the block title with an average of 3.6 blocks per game. At the end of the regular season, each team also got 4 to 6 days of rest time. Kenyan gave the team 2 days off as usual, and the third day was mainly for recovery training. Anyway, the first round is not difficult to play, so just practice slowly with the game. Chapter 293 First Round Series, April 17th. In the evening in Atlanta, the blue sky slowly turned red, then grayish yellow, then light grayish blue, and finally, under the stars, it was set off by an exceptionally deep black. Under the dark and bright sky, the road to the Phillips Center was crowded with cars, and the headlights of various private cars flashed. The parking lot of the Phillips Center was already full, and the vehicles behind formed a long line, and could only move slowly inside. Above them was the dazzling LED sign of the arena. The several entrances of the arena were also crowded with people. The laughter of thousands of people gathered in one place, as if the buzzing of mosquitoes was magnified thousands of times, teasing the fans' already restless spirits, making them more and more excited as they queue to enter. In 1 hour, the first game of the Hawks' Defense Road, the home game against the Wizards, was about to start. Before the game, in the locker room, Kenyan looked very calm. This was his 4th time leading a team to the playoffs, and he had never lost in the first round. Moreover, the opponent in front of him, the Wizards, was also an ideal opponent. As time passed, the long line gradually shortened, and the audience entered the stadium, walked through the fan tunnel, came to the audience seats, and found their own seats. The ticket price for the playoffs is more than one level higher than that for the regular season. Take the Hawks as an example. The average ticket price for the regular season is $50 to $60, while the lowest ticket price for the playoffs is $150. Not to mention the ticket price for the front area of the inner court or the mountaintop VIP box, which has already reached 5 figures. However, the high ticket price does not matter. Atlanta is a famous gathering place for wealthy people in the United States, and there are more wealthy people living here than in Silicon Valley. 430 of the top 500 companies in the United States have set up branches here, and hundreds of companies are headquartered in Atlanta. For Anthony Ressler, owning a strong Hawks team not only brings him the increase in the team's market value, but also expands his personal network. When other big shots come to the stadium to watch the game, he may have the opportunity to have an accidental encounter. In an instant, the lights of the Phillips Center suddenly went out, and the flashing lights kept moving in the audience. The big screen in the middle of the stadium went black first, then suddenly lit up, and the Hawks logo exploded on the screen, and then the team's playoff promotional video began to play, and the fans cheered. As the Hawks players appeared on the screen one by one, the passionate voice of the live DJ resounded throughout the Phillips Center. The Wizards starting lineup: Antonio Daniels, Stevens, Karen Butler, and Tajuan Jamison, Hayward. Last season with Arenas, the Wizards did not make the playoffs. This season without Arenas, the Wizards advanced. However, this does not mean that Arenas has a negative effect on the Wizards. On the contrary, the main reason is that the Hawks believe that the Wizards will not be a threat without Arenas, so they did not play any micromanagement. The Hawks starting lineup has not changed much. The team has an absolute advantage in strength. This round of the series is more of a process of adapting to the atmosphere of the playoffs. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and threw the ball into the air. Garnett and Hayward immediately got entangled. Garnett took advantage of his speed and took the lead in touching the ball in the air. He flicked it to the Hawks backcourt and was picked up by Joe Johnson and quickly passed it to Poole. The game officially started. Poole faced the basket with the ball in the middle. Dyer pulled out to pick and roll, and Garnett provided an off-ball screen for Joe Johnson on the left. With the help of Dyer's pick and roll, Poole passed Daniels. Hayward switched defense in time, and Poole forced a 3-step layup, which was interfered and missed. The rebound was taken by Butler. The Wizards' offense was led by Karen Butler, which was also the only advantage of the Wizards in this round of the series. Butler and Jamison set a pick and roll to attract Garnett to switch defense. The ball was passed to the middle. Jamison faced Battier, faked a move, and scored a jump shot with his height advantage 0-2. As an inside player with outstanding shooting ability, Jamison does not play pick and roll very often. He is better at holding the ball and facing the basket, or taking advantage of the opponent's inside defense to pull out and shoot. He took the initiative to change the first attack, which can be seen as an adjustment made specifically for the Hawks. The Hawks attacked. Poole took the ball to the front court and passed the ball to Joe Johnson on the left. The latter received the ball and directly pulled up for a 3-pointer, but the force was a little too strong and missed. Jamison grabbed the backcourt rebound, but did not launch a fast break. Instead, he crossed the half court with the ball and played a positional attack. Butler pulled to the wing to receive the ball, singled out Battier, and rushed forward with his head down. He took 3 steps as soon as he entered the 3-point line, suppressed Battier with his strength advantage, and forced a layup, and pushed Battier away with his body advantage, and scored the ball. 0:4. Butler scored a superstar goal, but before he had time to show off, the Hawks were about to serve the ball from the baseline. Dio passed the ball to Poole, who quickly advanced, and cleverly passed the ball to Joe Johnson, who received the ball without even making any adjustments. He made a smooth layup, scored, and caused Hayward to foul, and then made the free throw. 3:4. Hayward is the guarantee of the Wizards' interior defense and rebounding. If he can't control the fouls, the Wizards will be in danger. the Wizards attacked, almost using up 24 seconds. Daniels' jump shot missed due to Paul's interference. Garnett grabbed the rebound and launched another fast break. This time, the person who pinned down the Wizards' defense became Joe Johnson. After attracting a double team, Joe Johnson passed the ball to Paul in an open position, who easily hit a mid-range shot near the baseline. 5:4 Arenas was absent, and the Wizards' offense really had a big problem. The next round of offense was still Butler and Jamison's pick and roll, but Garnett and Battier, the strongest defensive forwards, did not give them any chance. The offensive time was almost 24 seconds. Butler forced a layup, but was blocked by Garnett. The ball was picked up by Battier, and he was unable to launch a fast break in the first time, so he had to fall into a positional battle. Looking back, the Wizards also successfully defended the Hawks. Paul held the ball for too long, and the cooperation with Dio could not be played out. He had to pass the ball to Garnett to shoot the catch ball. The Wolf King leaned against Jamison with his back and missed the turnaround jump shot. After the opening, the Hawks' offensive choices were more or less problematic. In addition to scoring into offensive and defensive transitions, their positional warfare was not good, but even so, their tough performance on the defensive end was still a mountain that the Wizards could not break through. The Hawks really let the Wizards enter the playoffs. Eddie Jordan already had some frustration in his heart and said regretfully, even if Arenas was healthy, the Hawks in front of him could only win one game in a series at most. If they were lucky, they might win 2 games, the limit. Sure enough, when Paul and Joe Johnson found their touch in the second half of the first quarter, the gap in strength between the two teams gradually emerged. Paul and Garnett, the two core players of the Hawks, are both players with relatively stable styles of play. Sometimes, even if they don't feel good on the offensive end, they can contribute to the team in various ways, so the Hawks have a high-lower limit, especially when playing against weak teams, and rarely capsize in the ditch. This is also the reason why the Hawks' record is outstanding in the overall decline of the Eastern Conference. In the entire East, at least 2/3 of the teams are simply unable to compete with the Hawks in terms of strength. After the first quarter, the Hawks led the Wizards by 8 points 30-22. In the second quarter, the Hawks continued to crush the lineup, and Kenyan sent Barrier, Sefolosha, Joe Johnson, Anderson and PJ Brown to the outside. The positional battle was handed over to Barrier and Joe Johnson to launch pick and rolls. Sefolosha, as a qualified outside shooting point, opened up space, and Anderson and PJ Brown were responsible for eating cakes and fighting for front court rebounds. On the defensive end, the two inside players have strong rim protection capabilities. They immediately counterattacked after grabbing the ball. Barrier's impact is still very strong. Sefolosha, who has always been known for his defense, suddenly played the role of a shooter on the offensive end and made 2 3-pointers in the bottom corner in succession, helping the Hawks to widen the gap to double digits. On the Wizards side, the starting lineup could not keep up with the strength of the Hawks, and the gap in the substitute lineup was even greater. Compared with Kenyan, who was cheating, Eddie Jordan's level of building a team's substitute lineup was much worse. After half a quarter, Kenyan replaced Paul, Garnett, and Joe Johnson continued to play. Kenyan used his players without reservation, hoping to lock in the victory in the first half. The Wizards also replaced the main players, but the offense was still weak. At the end of the first half, the Hawks' lead reached 20 points. In the second half of the game, Kenyan consciously began to boil the frog in warm water and experiment with more lineups to prepare for the next game. While Kenyan was starting to make things happen, the Wizards took the opportunity to recover some points. However, when Paul, Battier, Garnett and others came on the court, the Hawks' defensive intensity increased, and it was difficult for the Wizards to score, and the score difference was easily widened by the Hawks again. In the end, the Hawks maintained their advantage to the end, and got off to a good start with a score of 113-95. Although it was the playoffs, the Hawks players' playing time was still balanced. Except for Joe Johnson, who played 33 minutes, the other players played less than 30 minutes, and 5 players on the team scored in double digits. Joe Johnson made 9 of 18 shots, 2 of 5 3-pointers, and 5 of 5 free throws, scoring 25 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 block, and was named the best player of the game. We performed well in this game, and the progress of the game was basically under our control. The players' attitude towards the game is suitable for the playoffs, which makes me more confident about defending the title. In the press conference after the game, Kellyanne took the initiative to bring up the topic of defending the title. It is meaningless to keep a low profile. At this time, you can say some harsh words to cheer up. In the second game of the series on April 20th, the Wizards still found it difficult to cause trouble for the Hawks. Anderson cooperated with Garnett to control the restricted areas at both ends of the court. In the whole game, the Wizards entered the 3-second zone 41 times and hit 17 goals. The efficiency can be said to be terrible. If the general is there, with his shooting ability, the Wizards can win the game with the firepower of the outside line, even if they can't get into the restricted area. But the Wizards led by Butler and Jamison still rely on Butler's singles and attacking the basket. The Hawks completely controlled the restricted area, and the Wizards could only choose mid-range and long-range shots, which was tantamount to giving up. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Wizards 100-79 and won 2 home games in a row. Chapter 294, The Shameful Green Army. Back at home, the Wizards were still no match for the Hawks. Due to the huge gap in strength between the two teams, the league did not even have the idea of controlling the game to help the Wizards. They watched the Hawks eating hot pot and singing songs, and smoothly swept the Wizards, and advanced to the second round. Judging from the situation in the regular season plus the first round of the playoffs, the Hawks are undoubtedly the most popular team for the championship this season. At the press conference after the game, reporters also asked Kellyanne what he thought about the upcoming playoff journey. In the regular season, the Magic and the Cavaliers have both defeated the Hawks. No matter which team advances, it will bring some challenges to us. But I believe in my players. We have won 65 games for 2 consecutive seasons. Our regular season championship is not picked up. No matter who the opponent is, we have the confidence to surpass them. The Magic and the Cavaliers are currently tied at 2-2 in this round of the series. Which team do you think will advance? If it were other coaches, the reporter might not necessarily ask this question, but Kellyanne's interview style, I'm quite bold to say it. From the perspective of the lineup, the Magic team has all the conditions to beat the Cavaliers. Kellyanne said very straightforwardly. The subtext of this statement is, if I were to coach, the Magic team would win. Kellyanne said this not to show off. The Magic team's lineup is indeed quite restrained against the Cavaliers. Howard and Gortat form a double insurance at the center position, which can limit James's attack to the greatest extent. Josh Smith's ball sense and technical soft conditions are far inferior to James, but his physical talent is one of the few people who can keep up with James, plus Turkoglu and Stojakovic, 2 outside artillery, can maximize the space for Howard. The Magic team is indeed a team that should have the upper hand. The award for the best coach is about to be announced. Who do you think will win? A reporter asked. I think I'm pretty good. Kellyanne made a joke and avoided the topic. This honor will most likely be awarded to Celtics head coach Rivers. After all, the Celtics won 40 more games than last season, an amazing increase. But this team has formed the big 3 after all. Ainge deserves the best manager. As for Rivers, it really depends on one's opinion. I hope I can win the award myself. What's more important now is to win the next series. The second team to advance in the East is the Detroit Pistons. The league's playoff whistle standards are slightly looser than the regular season, which is conducive to the Pistons regaining their original defensive strength on the stage of the playoffs and playing the confrontation of the year to suppress the young 76ers. At the end of the regular season, the 76ers, who were aiming to impact the playoffs, played very hard. Even the Hawks avoided their edge and lost a game to them. But when it came to the stage of the playoffs, it was obviously not enough to have a reckless spirit. The Pistons relied on excellent teamwork to dismember the 76ers defense, and the gentlemen swept the 76ers and advanced to the second round. The Hawks and Pistons, who advanced to the next round, rested for several days before they met their respective opponents. The 2 rounds of series between the Cavaliers and the Magic and the Celtics and the Raptors were decided in the Game 7. James scored 47 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks and 4 steals in the life and death battle, and led the team to defeat the powerful Magic team, proving that his reputation as the chosen one is not exaggerated. The 25-year-old James is moving towards his peak, and won the ticket to challenge the Hawks in the second round. It is understandable that the Cavaliers played a full 7 games with the Magic, but it is really puzzling that the Celtics fought the soft-style Raptors until G7. The two teams basically protected each other's home court, and no one could win at the other's home court. The Raptors introduced Lewis in the summer, and their hard power has been strengthened. In this round of the series, Lewis averaged 22 points per game, and this performance earned him a fat contract of $108 million for 6 years. The most appropriate word to describe it is premium, right? In the second round of the playoffs, the encounter between the Hawks and the Cavaliers became the focus and attracted everyone's attention. In David Stern's design, James got the script of Jordan. Since he is destined to be the king, there must be a Whetstone like the Pistons. It seems that the Hawks are the most suitable to play such a role. At the same time, Kellyan is also an important part of David Stern's development of the Chinese market and even the Asian market. Compared with Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, Kellyan has a long career as a coach. Stern can boldly promote around him without worrying about his retirement or serious injury. Kellyan's image is also better than Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, and he has a large number of female fans in China. He is also a typical academic coach who will not be rejected by the D-heads in the United States. Major TV stations make Lanoop comparison analysis, and Dio is underestimated as always. At the center position, Dio vs Big Z experts believe that Big Z has the upper hand. Big Z has a clear height advantage. He can sit inside against Dio, and can also receive James' pass to complete mid-range shots. Power forward Garnett vs Ben Wallace, the Hawks have the upper hand. There is nothing much to say about this. In the league, except for Duncan and Nowitzki, other power forwards are inferior to Garnett. It is still unknown whether Ben Wallace can limit Garnett on the defensive end, but he really can't put any pressure on Garnett on the offensive end. Small forward Battier vs James. The Cavaliers have the upper hand. Battier's role is to defend and attack the bottom corner, to wait for opportunities to shoot. How much consumption he can bring to James, and whether he will be beaten, are considered by many experts to be the key to determining the trend of the series. Shooting guard Joe Johnson vs Zerbiak. The Hawks have the upper hand. Joe Johnson is already an all-star, and he is in his 3rd season with the Hawks, so he has a higher degree of tacit understanding with his teammates. Zerbiak is a player who is relatively compatible with James. He has accurate outside shooting, and the ability to digest certain ball rights. Point guard Paul vs Daronte West. Daronte West can grow into the main point guard of a playoff team during his rookie contract period. He has strength, but he is facing Paul, a player in the top 3 MVP levels. The gap is still very obvious. The Hawks also have the advantage in the substitute competition, but the experts say that James can play more time. In the playoffs, the advantage of Lanoop depth is not as obvious as in the regular season. The media can't do anything. If they analyze everything according to the facts, everyone will buy the Hawks to win. It is not in the interests of most people. Coincidentally, the media's contempt became the subject of Kellyan's moral boosting. In the locker room mobilization before the game, Kellyan ridiculed the Cavaliers, who won 20 fewer games than the Hawks in the regular season, to stimulate the players to show better performance to face the challenge. In the playoffs last season, the Hawks took a long break and were unable to adjust to their current state, which ultimately led to their own setbacks. Therefore, after the first round of the series, Kellyan did not relax his vigilance, but participated in the team's training throughout the entire process, and was very strict. P.S. Today's words are a bit short. I will try to make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 295, Group Fight U. May 2nd, the first game between the Hawks and the Cavaliers officially kicked off at the Phillips Center. Kellyan and his Hawks are definitely a mountain-like existence in James Jordan's script. In his first journey to lead the Cavaliers to the playoffs, he encountered the Hawks in the first round of the playoffs, and the Hawks eliminated the Cavaliers 4-2. It was in that round of the series that Kellyan developed the habit of attacking James' whistle. Whether it was a fine or a suspension, Kellyanne could not stop him from criticizing the referee. Although he also praised James' ability in front of the media, he would definitely criticize James' whistle treatment, as long as there was a game. Under the rhythm of Kellyanne and Zangheli, Stern became James' godfather. Fans would use a magnifying glass to look at James' technical moves. For some technical moves, other stars would be fine, but when James made a mistake, they would start 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. In fact, if you really dig it out, Kobe also had a lot of walking. However, James himself tends to have a respect and hate attitude towards Kellyanne. He respects his excellent coaching ability and his protective mouth. 90% of people have already picked Kobe as the MVP of this season. Even as an MVP competitor and Paul's good friend, James has publicly said that, although Paul is his good friend, Kobe should get the MVP more. Kellyanne can still use the definition of MVP to support Paul. What he hates is that Kellyanne is not his head coach. Whenever he plays against him, he always has strange routines to target him, and most of the time he can hit his pain points. This also forces James to keep improving and strengthening himself. Sometimes, as a figure standing at the top of the current league, James will also be like some frustrated rookies. If Kellyanne is his head coach, will he be like Jordan plus Phil Jackson and join hands to create a hegemony? However, thinking about the attributes of the city of Cleveland, James is not optimistic about attracting Kellyanne. After all, with the right to choose independently, whether it is switching from Phoenix to Los Angeles, or choosing Atlanta among a group of suitors, it can be seen that the comfortable living environment plus the Chinese gathering place are factors that Kellyanne attaches great importance to. Cleveland really has no advantages in any way, unless, think about it in 2 years. If the game is in Cleveland, then James must have a grand entrance ceremony, and then throwing magnesium powder is also James's iconic scene, just like Bolt's iconic archery action. The appearance of the Hawks is much more simple. Garnett and his younger brothers will foul into the court, and then elbow each other to greet each other, and that's it. The starting lineup of the Hawks: Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Garnett, Dio. The starting lineup of the Cavaliers: West, Zerbiak, James, Ben Wallace, Algorskis. Garnett won the jump ball and the game officially began. Paul passed the ball to Joe Johnson, and then went to the left to open up space. Dio stepped forward to do a pick and roll, helping Joe Johnson get rid of James. Joe Johnson dribbled the ball to the left. Ben Wallace hurriedly switched defense to catch up. Dio stood still in the middle. James hesitated for a moment and did not chase. Garnett went to the free throw line from the baseline and made a second screen for Joe Johnson. Big Ben observed Garnett's screen and blocked the position in advance. Unexpectedly, Joe Johnson did not go to Garnett's side. After pulling away from Ben Wallace, he shot directly from the mid-range and hit accurately. In the flower-growing family, Joe Johnson has a very awesome nickname: Modern Jordan. This was originally a term invented by Kobe fans and James fans when they were blacking Jordan, which means if Jordan were in this era, he would be at the level of Joe Johnson. Later, with the popularization of the internet, these remarks, various gifs of Jordan, various amazing data and records, and quite a few game videos were circulated more widely, so the title of Joe Johnson Modern Jordan became a black name again, used to blacken Joe Johnson. However, the fans found that, although Joe Johnson's ability is not as good as Jordan's, his personal ability is indeed top-notch. Whether it is singles with the ball or offense without the ball, his ability is quite balanced. Moreover, the more crucial the ball, the more courageous Joe Johnson is, and he has turned the contemporary Jordan from a derogatory name to a respectful name. The Cavaliers attacked. Big Z screened James on the left side. The latter held the ball and faced the basket for a slight pause, dribbled the ball under his crotch to his left hand and suddenly changed direction to the baseline. Dio was a beat slower and was passed by one step, so he could only symbolically turn around and chase. James jumped up in one step and dunked the ball with his right hand. 2. The Hawks attacked. Paul and Garnett set a pick and roll in the middle. Paul took the ball to the right and passed it to Garnett, who was one step outside the free throw line. The distance was a bit far. Garnett did not choose a mid-range shot, but focused on West's defense and rushed inside. He attracted James to make up for the defense and then passed the ball to Joe Johnson on the outside. After receiving the ball, the latter jumped, and Zerbiak leaned over to attack the Cavaliers' restricted area to compress the opponent's defense and then passed it to the bottom corner. Battier was already empty within 3 meters. He even had time to dribble the ball and put the ball into the basket at the most comfortable rhythm. 5:2. The Hawks played this wave of cooperation very smoothly, and the fans at the scene also became active. Looking back, the Cavaliers attacked. James dribbled the ball from his crotch to his right hand and gently probed with his right shoulder. Battier's center of gravity shifted a little sideways. James immediately dribbled the ball to his left hand with his right hand, pulled the ball and changed direction, and forced a breakthrough next to Battier, and entered the restricted area. Garnett hurriedly retreated to the basket. If he didn't make up for the defense, James would have dunked again. James jumped up and passed the ball from Garnett's side to the left basket. Big Ben took the ball and shot, easily scoring from close range. 5:4. Paul crossed half court with the ball and went into the Cavaliers' inside line, which was unusual. Even though West left a step of reaction space, Paul used his speed and coherent movements to pass him directly. He folded in the air to avoid Ben Wallace's block and completed a layup before landing. The ball fell accurately into the basket. 7:4. This is not a typical Paul, but he caught the Cavaliers off guard. The Cavaliers attacked. James hit the road frame and passed the ball to Zerbiak, who was running to the side. Garnett switched defense. Zerbiak took 2 steps along the 3-point line, attracted the defense, and passed it to Big Z under the basket. As soon as Garnett went out, the Hawks' inside defense was not enough. Big Z turned to the middle with Dio and hit a hook shot. 7-6. Joe Johnson and Dio played hand-to-hand cooperation again. Dio's subsequent screen quality was average. James was hung up for a while, which affected his rhythm, but he still blocked Joe Johnson's shot with his excellent physical fitness and took off twice after landing, directly grabbed the basketball, and then launched a fast break, assisting West to score a layup. 7:8. Looking at the entire league, apart from James, only the young McGrady could try to complete this series of actions. Fortunately, the players of the Hawks have won championships and have seen the world, otherwise they would be easily shocked by James's shot. Joe Johnson made a free throw to Paul, who was immediately attacked by James and West, and almost made a mistake. Fortunately, it was Joe Johnson who responded. He received the pass from Paul and threw it directly to Dio near the midline without stopping. Dio handled the ball even better. He received the pass from Joe Johnson with one hand and directly passed the ball to Garnett on the 3-point line. Since the Cavaliers deployed defense throughout the court, there was only one Big Z defending in the restricted area. With such a large offensive space, Garnett was asked to challenge Big Z. The result was just 2 words: grasp. Garnett went to the outside and forced Big Z to attack. He continued to fight on the way, causing the opponent to foul while stepping back steadily and shooting, making it 2+1. 10:8. The Cavaliers have 2 obvious weaknesses. First, the offensive routine is too simple and relies heavily on James' personal ability to break the game. That is, the Hawks have no big center and no suitable perimeter defenders, otherwise it would be easier to deal with them. Second, Big Z is not useful in high-end games. It is difficult for the offensive end to create threats independently, and the defensive end is too slow and easy to be targeted. The Cavaliers' offense was still James's explosion to suppress Battier. He used his body to push Battier away and then scored a goal under the basket. 10-10. James was suspected of traveling on this ball. Garnett, who was defending, obviously misjudged James's pace, and the coaches of the Hawks collectively made traveling gestures to remind the referee. At the beginning, both sides put a lot of effort on both offense and defense. The Hawks used the power of the team as always to suppress the Cavaliers, and played with an intensity far higher than the regular season. But on the Cavaliers side, James was even more desperate. He brought a group of teammates who were somewhat helpless to fight the strongest enemy to death. In the second half of the first quarter, Kellyan replaced Joe Johnson with Sefolosha in advance to make more scientific arrangements for the subsequent personnel dispatch, and the Cavaliers also adjusted some of the main attack directions, and Zerbiak and Durante West got more ball rights. The offensive efficiency of both sides declined to varying degrees. After the first quarter, the Hawks led by 5 points 30-25. In the second quarter, Killian arranged Shannon Brown to play the point guard position, and Sefolosha, Joe Johnson, PJ Tucker, and Anderson played together, forming a highly mobile 1 big and 4 small lineup to deal with James, who was ready to play the full 48 minutes. At the beginning of the second quarter, the Hawks targeted Damon Jones's weakness of average ball control ability, and Shannon Brown and Sefolosha double-teamed him, suppressing Damon Jones's advance and passing the ball, forcing him to reluctantly pass the ball to Pavlovic, who made a passing error in a panic and was intercepted by PJ Tucker. The Hawks had 3-2 in the front court, and Shannon Brown showed his amazing physical talent and completed a flat rim dunk. 32-25. Come on. The emotions of the fans at the scene were once again ignited by Shannon Brown's amazing dunk. Shannon Brown can only sit as a guest in the Hawks rotation lineup most of the time, but as long as he plays, he is passionate and very popular in the team. In the substitute lineup, maybe he is second only to Birdman. Sensing a hint of danger, James took the initiative to transform into a point guard and took on the task of advancing from the backcourt. Sefolosha interfered almost the entire time until he returned to his own half, then handed James to Joe Johnson and took charge of defending Pavlovic. On the route James broke through, Joe Johnson was the first line of defense, and PJ Tucker, who played as a power forward, was ready to assist at any time. Finally, there was Anderson, which could be considered a layered defense. With the help of Joe Smith's pick and roll, James stepped out and directly passed Joe Johnson and rushed to the basket. Then, a tripwire appeared on his breakthrough route. Tucker moved sideways, and with all his strength, he forcibly withstood James' impact and then fell to the ground. After forcibly knocking Tucker over, James's attack continued, but his stumbling shot was steadily picked up by Anderson. The referee decisively penalized Tucker for a blocking foul, and there was no controversy about this shot. After sitting on the ground for half a minute, James was pulled up by his teammates and took free throws, making both free throws. 32-27. Looking back, the Hawks' offense was not smooth. This lineup on the court was obviously strong in defense and weak in offense. If they could not make mistakes or grab the backcourt rebounds and then counter-attack with a fast break, the position offense could basically only rely on the pick and roll of Joe Johnson and Anderson. After all, the Cavaliers are a strong defensive team, and they are still capable of using this tactic. Joe Johnson still couldn't get rid of James with the help of the pick and roll, and barely shot from mid-range, but failed to hit. However, the small Tucker grabbed the front court rebound in the double team of Joe Smith and Virgilio. After passing the ball, Shannon Brown relied on his physical fitness to break through Damon Jones' defense and forcefully attacked the basket, but was interfered by Joe Smith and failed to hit. This time, Virgilio protected the rebound. Chapter 296, turning the series into a war of attrition. The tighter the offense, the harder the defense. Sefolosha pressed James throughout the court, and after returning to his own half, he left him to Joe Johnson. The Hawks once again wove a big net to target James. After breaking into the paint under the double team of Tucker and Joe Johnson, James chose to pass the ball to Joe Smith. After tying up the defense of 3 Hawks players, Joe Smith received the ball at the baseline and missed a mid-range shot. Virgilio grabbed the front court rebound and missed the second attack, but caused Anderson to foul. The actor took the free throw and made one of 2 free throws. 32-28. Shannon Brown dribbled across half court, stopped the ball, and sought cooperation with Joe Johnson, but made a pass error and was stolen by James. James's speed in fast breaks is enough to compete for the first place in history. With 2 or 3 steps, he was already 2 positions ahead of the chasing Hawks players. In this state, James can already consider performing a dunk. Adjusting his pace, James swung his arm in a circle, preparing to perform a tomahawk dunk, which is the longest move James can perform, easy and safe. However, just as James grabbed the basketball with his right hand and swung it behind his head, a hand suddenly pressed down on the basketball, abruptly stopping James' show. What's more terrible is that as the normal force at the wrist was curbed, James, who had already jumped into the air, lost his center of gravity, and his body unconsciously leaned back, and his hips and back fell heavily to the ground, lying on the ground immediately. After completing the block, Shannon Brown was a little confused when he saw James being knocked to the ground. He did not fight back to attack the Cavaliers' offense and defense, but stood there in a daze. "We are all playing basketball. Why did you hit him so hard?" Pavlovic, who was closest, rushed up first and pushed Shannon Brown to the ground, expressing his dissatisfaction angrily. "Want to fight?" The Hawks players couldn't bear to see their teammates being bullied, so they ran over. After all, it was the playoffs, so everyone was relatively restrained, and the fight was mainly about scolding each other, and it didn't develop into a fist fight. From the perspectives of fans, side broadcast cameras, and even Kellyanne, Shannon Brown's block on James just now was considered a foul of extremely bad nature. However, when the close-up shot was given to the big screen, it can be clearly seen that Shannon Brown's block was firmly pressed on the ball, and it couldn't be any cleaner. If James chose to lay up or a simple dunk, Shannon Brown would have no way to stop him, but he just wanted to show off, and Shannon Brown happened to complete the block. The block was clean, and Shannon Brown didn't fight back after being pushed down. There was nothing wrong with Shannon Brown, and Pavlovic was fined for a first-degree flagrant foul. As for James, he is worthy of being a Saiyan with steel bones. After such a fall, if it weren't for others, they would have left the court directly for inspection, or at least had to sit on the bench to slow down. But he went straight back to the court after the timeout, just like nothing happened. Shannon Brown made a free throw, and the Hawks still had the ball. The ball returned to Joe Johnson, and Tucker came up to set a pick and roll for Joe Johnson, then broke through to the outside and shot a three-pointer, hitting it accurately. 36:28. Tucker's 3D attribute has always been limited to the bottom corners on both sides, and his shots from other angles are not accurate. However, he just received the ball at 60 degrees and shot directly, which really caught James and Joe Smith off guard. The Cavaliers' offense still revolves around James. In the next round of offense, James broke into the basket, attracted the defense and cleverly passed the ball. At the same time as Varejao scored the ball, he tricked Anderson into a foul with his superb acting skills. Anderson was a little annoyed after being fouled twice in a row by Varejao. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kellyanne replaced him with the experienced PJ Brown. This adjustment was somewhat misguided. Compared with Anderson, PJ Brown has stronger defense and more game experience, but his footwork is much worse than Anderson. Not only is his switching ability worse, but he also has little to show for his offense. The Hawks' 5-point lead was quickly filled by the Cavaliers. 40:41. Seeing that the team's offense was blocked, Kellyanne replaced Paul and Garnett in advance, and the big three jointly led the team's offense. In the regular season, the playing time of core players was controlled, and their burden was continuously reduced, just to use the best steel on the blade. When they were needed to stand up on the stage of the playoffs, they were able to live up to the trust. James played the entire first half, and Kellyanne had no intention of keeping a reserve team. He directly let Joe Johnson cooperate with Paul and Garnett to finish the first half, helping the team to re-establish a 5-point lead. 54:49. The 15 minutes of the halftime break passed quickly, and the two teams returned to the court. The audience who took advantage of this time to go to the toilet, shop, and eat also returned to their seats, and the game started again. The Cavaliers still played with their starting lineup, while the Hawks made some adjustments to the lineup on the field. Anderson replaced Dio and appeared in the starting lineup in the second half. The Hawks wanted to expand their lead, and the Cavaliers wanted to catch up. The third quarter was bound to be a head-on contest. The Cavaliers had the ball in the first attack of the second half. West used the pick and roll of Big Z to get past Paul's defense and hit a jump shot before he could get to the defense. Looking back, Paul and Garnett played a pick and roll. Big Z did not stay in the paint this time, but forced up and pounced, delaying Paul's shot, and then switched back with West. Paul's reaction was also very quick. He took advantage of Big Z's slow footwork and passed the ball to Garnett, who immediately walked to the basket after receiving the ball. James made up for the position in time and forced Garnett to stop one step inside the free throw line. Garnett pushed James and forced a shot. The ball hit the front of the basket and bounced high. Ben Wallace, who was back under the basket, protected it. The Cavaliers took the opportunity to counterattack. James quickly advanced and scored the ball against the defense of Battier and Paul. 54:53, beep. Just when James returned to the half court and high-fived his teammates, the whistle sounded. Everyone looked back and saw that it was Kalyan who called a timeout. At this time, there were only 48 seconds left before the start of the second half. On the bench of the Cavaliers, Mike Brown looked at Kalyan in surprise. He didn't expect Kalyan to call a timeout so soon. This was something completely beyond his cognition. Calling a timeout at this time would not negate his arrangement in the locker room during the halftime break, but Kalyan didn't care about these. The timeout was used at the critical moment. As long as you win the game, you will naturally have face. Surrounded by everyone, Kalyan didn't say any nonsense or chicken soup. He picked up a marker and started writing and drawing on the tactical board. The Hawks still have the same old problem. Without D.O., the offensive routine is relatively rigid. Paul and Garnett play high pick and roll for more than 50% of the time. In the playoffs, the opponent is a defensive team like the Cavaliers, which is easy for the opponent to see through and target. The same problem is even more serious for the Cavaliers. At least the Hawks don't have any offensive black holes. Anderson's ability to catch the ball is definitely at the upper middle level among the blue-collar inside players and the Cavaliers' Ben. But he is a player who can basically be left alone. Kalyan called a timeout, mainly to adjust the configuration on the defensive end. He chose Anderson to partner with Garnett just to limit James, strangle James, and the Cavaliers' offensive maintenance was reduced by 50%. As for Ben Wallace, he can't catch the ball well in most positions, and if it doesn't work, he can decisively cut Ben. This guy's free throw rate is only about 40%. After the timeout, the players of both sides returned to the court and began to grind the positional warfare offense. The Hawks poured a lot of defensive resources on James, and the Little Emperor's offense was not as smooth as in the first half. The Hawks were not easy either, and the Cavaliers' defense was still very flexible. However, even James couldn't stand the 1-on-3 offense and defense. Under constant wear and tear, James began to have a physical crisis at the end of the third quarter, which was reflected in the fact that he couldn't break through on the offensive end and couldn't make up the position on the defensive end. James' physical fitness is a barometer of the Cavaliers' offense and defense. Once his output is discounted, the Cavaliers' offense and defense will have big problems. Kalyan seized this opportunity, replaced the physically exhausted Joe Johnson with Berrier, took the initiative to speed up the pace of the game, and launched a fierce attack on the Cavaliers. After 3 quarters, the Hawks led the Cavaliers by 10 points 82-72. At the beginning of the last quarter, Mike Brown replaced James, hoping to buy his disciple 2 to 4 minutes of rest time to recover his strength, but Kalyan did not indulge him at all, and used the lineup of Paul, Berrier, Sefolosha, Battier, and Garnett to further defeat the Cavaliers. The Hawks played with great momentum, and the Cavaliers were defeated. Mike Brown bet on Berrier and Sefolosha's 3-point touch, but both of them shot a stable outside hit rate, helping the Hawks to further widen the gap. However, in 2 minutes, the score difference had widened to 17 points, and the Cavaliers were in a precarious situation. In the crisis situation, James supported his knees and returned to the game. After that, the Hawks still controlled the situation of the game. The big three attacked together, suppressed James' counterattack, and firmly grasped the victory. However, knowing that the team had lost the G1 game, Mike Brown still let James play for 44 minutes until there were 2 minutes left in the game, and the score difference was 14 points. The Hawks replaced the main players first, and then replaced James. Mike Brown's purpose is very clear. If James does not leave the court, the big three of the Hawks will have to accompany him on the court. Since it is determined to create more trouble for the Hawks, let's start with physical fitness. The final score was fixed at 105-94. The Hawks defeated the Cavaliers at home and got off to a good start. James played 44 minutes and scored an exaggerated data of 38 points, 12 assists and 13 rebounds. On the Hawks side, Joe Johnson played 39 minutes and scored 24 points. Garnett played 36 minutes and scored 22 points, 11 rebounds and 5 assists. Poole also played 38 minutes. The Hawks' big three, except for Poole, had played more than 5 minutes more than in the regular season, which is considered overtime. In the post-match interview, Mike Brown was upset about Shannon Brown's block on James. I think that, whether it is a foul or not, players should restrain themselves on the court and protect the opponent's players from getting hurt. Whether it is a foul should be the moral bottom line of the players. It is not surprising that Mike Brown said this. After all, James is so important to the Cavaliers that even a verbal condemnation is better than nothing. Facing Mike Brown's attack, Kellyanne also expressed his attitude in a subsequent interview. To be honest, when I saw this picture, I also thought it was a foul. But the big screen soon gave a close-up shot, proving that it was a wonderful block. The exciting performance is not just about the thunderous slam dunk. Those who work hard on defense and fight against gods with mortal bodies are equally worthy of respect. I'm proud of Shannon Brown. When asked about the impact of winning the opening game on the team's next series, Kellyanne's answer was unexpectedly low-key. LeBron is a very strong opponent. He can do anything on the court, especially in the Quicken Loans arena. I'm not surprised at any performance he makes. My players and I are well prepared and will not make wrong judgments because of this victory. Why does it feel like these words are implying the father-son relationship between James and Stern? Chapter 297 Honorary Swinger 10. The next day, the internet was mainly full of praise for James. Just from this one game, James' performance is worthy of praise. While praising James, there was also a lot of criticism against Shannon Brown. Objectively speaking, this was indeed a good block, but it was also very dangerous. If the person who was fouled was not a tough player like James, but a fragile player like McGrady, basically this would have a high probability of being written off for the season. After all, James is the most popular player in the league. His fans even went to Shannon Brown's personal account to leave insulting messages, and Shannon Brown was sprayed to close the comments. Internet trolls are not just a product of Chinese netizens. The United States is no less. However, the United States is not like China. Fire fans, Kobe fans, and James fans account for 90%, and other fans combined cannot spray them. Other players and teams also have their own large number of fans. The formation of this difference is also related to the region. In the United States, most fans may like the stars of other teams, but they will most likely support the team in their own city, and then support the star of the home team. In China, most fans watch the NBA because of Yao Ming, and the Rockets are of course the first home team. Kellyanne's experience as a coach for the Lakers, coupled with Kobe's gorgeous style of play and his prodigal son personality, can easily attract a large number of fans to the Lakers. As for James, he is a frequent visitor to the top 5 plays, and secondly, he has some cultivation attributes. That is, many fans who follow the NBA have watched him grow rapidly from a potential stock to a well-known figure in the league. Just like Kellyanne also watched Emma Watson transform from the ugly duckling in the first and second parts of Harry Potter to the White Swan in the later parts. Hermione, the goddess of dreams. To take care of the emotions of his players, Kellyanne specifically called Shannon Brown and noticed that the young player's emotions were relatively stable. After careful inquiry, he found out that Poole, Garnett, and Battier had called before him to encourage Shannon Brown. Although Garnett is pseudo-tough, he is still a protective person. If his teammates are bullied, he will definitely stand up. Battier is a lubricant in the team and has a good relationship with his teammates. As for Poole, he is relatively caring for the younger players in the team. On May 4th, the NBA officially announced the best lineup this season. Poole was selected into the first team of the best lineup without any suspense. Kobe, James, Stoudemire and Harwood were also selected with him. Stoudemire had previously been selected into the best lineup at the center position, and now he was selected at the forward position, which is suspected of being an honorary swingman. Darren Williams, Steve Nash, Garnett, Nowitzki and Duncan were selected into the second team of the best lineup. Duncan was selected as a center, which seems a bit shameful. Ginobili, McGrady, Pierce, Boozer and Yao Ming were selected into the third team of the best lineup. From the players selected for the best lineup, we can also see the current strong West and weak East pattern. In addition to the Hawks dual core, only James, Howard and Pierce were selected in the East, while the West occupied 2/3 of the total list. In the selection of the best defensive lineup, the Hawks are still the leading team in the East. Paul and Battier were selected for the second team of the best defensive lineup, and Garnett was directly selected for the first defense. After failing in the selection of the best coach and DPOY, the Hawks regained some points in the selection of the best lineup and the best defensive lineup, which can be regarded as a small consolation. After the AMVP, Kobe won the first team and the first defense, and the MVP is also a sure thing. This season is really a fruitful year for him. If he can take advantage of the situation and win the FMVP, it can be called perfect. Historically, only Jordan and O'Neal have won the AMVP, MVP, and FMVP in the same season, which still requires the right time, place, and people. The overall trend of G2 is similar to G1. Mike Brown made some tactical arrangements for the team's poor positional warfare offense, and refined individual responsibilities to reduce the burden on James' shoulders. However, in the game, many of Mike Brown's tactics still couldn't be played. One of the reasons is that the existence of Big Ben was targeted by the Hawks. The Hawks obviously ignored Big Ben on the defensive end and concentrated their efforts to kill James. Another part of the reason is the flaws in the Cavaliers' lineup. Except for James, the team has no clear mind to handle the ball. Duranty West or Zerbiak, either they can handle the ball or they just play by themselves when they get the ball. You can't expect them to handle the ball as calmly as Joe Johnson. The strength of the Hawks is reflected in their third master, who is even more reliable than the second master of many teams. Compared with G1, James' playing time was 3 minutes less, but his efficiency was improved. In 41 minutes of playing time, he scored a large double-double of 41 points and 12 rebounds. The only thing that remains unchanged is the result of the game. The Hawks defeated the Cavaliers 106-98 and kept their second home court. After 2 consecutive games of being superb, James was unable to lead his teammates to victory in 2 consecutive games. Although he didn't say anything, he was a little unhappy in his heart. Facing the invincible Hawks, James' performance was perfect, but as soon as he rested, the team was completely crushed on both offense and defense, and completely lost the advantage. Even if he barely made it to the final quarter, his physical strength might not be able to withstand it, and he could easily be taken away by the opponent in one wave. If the Cavaliers want to compete for the championship, they have to introduce stars or outstanding role players. In addition to this round of series between the Hawks and the Cavaliers, the Celtics vs. Pistons, Lakers vs. Jazz, and Spurs vs. Suns series also ended in a 2:0. However, everyone's situation is a little different. The Jazz picked up the Rockets' slow health heads in the first round, and their hard power is not as good as the Lakers. Although the team leader Boozer is a natural counter to Yao Ming, just like fighting chess. He is defeated by Gasol and even not him every day, coupled with Phil Jackson's blood suppression of Jerry Sloan. The Lakers 2:0 is a natural result. Even if you don't talk about the Hawks, the Lakers are basically the team with the most championship potential. The Spurs 2:0 lead over the Suns is more or less a matter of luck. In the G1 game, the two sides fought all the way to the last moment of the game. The Spurs created a 3-point buzzer beater opportunity for Duncan through a pick and roll. The Stone Buddha drew his bow and shot the most important 3-pointer since he entered the league, and it may be the only 3-pointer in his career in the playoffs. This 3-pointer was so heartbreaking that it even extinguished the spirit of the Suns players. In the G2 game, the Suns lost 25 points away from home, which is the biggest score difference between the two teams in recent years, and it also shows the chaos of the Suns' internal management. The Pistons also lost 2 games in a row because they didn't play the key ball well. But the morale of these players is still relatively high. They have no intention of giving up. It seems that the Pistons are also very passionate about the game. When visiting Cleveland, after Kellyanne checked in at the hotel, he immediately reported to Wang Lefan that he was safe. The regular season may not be so particular, but when it comes to the playoffs, the Hawks have to drink water prepared by their own team doctor during their away games, let alone food. The safety standards are fully maximumed out. Even so, on the first day of the Hawks' arrival, there were still fans dancing outside the hotel, with the purpose of disrupting the normal routine of the Hawks players. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. How can you allow others to sleep soundly beside your bed? May 8th, the second round of the playoffs, the Game 3 between the Hawks and the Cavaliers was staged as scheduled at the Quicken Loans Center. In Kayan's opinion, this may be the most critical game in the Hawks' Eastern Conference playoffs. If they can win this game, the 3:0 score is enough to destroy the Cavaliers' fighting spirit. The team is likely to be able to solve the Cavaliers in a relatively easy manner, and then wait for the opportunity to pick up the heads of the winners of the Celtics vs Pistons battle. If they lose this game, Kayan is still confident that he can eliminate the Cavaliers, but there may be some twists and turns in the journey to dominate the East. Taking various factors into consideration, Kayan adjusted the team's starting lineup for this game, replacing Dio with Anderson in the team's starting lineup. This adjustment signal is very obvious. The main theme of this game is defense. As for offense, it mainly depends on the status of the team's superstars. Although the team fell behind 0:2, the opening ceremony of the Quicken Loans Center was still grand, and the home fans were still very happy to accompany James to play these tricks. The Hawks made adjustments to their lineup, but the Cavaliers still use the same lineup: West, Zerbiak, James, Ben, and Ilgauskas. This lineup still caused some trouble for the Hawks in the previous two games. The Cavaliers' loss in the first two games had little to do with the intensity of the main lineup. The main problem was that no one, except James, could digest the ball. The little emperor held on until the fourth quarter, and no matter how strong his bones were, he couldn't stand it. Garnett won the jump ball again, and the game began. Joe Johnson held the ball in the middle, and James was close to him, not giving Joe Johnson space. With the help of Garnett's single screen, Joe Johnson made a pull-up jump shot in the middle. Big Zed in front of him made a step of space, but his long arms still gave a slight interference. Joe Johnson missed the shot and the rebound was grabbed by Ben. The Cavaliers attacked. James organized in the middle. Zerbiak and Big Zed caused the Hawks defense to be misaligned through off-ball screens, and Big Zed found an opportunity to force Battier, turned around and jumped, but failed to score the ball despite the interference. With a contract worth tens of millions, Big Zed's regular season data is pretty good, and it is not a garbage contract, but every time he faces a strong enemy, it is always useless. Back to the defensive end, it was still this point that was torn open by the Hawks. Garnett took the ball in the low post and skillfully turned his back to pass Big Zed and faced James's help defense and scored the ball. James's defense was suspected of fouling. After scoring, Garnett also muttered a few words to the referee before quickly returning to defense. Looking back, on the offensive end, James encountered a three-man siege by Garnett, Joe Johnson and Battier of the Hawks, and passed the ball to Big Zed in time. The latter received the ball in an open position, but was fouled by Anderson because of his slow movement speed. Big Zed made two free throws, and Garnett quickly sent a shot from the baseline, trying to make an offense-defense transition for the Cavaliers, but Paul's advancement was still curbed by James. Falling into a positional battle, Garnett pulled to the free throw line to receive the ball, and completed a wall-style pass and cut with Paul, who broke into the basket, shook off Ben's defense, and sent the ball into the basket. 2:4. Without Dio, Garnett took on more of the role of axis on the offensive end. Although his passing skills were much inferior to Dio, he was also known for his all-around performance, with 20 plus 10 plus 5 all year round. The Cavaliers' offense was still initiated through James. With the help of Ben's pick and roll, James broke through the Hawks' defense in one step, faced the defensive Garnett who switched, and Anderson who was helping, forced a layup, and caused Garnett to foul at the same time. 5:4. With the help of Garnett's screen, Poole cut into the Cavaliers' restricted area, shook off Ben's defense with a skillful dribble, and made a mid-range shot. 5:6. As he gets older, Ben's defensive deterrence is not as strong as it was in his prime, which is mainly reflected in his footwork. The coverage range that was once the top in history no longer exists. Today, Ben can't avoid the fate of being trained by Poole. Perhaps they were prepared for difficulties in advance. After the opening, the Hawks' offense revolved around the big three and performed well. However, in contrast, the team's adjustments on the defensive end did not achieve the expected results. The inside combination of Anderson and Garnett should have first-class defensive ability in the league, but the two of them each received a foul at the beginning of the game, which really affected their own defensive standards, and the referee's whistle was inevitably more biased towards the home team Cavaliers, which made the Hawks' defense more difficult. After the first quarter, the Hawks led the Cavaliers by 1.28:27. Just looking at the score and the players' playing time, it is easy to conclude that this game is the same as the previous two games. However, if you look closely at the statistics, it is not difficult to see that Battier and Anderson each had 2 fouls, and Garnett and Joe Johnson also had 1 foul. If you have to analyze their actions, there is indeed some physical contact, but the Cavaliers basically don't call the same action, so much so that Zhang Heli on the CCTV commentary seat couldn't stand it. TSK, home advantage, understandable in the second quarter. Kellyan sent out Berrier, Sefolosha, Joe Johnson, Dio, and PJ Brown to play, using Berrier's offensive ability to create a better singles environment for Joe Johnson. Dio followed the substitute lineup. In addition to continuing to do his own task of organizing the offense, Kellyan also arranged some independent offensive scenes. Dio, who always puts the pass first, suddenly turned into an all-around inside player. He could shake off Joe Smith with his footwork, hit mid-range shots after pick and rolls, and even hit shots directly from outside the three-point line after being excited. The French magician was in great form in the first half of the second quarter, making 4 of 5 shots and scoring 9 points in a row, helping the team to widen the gap to 8 points despite the disadvantage of the lineup, which really caught the Cavaliers off guard. Dio may not have played so aggressively in any game this season, but don't forget that in the 05-06 season, Dio was also able to contribute 13 points per game and won the most improved player. It was also a great move by Coach Kellyan to transform him to the center position. Seeing Dio's wonderful performance, Yoga said excitedly, "Dio's wonderful performance put the Cavaliers in a very passive position. It's not just the lag in score, but more of the depression on the mental level. This is especially true for James. As of now, James has only rested for 11 minutes in this round of the series. He has been trying to close the gap between his team and the Hawks through his own efforts, but the result is very cruel. In the first 2 games, the score difference was not particularly large, but for most of the game, the Hawks firmly occupied the initiative of the game and did not give the Cavaliers too many opportunities. I thought that there would be some differences after returning to the home court, but the appearance of Dio, the surprise soldier, helped the Hawks take the initiative again. Frankly speaking, James is a little tired, both physically and psychologically. I feel a sense of powerlessness. In fact, the game went so smoothly that it was even beyond Kellyan's expectations. Dio played such an efficient offense, which was not in Kellyan's plan. But since the situation is moving in a direction that is favorable to the Hawks, Kellyan will not be polite. After the timeout, Kellyan replaced Berrier, Joe Johnson, and PJ Brown with Poole, Battier, and Garnett. Poole, Garnett, and Dio made a big fuss on the offensive end, while Sefolosha and Battier can not only play a spatial point on the offensive end, but also iron chain boats on the defensive end, forming a very tough wing defense combination. In one go, the Hawks widened the gap to 16 points, leading the Cavaliers by a large score of 59-43 and entering the halftime break. Poole and Garnett are both stars with strong bottoming capabilities, and Kellyan's on-the-spot command is definitely first class among NBA coaches. It is actually quite rare for the Hawks to be overturned after leading by 16 points. Even Kellyan due to his absolute trust in Garnett and Paul, was a little careless during the halftime break. On the contrary, James, after a brief period of confusion, regained his fighting spirit. It was not someone else who stimulated him, but his good friend, Paul. James has always been dubbed the Son of God, and his tattoo also reads the Chosen One. Anthony, who entered the league at the same grade, and was once as famous as him, could no longer catch up with him after his rookie season. Wade, who shined in the 2006 finals, won the championship and FMVP before him, but gradually fell into mediocrity in the next 2 seasons. On the contrary, Paul in front of him, under Kellyanne's training, has gradually become a person who can compete with James in practical skills and development trend. Second team of the best lineup and best rookie in the rookie season, second team and first defense last season, championship ring, first team and second defense this season, top 3 MVPs. It seems that he is not much behind James. Let others sleep soundly beside the bed. If James wants to become the number 1 of this generation, he must suppress everyone, and he can't fall in front of Paul again and again. With such a mentality of competing with Paul, James rekindled his fighting spirit in the third quarter, restarted his impact on the Hawks' restricted area again and again. This was within Kellyanne's expectations. After all, he was not naive enough to think that James would continue to sink. What really caught Kellyanne off guard was Zerbiak's outburst. Just like Dio's performance in the first half of the second quarter was surprising, Zerbiak, like his host Tom Cruise, stood up bravely, hitting 4 3-pointers from the outside in succession, scoring 12 points, and cooperating with James to narrow the gap to 7 points. After returning from the timeout, Kellyanne replaced Joe Johnson with Sefolosha, and arranged a defense expert to target Zerbiak, mainly close defense, which suppressed Zerbiak's hot hand. 83:75. The Hawks entered the fourth quarter with an 8-point lead. Chapter 299. Why did the Emperor surrender first? After the start of the fourth quarter, Kellyanne still had stubbornly excluded the transitional loop. Paul, Sefolosha, PJ Tucker, Dio, and PJ Brown appeared on the court to continue to fight against James. On the Cavaliers side, in addition to James, all the substitute players were sent. After all, Big Zed and Big Ben are veterans who have been fighting for more than 10 years. As the second scoring point besides James, Zerbiak needs to share the pressure of James at a more critical moment. With Damon Jones and Pavlovic, 2 artillery guns on the outside, Tucker is physically strong, but his lateral movement is slow, not enough to stop James. James' offensive environment is quite good, and he can easily break into the basket. However, it is easy to break through, but it is a bit difficult to attack the basket. The net's restricted area is guarded by veteran PJ Brown. He is an inside player that James hates. He is tall, has long arms and is experienced. The key is that his hands are a bit dark. When doing some defensive actions, he intentionally or unintentionally directly knocks James to the ground. At the end, he also blamed James and pointed at him who was knocked to the ground and sprayed trash talk. Since entering the league, in order to establish a good image in front of the fans, James has never had a direct violent conflict with his opponents, no matter how maliciously he was fouled. This time, facing a veteran like PJ Brown, James almost broke down and kept mumbling some nagging in his mouth. PJ Brown used these tricks to mess with the mentality. When he saw James miss the free throw opportunity, he proudly grabbed the basketball, kissed him hard, and then handed it to the referee to serve the ball to James. The referee looked at PJ Brown speechlessly, but he only saw him bending down to look at James and started clapping again before the other side took a free throw. An old man in the family is like a treasure. This is not just a saying. You see PJ Brown doing these things just to stimulate James and make his emotions fluctuate. In this way, your focus on basketball is distracted. Look at James' second free throw. Wow, it went in. Zhang Heli stared at PJ Brown and blew, promoting his understanding of the role of veterans, just like a Chinese teacher's interpretation of Zhao Shuren's article. Zhao Shuren, good night. Chinese teacher, late. It named the time, indicating that it was a dark night, revealing the darkness of the society at that time. peace. It shows that people can still be at peace in such a dark society, and it shows people's indifference from the side. The exclamation mark reflects the author's pity for their misfortune and anger at their lack of struggle. It's hard to say whether PJ Brown's actions were effective, but the Cavaliers still caught up with the score within 3 minutes and continued to put pressure on the Hawks. As a main attack point, Paul's ability to play answer ball is still a little poor, and he may not be as good as Joe Johnson in this regard. Killian replaced Cephalosha and PJ Tucker with Joe Johnson and Battier, which stopped the team from being chased by the Cavaliers. After a short stalemate, the appearance of Garnett and Anderson helped the Hawks gain the upper hand. In the last half of the game, the referee's whistle gradually relaxed, allowing James to walk, while allowing the Hawks to impose more confrontation on James. For the Hawks, this is enough for them to suppress James. James' messy but privileged footwork can disrupt the rhythm of one of Anderson and Garnett, but there is always someone else interfering with his shot, making him very uncomfortable. Moreover, the physical crisis has always troubled him. Don't forget that the Hawks took away the Wizards 4:0 in the first round, and the Cavaliers and the Magic have been fighting until G7. The physical reserves of the Cavaliers and the Hawks are not at the same starting line. Losing this game and falling behind by 0:3 basically means that this round of the series has lost suspense. James does not want to see such a result, but many things are not subject to his will. Although Stern also praised Kobe, James, and Wade, his interference with the game was not as serious as that of later generations that directly affected the outcome of a round of the series. The Hawks played with an intensity that the Cavaliers could not resist in the second half of the fourth quarter, and finally defeated the Cavaliers 109-102, leading by a big score of 3-0. No team has ever completed a reversal when it was 0-3 behind. Do you think the Hawks' advancement to the Eastern Conference Finals is a foregone conclusion? At the press conference after the game, the reporter asked Killian, "From my point of view, I don't believe that the Cavaliers still have a chance to turn the tables." Killian responded very strongly. If he pretends to be timid at this time, he is not Killian. But he will not say nonsense, like "I'm already considering the next round of opponents," so as not to cause trouble for himself. At the Cavaliers press conference, Mike Brown was still hard-mouthed and shouted "We will fight to the end," but the team's star player James was a little discouraged. When answering reporters' questions, he gave some very official answers and was not in a good mood. It felt like he had surrendered. As Mike Brown said, "We will fight to the end." The Cavaliers united some forces that can be united, including the referee on the field, and defeated the Hawks with an undisguised black whistle in Game 4. How black was the Game 4? According to the analysis and dissection of every offensive round of this game by the Big V of the HP forum, the Cavaliers directly benefited by 23 points in the first half. This does not include the potential benefits of the referee's crazy fouls, the Hawks players' timid defense, and not daring to defend and let James score easily. It also does not include the Hawks players' mentality exploded due to the whistle, and the losses caused by some emotional handling of the ball, etc. What's even more shameless is that after the score difference widened to 24 points, the referee turned his guns and began to help the Hawks. In the end, the Cavaliers had an advantage of about 15 points, which seemed to be within the permitted range of the home whistle. On the stage of the playoffs, Killian didn't want to cause more trouble and didn't openly criticize the referee. Usually this game is called a "system game" in the game. That is, no matter how hard you try, you can't win the game. All we can do is calm down and finish this round of the series after returning to the home court. In any case, we have already reached the match point. Killian's words were full of anger and expectation. If this were a regular season, whether it was a fine or a suspension, he would have directly cursed. Now, it's nothing more than starting from the overall situation, and he doesn't want to be bullied in the next game. The typical example in this regard is Mourinho. The young bird uncle is always against everyone, including the Football Association, referees, peers, and even anyone from other clubs. Later, Mourinho's players could not get a penalty unless they died in the penalty area. Killian does not want to be treated the same as Mourinho. Chapter 300 Victory under the microscope. G4. No matter how the league controls the comments, how Nike sets the pace, or how to pull the degree of partiality within the reasonable range of home whistle, it's useless, not to mention the Chinese fans who have a strong sense of ownership. Whether it's the text message comments received by CCTV or the posts by fans on major forums, they are all attacking James, the referee, and Stern unscrupulously. LeBron Stern James. The latest news from the front is that in response to the fans' doubts about the referee's partiality to the home team in G3 and G4, the league has decided that the whistle in G5 will be more biased towards the visiting team. The referee, the circumstantial witness, the organizer and the co-organizer are all my people. How can you fight with me? JPG. I can only say that the league is now forcing the praise, and all the behind the scenes things are no longer hidden from the audience. This is the closest game between the CBA and the NBA. Frankly speaking, such one-sided public opinion is rare in the history of the NBA. Even if the Lakers had 27 free throws in a single quarter, some Lakers fans could use the previous referee's bias towards the Kings to clean up the situation. This trick was even borrowed by Barcelona fans after 2009 to clean up the Stamford Bridge tragedy. But in the series between the Hawks and the Cavaliers, the referee almost never favored the Hawks, including the games in G1 and G2 at the Phillips Center, but it was just fair calls and appropriate makeup back and forth. In the first 40 minutes of the G3 game, it was already obvious that the Cavaliers favored the Hawks. The Hawks were stronger, and Dio suddenly exploded, catching the Cavaliers off guard. Even if Kellyan guessed that the league would favor James, he did not expect the league to take a step further in the penalty scale. Frankly speaking, this is not a very wise thing to do. This round of the series is highly anticipated in China. It's okay for the referee to be biased, but it's not good for the NBA to expand the market in China and the Little Emperor to expand popularity in China. Especially in 3 months, the Beijing Olympics will be held. By then, no matter how James manipulates his old Beijing, and J persona, it will probably be irreversible. The idea of self-consolation is that losing this game is not all bad. At least it can make the Hawks players prepare for more difficulties psychologically. On May 13th, the Game 5 between the Hawks and the Cavaliers kicked off under great attention. The black whistle of Game 4 was a sensation, and the NBA League was also under tremendous pressure. In this game, the command of the referee was impartial enforcement. In this game, the Hawks did not need Kellyan to mobilize at all, and the anger value was maximum. After the opening, they launched a killing of James amid the cheers of the home fans. Kellyan also got the advantage and sold it well, and specially arranged staff at the bottom line to closely observe James' footsteps and immediately reacted if there was any suspicion of walking. The Hawks coaching staff then stepped forward frequently and signaled to the assistant referee. It was fine once or twice, but when Kellyan stood up frequently and circled his arms, the referee couldn't stand it anymore and gave Kellyan a technical foul. This penalty directly caused great dissatisfaction among the fans at the scene. Nearly 20,000 spectators booed together to protest the referee's penalty. Garnett, the captain of the Hawks and the most famous player of the team, also came to negotiate with the referee and put pressure on the referee. The league issued a zero-tolerance policy in the 06-07 season, which is mainly a countermeasure against players putting pressure on referees. At this time, the referee could have given Garnett a technical foul, but in the noisy atmosphere at the scene, the referee just ordered Garnett to return to the game. The noisy atmosphere at the Phillips Center made the Cavaliers players feel uncomfortable, especially James. Frequent complaints made it impossible for him to focus on the game. Many times he would deliberately control his dribbling, so that his dribbling, which was already a bit sluggish, would feel even more frustrated. On the surface, Kellyan set up this net to attack the referee, but in fact, it was Zhang Zuan dancing with a sword, aiming at Paigong, and the real attack was James's immature psychology. James' super god performance has always been the basic foundation for the Cavaliers to fight the Hawks. When he switched from Saiyan to the form of a normal player in a certain game, the Cavaliers had no strength to compete with the Hawks. After 3 quarters, the score difference had opened to 25 points, and the game had almost lost suspense. After falling behind by a large score, James woke up from a dream in the fourth quarter and led the team to fight back. The referee also had the purpose of controlling the score difference, and the penalty was slightly inclined to the Cavaliers. As a result, the home fans immediately booed loudly. This game is a game under the microscope. Any penalty that the referee makes that is not favorable to the home team will be booed, Mike Bryn said helplessly. As the ace commentator of ESPN, he also knows the pressure on the referee in this game. In the final analysis, the game in Game 4 was too exaggerated, and the Hawks players were just short of being called offside. Despite the fans scolding, despite the fact that the referee could not do much under such an atmosphere, and despite the fact that the team was 25 points behind, and the situation was over. But in the last quarter of Game 5 of the Eastern Conference semifinals in the 2007-08 season, James played the entire quarter, scored 14 points, 5 rebounds and 2 assists in a single quarter, and fought to the last second. With Shannon Brown putting the ball directly at the midline with 4 seconds left in the game, he clearly told the Cavaliers players, "No more fighting," and the game officially ended. The Hawks defeated the Cavaliers 113-97 at home and advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals. James knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and didn't know what he was thinking. From time to time, someone came over and tried to pull him up, but he waved and refused. In fact, his performance in this round of the series is completely worthy of the word lone hero, but at this time, he forced it here. Instead, he lost the carefree attitude of "I didn't lose the game." Kellyanne didn't care about him, but just hugged and greeted other players of the Cavaliers one by one. Wang Liffen accepted an interview by Huo Kingshu on the sidelines. When it comes to getting attention, Huo Kingshu is a professional. As Kellyanne's good wife, Wang Liffen doesn't need to say anything meaningful. As long as she speaks, she will be popular. This is also the reason why many internet celebrities, models, and socialites are desperate to get close to some stars. After getting attention, they can make a lot of money by just sending a tweet. Although Kellyanne is not a star, his national attributes plus appearance bonus plus performance bonus plus legendary experience have laid the foundation for his popularity in China to be ranked 5th and 3rd, roughly on the same level as Garnett, McGrady, and Iverson. Only Yao Ming and Kobe can keep them stable. At the press conference after the game, the Cavaliers players expressed their disappointment. Mike Brown summed up the game and said that the home atmosphere of the Phillips Center impressed him deeply. This was the most terrifying away game he had ever experienced. Kellyanne summed up the game and also praised the home fans. "I'm proud of all the fans here. After a game that made everyone angry, our fans did not give up on the team, but went to the scene in person to create huge pressure on the Cavaliers. This makes me more confident in defending the title, because whether it is the Eastern Conference Finals or the Finals, the Hawks have the home advantage, and our fans have more room to play." A reporter asked, "Among the 7 teams whose season is still in progress, who do you think has the best chance of winning the championship?" "So far, I think our Hawks team has the best chance. Whether it is the regular season or the playoffs, the Hawks have the highest winning rate. But I won't underestimate the Pistons or the Celtics. In the finals, no matter which team makes it out of the West, it will be a big worry for us." Kellyanne spoke without a single leak and did not give reporters the opportunity to seize the loopholes and make a fuss. The victory in the series made the Hawks fans excited and made the Cavaliers fans sad. Unfortunately, the victory of the Hawks did not make the headlines this time, not because it was overshadowed by other games, but because the league officially announced that Kobe won the MVP of the 2007-08 season. Objectively speaking, Kobe's career has been smooth enough. He joined the aristocratic Team Lakers at the beginning and formed the OK combination with O'Neal to kill through the league, and quickly established his own dynasty in the post-Jordan era. The handsome incident and the conflict with O'Neal once made Kobe fall into Beckham's situation of he is a favorite, but also an abandoned child. He is chased and exiled, but in the first season after leaving O'Neal, he whitened himself with the performance of leading the Western Conference semifinals and scoring champion alone. After that, he won the scoring champion 3 times in the days when he led the team alone, and the reputation of the first weapon of the league was completely established. The story of the prodigal son returning also made Kobe more legendary. Gasol's joining and the huge bonus of seamlessly embedding into the triangle offense system gave Kobe the capital to compete for MVP. James's performance was poor. Paul had many helpers. Combining various factors, Kobe successfully won the first MVP of his career. His next goal is the championship trophy and FMVP. If he can achieve his wish, Kobe will become the third player after Jordan and O'Neal to win a MVP, MVP, FMVP in one season. Paul ranked second in the voting. Maybe because he has done enough psychological preparation. Paul's face is not bad. After all, he is only in the third year and is still fulfilling his rookie contract. The Hawks are strong, but Garnett is 31 years old after all, and he is also happy to delegate power. In the next few years, as long as the team's record remains excellent, and he can continue his performance this season, MVP is a matter of time. Now, the first priority is to reach a maximum salary contract extension with the Hawks in the summer. Since tonight, my throat is not very comfortable and my limbs are a little weak. It is not ruled out that I have won the bid. I hope I can update normally tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.